this if you keep doing that.
No, I didn't do anything. I was just supporting you.
I'm watching you. You got to be able to say. There's too many voices on the stage.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, how you doing, Ultra? How you doing today? Good to see you.
Good to see you, mommy.
Okay, puppy. So listen, let me tell you guys. First of all, the Medal of Freedom is awarded by the President of the United States to individuals who have made exceptional contributions to the security or national interests of America, to world peace, or to cultural or other significant public or private endeavors. So I don't know where he fits in on there. And then just to add something to it, Dolly Parton, I don't know she contributed more than Charlie Kirk does. She turned it down. I don't know why. I have to go back and read, but this is something that I don't think we should be giving willy-nilly to people who are talking about hate and all this kind of stuff like that. It just doesn't align and it doesn't make sense. So there we go.
Dolly was not interested in receiving it. She has better things to do. She has a program where she supplies books to children under the age of 5 all around the country. That's just one of the things she does.
That's very nice.
And she donates to a lot of underprivileged and underserved countries, underserved urban areas and schools and stuff like that, privately. So she does a lot for the community.
See, there you go.
April, what's your cue?
Jim, now I'm over here doing my nails because this cue here is out of control.
Okay, so let me play the breaking news.
Lisa, play the news. We'll get back.
There's another. This is okay. If this makes sense to you guys, I'm gonna play it and then we're gonna talk about it on the other side because something ain't right with all this. Let me play it real quick.
Right, on a suspected drug smuggling boat in the Caribbean in the past 6 weeks. A video shows the boat idling in the water before the strike happens. Without providing any evidence, President Trump repeated accusations that Venezuelan gangs are the target. He made the announcement of this latest strike in a post on his Truth Social account saying, in part, intelligence confirmed the vessel was trafficking narcotics. It was associated with illicit narco-terrorist networks. He said 6 male narco-terrorists were aboard that boat and were killed. That brings to 27 the number of people killed across 5 strikes. As in the past strikes, no evidence was given on who was on board carrying or what weapon was used to carry out the strikes. The United States has deployed around 6,000 troops to that region known as the Southern Command. That includes the waters off Venezuela and the Caribbean, and it also includes around 2,000 Marines aboard the USS Iwo Jima. Back to you.
Okay, so this is just my little commentary because I always got something to spin it on. Why would a drug boat just be sitting idle like a fishing boat in the middle of the ocean? So I just ride out with all my drugs, all my cocaine, and I just sit there knowing that Donald Trump is striking everything within striking distance off of the coast of Venezuela. So Venezuelans were talking about how fishing boats are being hit and affected. So what's going on with that? Anybody comments?
And here's the weird part. Weren't they just giving the Nobel Peace Prize? Okay, I'm going to go on mute.
So, also, they're not doing the same routes. So, it's to me, it's all bullshit. And if you keep looking at what he's saying, he wants to basically address the whole Caribbean with drugs. So, Venezuela is not the only one he's going to be fucking with.
He can be blowing shit up all down the coast.
And if y'all don't give him that Nobel Peace Prize immediately, he's blowing up shit and killing people. That's how you get it.
One of his top aides says that woman needs to give it back. She needs to give it back and let Trump have it. That's what they say. One of his top aides.
Jimmy, can I say something? Jimmy, please. Can I say something, please?
There you go, engineer. Jump in. 10 seconds.
Thank you very much. So, one thing you need to understand is that the drugs basically might not be from Venezuela. Venezuela is a transit country. These guys from Colombia, from Brazil, they use Venezuela as a transit. Venezuela is a transit. You understand? If you guys have traveled a lot, you understand? I think most of it, if you know about transit, you understand? So Venezuela might not be that these drugs originated from Venezuela, but these drugs have been transit. Venezuela is a transit route to America. So whatever just mute your fucking mic. Just fuck up. Shut up. Mute your mic. Just mute your mic.
What's going on right now? Who you talking to?
Talking to.
Nobody cut nobody cut your ass off. What the hell?
He wanted us to argue.
No, we didn't.
Don't let your kids join the military. That's what happens to them.
This is what he wanted us to do. And when you guys didn't, he started pretending. He was there.
This is PTSD. So hold on.
PTSD, baby.
He missed one thing.
PTSD is crazy.
Let's move on from this. Let's move on.
Lisa,
We had.
Lisa.
Go ahead. I hear you. Go ahead.
The boat issue. As soon as Trump shot the first boat, the drug kingpins decided to change the route. Same routes again. So he shot up an innocent boat because they said, we were there anymore because we know he's gonna shoot it down. Because we've been in Aruba, we have a drug interdiction station in Aruba for years that would fly over and sport boats. Coast Guard is down there and different military and those guys know that. They've already swapped. They're like, okay, those guys can track us. They already know what our boats look like. They can track them. So let's go ahead and move. So we don't know where the drugs are going through right now. They've stopped sending ships out or boats out or man-made, whatever you want to call them. So they should know fishermen now.
And isn't this also unprecedented? Like usually they get the Coast Guard to stop. They get the Coast Guard to stop the boat and do the arrest. They just blowing the fucking boat.
It's willingly open fire on boats unprovoked.
But nobody has ever done that before.
You gotta take them to the international court.
What can they do, Lisa? They can't fight back?
I don't know.
They can't fight back. That's not optional.
Well, you have to think about all the imaginary wars that our presidents have come up with. We've had Reagan, who had the war on drugs, even though we know the crack epidemic blew straight up during his administration. We had Bush, who had the war on terror, even though we know the bullshit that happened was with him was because his family and the Bin Ladens had some bitch fight. And now we get the war on cartels. And the people that our president's focusing on is the Venezuelan. Why? Something to think about.
Yeah, that's true. What about the Mexican cartel?
Or the Mexicans, yeah. Don't forget them.
And there's a lot going on in Mexico right now, too. I wouldn't advise going on vacation down there right now. Right. The cartel shooting up resorts left and right. So I would definitely not go down there. Not welcome to Mexico right now. But he's hyper-focusing on Venezuelans right now.
They should be. What's underneath Venezuela? The majority, the largest oil reserve.
Ding, 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 ding.
I know this because I'm from Trinidad. Hello?
Yeah, so this is like what's going on now, geopolitically, internationally.
Essentially under Guyana. Go ahead.
Huh?
The same region, same area.
All I'm saying is what's going on is these are power moves being made, and we have a reality TV star president. So these moves that are being made, it's apropos for a reality TV star president. What you say? I mean, shit. Anyway, that's it.
Okay, so I didn't know this part, and I don't know if you guys know this part. No one's brought it up, but I pulled up an article from The Hill. And it's saying that the U.S. is at war with drug cartels. The news should be cause for celebration, but some are trying to discredit and derail these efforts. According to the detractors, the cartel of the Suns doesn't exist. Killing drug traffickers is a war crime. The U.S., they argue, should relinquish its regional leadership and pursue diplomacy. In this context of retorts and recriminations, the Trump administration is not giving up or giving in. On the contrary, it's determined to track, kill, and destroy the drug cartels. This isn't propaganda, it's a promise being fulfilled in real time. The war on drugs is no easy task, especially in an environment of impunity and resilience. The Cartel of the Suns, for example, led by Nicolas Maduro, has remained entrenched in power for 26 years. In his first term, President Trump declared Maduro a narco-terrorist, launched a barrage of economic sanctions, recognized a different man as interim president, established a coalition of 50 countries, and placed a $15 million bounty on his head and his cronies. Nothing worked. So I didn't know that part. In 2025, Trump faces Maduro once again. His administration has deployed destroyers, nuclear submarines, amphibious ships, drones, F-35 fighters, and put a $50 million, so it went for it. This time, the U.S. is determined to finish a job. The report by the New York Times noted the Trump administration has drawn up multiple military plans for an escalation. Those operations could also include plans designed to force Maduro from power. Okay, so he got a $50 million bounty on the president's head?
Man, this sounds stupid.
This is weird.
Everyone knows that you don't fight a war with drugs by killing drug dealers. That's not how you do it. You change people's minds about not doing drugs. Ding, ding, ding. What the fuck? Don't we know that by now? But we got the president tell us, I'm going to kill him. I'm going to go in there and kill him. The fuck? Shit is retarded, man. I'm done.
What is interesting is that most of these cartels get their guns from the U.S. and weaponry from the U.S. So we should really ask the question of, who are they really fighting?
Like I said earlier, I don't think this is about drugs. I don't think this is about a war on cartels. I think that's a cover. I think there's ulterior motives. We've already spoken about this. What else in Venezuela do they have that he wants control of?
Oil.
Venezuela, so I mean, there's something he wants, and this is his cover, because obviously, has he shown, has anybody shown, any proof whatsoever of any kind of drugs, even a fucking Tylenol, on one of these boats?
Like, here's the thing, Ramona. I want y'all to think about strategically where Venezuela is. It's at the tip of the Caribbean, right? To take control of Venezuela would mean a lot of things. CARICOM. I want you to think about that for a second. I'm gonna just let you breathe on that. That is the biggest thing. CARICOM. I'm gonna go.
When the president of Maduro said he's ready, he announced that he will activate a special plan to guarantee coverage with more than 4.5 million militiamen throughout the national territory. Militias prepared, activated, and armed. And then it says China and Russia have expressed verbal solidarity, but have given no indication of their willingness to intervene on behalf of their Caribbean ally. So he has 4.5 million.
Maduro's a dictator.
Militia,
he's a mess.
Are they a conscriptionist country as well, though?
Wow.
Are they a conscriptionist country, Rez?
I don't know what you mean.
Like Israel, do they have automatic service? Do you have to automatically enroll?
No. But they've been underwater for a while. So my great grandmother is buried there in Maracaibo. Venezuela has been in a mess for a long time because Maduro took over like a thief in the night, and they have not been able to get their country back. It's under authoritarian regime right now. So, yeah.
Wow. Okay, sounds like there's going to be some problems.
It's going to be a mess.
There.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he's already declared war. I don't know. Okay.
And at one time, he was sucking Maduro's you-know-what. So it's a hot mess because he was, he loves he loves
Dictators.
He loves dictators. So if you look back in some of the earlier years, and if you go back in some of the earlier clippings, they were friendly at first. So when Maduro didn't bend to his knee, that's where they fell out. So look back and see, and you could go back and see where him and Maduro were a little friendly in the first regime.
Okay, so it's saying here, and I'm gonna end with this. It says Trump said that peace can only be achieved through strength, and that is what is happening now. The dictator's days are numbered. This is cray. He gonna go over there. What he gonna do? He gonna go over there and end the war. Out of power?
He's gonna end the war.
Oh my God!
Another gonna be his 10th war. He started and ended.
Well, here's the thing about he's trying to declare war.
He's very smart.
Yes. He's definitely not the sharpest tool in the shed, Miss Lisa. But here he's declaring war on a thing, not a nation, not on groups, on a thing, on cartels. Okay? He's saying war on cartels. This is the problem that Congress and some of the people up top are having with going along with this, because they're like, how are you gonna declare war on crime? That's not what they consider war. War they consider between nations, either defense or offense. So this is another issue that's coming up as far as discussion between people, because this is actually supposed to be something that goes through Congress if he declares war. And so he's using war very loosely.
Yeah, he can't declare war. Congress couldn't declare war.
That's what I'm saying. This is a play on words. He can't actually declare war. He has to go through Congress. But of course, as we've already seen, he doesn't do things the way they're supposed to be done.
Well, because Congress just sitting down on their ass and not doing their damn job.
Exactly. They stuck in the door too.
You're right. Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Okay, so I know we're jumping all over the place, but I am researching everything, and guess what I found? Not only did they give a Charlie, and I know this is going to kick stuff back up, but real quick, the Presidential Medal of Honor, they also are proclaiming October the 14th as the National Day of Remembrance for Charlie Kirk.
We remember George Floyd and D'Angelo. That's what we were remembering. Rest in peace to D'Angelo today.
Is it a holiday?
Well, we already did a memorial to D'Angelo when we opened up the room. So we did what was important first, and we did a song, and everybody talked about it. We read not the obituary, but the press release that his family released, and it was very touching. But Donald Trump, by virtue of authority vested in me by the Constitution and laws of the United States, do hereby proclaim October 14, 2025 as National Day of Remembrance for Charlie Kirk. I call on the American people to assemble on this day in their respective places of worship, there to pay homage to Charlie's memory. I invite our nation to pray for the advancement of peace, truth, and justice across all our country. Okay, so there you go. October the 14th is now Charlie Kirk Day.
No, it ain't.
Jesus Lord, how many?
But is it a holiday,
That's
Lisa?
a goddamn shame.
No, it was a Remembrance Day.
I remember it. The holiday is coming up. It's coming.
Well, we got Syphilis Day. We might as well have that day too.
Only two people I remember today was D'Angelo and George Floyd. Hello, I'm going.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Miss Lisa.
And Usher, because it's his birthday.
His birthday too.
Is
That's
that
right.
My baby.
Sure. Yes. And Usher's birthday. That's what we remember. Okay. Thank you.
Miss Ramona jump in.
Yeah, Lisa, I was gonna tell you this weekend something. I mean, it's off the wall, but Diane Keaton passed away.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too.
He was really fucking cool.
That was my girl.
I love
Yeah, me too. Condolences to my girl, First Wife of Diane Keaton. Yeah. My favorite movie was The Family Stone.
The First Wives Club.
The Family Stone. Me and my mom watched that every Christmas. It's really good.
Yeah, First Wife Club. That's why is funny when she was like,
Okay. Okay. Who else was jumping in?
I just wanted to say this. Go ahead. I just wanted to say that if you're in LA, we have a tornado warning. Just be safe.
In LA?
Tornadoes in LA.
We just got the notification that there's a tornado warning.
Be safe out there.
Gemini, is there a tornado in LA? Gemini's gone. Okay, we might know.
When was
meanwhile, people down south.
I didn't get it.
Really a tornado warning.
When was the last tornado?
I'm here.
Is that like a blowjob metaphor or something? Where was the
No, I'm in Orange County. I didn't get a tornado warning.
It's for downtown LA, surrounding areas, Eaton fires.
But I looked, it says there are no currently active watches, warnings, or advisories for today.
Downtown, that's specific.
I mean, when was the last time we had a tornado in the Los Angeles area?
That's why I said there. He came out with
It sounds like a
We haven't had a tornado since we had a tornado at a LA library about 25 years ago.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I found something from NOAA. It is a level 1 something, the lowest, the agency 5 scale powerful storm system racing into the West Coast will bring a rare threat of tornadoes to Los Angeles on Tuesday. Isolated tornado and wind damage starts will be possible Tuesday morning through midday along the coast in Southern California. So it's probably over by now. They're saying morning through midday, right?
Lisa, we had rain here all day. Like it started early this morning, but most of the wind and rain have
Don't forget about Alaska. Alaska had a tsunami or a typhoon. Alaska.
The western coast of Alaska has had it's had damage due to typhoon. I can't remember the name of the typhoon, but villages have been flooded out. They found one person drowned. There's still people missing. I believe 5 native villages were affected by the typhoon.
Are you okay? Are you safe?
I'm in Anchorage, babe. I'm not on the western coast. I'm sorry.
She mentioned my name. I'm really going to say this.
Oh my gosh.
What?
I need to know your name. Your name is not brought up.
Who the hell brought you up?
Your name Village.
God.
Let me, you can tell you
Is your name Village?
You guys are already
You've been cussing us out.
Hey, can I exactly.
Let me
Can you go on mute? Can I go on mute? Can I go on mute? Okay, news.
Please.
News, go on mute.
Thank you.
You go after. News. Trump told you guys that China is going to come crawling when he put tariffs on them. And China's economy is going to crash. Latest economic data out of China says that although the U.S. export plunged by 27%, China's overall exports grew by 8.3%, the highest total this year, driven by strong demand from Europe and the rest of the world. So, are we winning this trade war? No. Or are we losing? Or have we lost the trade war?
My hands have been. If you look at the charts, I've been texting for a while. I've been saying my hands are up. Can I talk? You understand? So the thing is, I understand. When I come, I see whatever thing you guys do. I'm immune to it. I know when I come to my full black community, I know what I get based on my accent. I know what I miss.
Everybody got a motherfucking accent.
and quick to the point. That's it. No, we respect your accent. I love your accent. So you just have to be a little bit quicker when you give your submissions. That's it. Because we don't have all night. I'm not going to be up till 5 o'clock in the morning, and we have like a lot of people on stage. So is there something that you want to contribute? Hey, Trenty.
Thank you for it. Let me just 2 seconds. I'm going to be done. After this, I'll go to sleep. No problem. So first of all, I want to correct one impression. Whatever Trump is doing with Venezuela has nothing to do with the oil. It has all to do with national security. When you talk about oil, bro, just miss you see the problem now. Bro, you that is laughing now, bro. I want to know what is your education?
Okay, just push through, just talk through.
Let me round up. Let me round up. No problem.
I'll tell you my educational when you.
Let me talk.
Show your education by staying on mute. Mr. Engineer, can you finish, please, sir?
Come on, son. Like, let this man talk.
Trump is doing with Venezuela, it has nothing to do with oil. If you can Google it, the country with the highest oil reserve in the world is our most strongest ally, Saudi Arabia. Not even Venezuela. I know Venezuela has oil, but not even Venezuela. But whatever Trump is doing, but the mainstream media is making it think it's about the oil. No, it is about national security and self-preservation. That's all. Good night.
Okay, thank you for that, engineer.
That Saudi Arabia is our strongest ally. Is the cause for go to sleep. The fuck they become the strongest ally.
ally is nuts.
Yeah, just go to sleep.
Okay, Ian Gia, whatever your name is.
I mean, he might be right though, because we throwing everybody.
No, he's not. Venezuela still has. Venezuela.
Very wrong.
Hold on. Venezuela, it has the world's largest proven oil reserve, about 303 billion barrels, while Saudi Arabia has second with 267 billion barrels. It's not even fucking close, and it's never been close. Everybody knows that.
Wow.
Emil, please give him your background so that way you can embarrass the shit out
So,
of
ENGR, you're talking to a retired lieutenant colonel from the United States Air Force.
that part.
I have 3 masters. Hold on. Shut up.
Screaming.
So, ENGR, like I said. Hold on now.
Stop.
You said
the stage.
I'm sorry. Do you know how I know why Saudi doesn't have the biggest oil reserve? I lived in Saudi Arabia for 3 years. I was literally assigned there as a foreign military sales officer. So I have 3 master's degree. I have an MBA. I have a couple of graduate certificates. And what else do you want? Like you said, Venezuela. Like you said, Saudi Arabia has the biggest oil reserves. No, you were wrong about that. Like you've been wrong about everything else tonight.
He left the stage because he was embarrassed. You already
Snap at attention and do the about face and roll.
that part.
We need to hear from
Future
Trent.
Trent.
I'm giving the mic to Trent. Hey Trent, what's going on?
And you guys, please don't start stepping on him. Let him speak, please.
Don't worry, it's gonna be great. The Dodgers are playing, and it's 3-1. I have a message from my mother for you.
Hey, say your mama said hey.
And Dr. AG. She just got off the phone with her friend in the Department of Education. He basically indicated that the entire department has essentially been gutted. They just fired all the foreign overseas. Yes, they just fired all the foreign overseas folks, and it's nearly, in his words, it's just basically non-existent. And then she also said, this is the second part, what will happen with Head Start next year? Head Start is funded through the end of the next school year. So nothing will happen with Head Start this year. But next year, Head Start is likely to turn into a voucher system in which they'll give kids choice, and you'll have a choice of where they can go, but expect a lot of the Head Starts to close, which will have a significant impact, obviously, to especially lower income and working class families there. So that is from her. She just wanted you guys to know that. You have a good one.
Trent, so Trent, what do you think about this?
Let's expect a result from what she just said or he said.
I'll get her to come in one day. I don't want to speak for her because I haven't been paying attention. I'll get her to come in one day soon.
We told the kids no Head Start. We know child care is going to be an issue.
But you know what this is about? Can I address what this is all about?
Yes, please.
It's about women staying home and getting out of the workforce, attending your children. It's also about removing services for children with IEPs, children with learning difficulties, 504s. All that is under attack. They're just running right over it. And people say, well, you can't do that. Just like Trump can't take money from everywhere and pay people. Trump has been doing what Trump wants to do. And the Republicans in Congress haven't been doing shit to stop him, nor will they. You guys have to understand what's happening right now and remove from your mind what he can't do and think about what he can do and what he has been doing. They want no abortion. They want no child care. They want choice education because you know what's going to happen. I've said it a million times. Schools of choice do not have to accept your particular child, okay? If your children don't meet the requirements or pass the test or do whatever it is they want to do to have, they're not going to take your child to mess up their success record, okay? In order to keep drawing the students they want to top of the top and to help pay for rich people's private school for their kids, that's what that's about too. You guys figure that part out. It's all being torn all to bits so that the people with the most money or the ones who can make their schools have the highest marks are the ones who will be admitted into the schools of choice. Your kids will be out here left with the people on stage. Everyone else's children who they don't want to take for whatever reason will be left out in the cold to figure it out. Now, I don't think that's the people on the stage. But you know what I'm saying? The children who are in most need of support when it comes to education to be able to have her on a playing field.
So that's to go back to desegregating schools. As I said before in the same conversation, April, to add on to what you said, and I told you guys they were going to strip the Department of Education this week from the special education piece, so that way the Title I funding would be stripped away. By stripping Title I funding away, these parents would have no way in order to get the resources that they need for IEPs, for any child that has special needs or anything like that. That's part of Project 2025, and this was a part of the plan. So it's all in, I think, page 296 or something like that, and it's all a part of the plan. This is also a part of the plan to desegregate the schools back all over again. So now you're going to put yourself in a situation where if you have people who have school vouchers, they can literally, what's the word I'm looking for? They can discriminate against your child by saying, well, we don't have to take your child. And they don't have to say it's because of their color. They can say it's because of their child's race.
So, Rez, is that also why they're also trying to rezone some of these school districts as well? So they can funnel the kids into one particular school?
Correct. Mm-hmm. And that's what they've been doing, like they did in some of the red states, for instance. Like I know they did it in Ohio. They closed a lot of the schools in the urban and started doing it this year, and they did it under the guise of that, and they started to do it under this school voucher, and they were doing it to close a lot of the urban schools, and they've given them less schools to have in the urban areas, and then in the more predominantly rich areas or the bigger zip codes, they've given them more funding. It's crazy.
I mean, when you look at, when you look at it in all reality, guys, we're all adults, right? So the game they're playing is real. We're in the fourth quarter, y'all, and the score is.
We're in the first quarter, love. We're still in the first quarter, child.
Where's this information coming from? Listen to me, love. I'm gonna tell you where this information comes from.
Like I'm a fucking lamb. Like I'm a fucking roly poly. Like what? Why do we operate like this?
Go ahead, bro. What's on you? Go ahead, bro. You got it.
Nah, seriously, we shouldn't expect too much change if this is how we think we're gonna progress as a people. Black, white, Mexican, whatever you are. You ain't going nowhere if you can't fucking communicate. Don't we know this, you guys? What the fuck? Anyway, I'm done.
The information is coming from your local school. If you go to your local school districts, and if you're not going to your city councils, or if you're not going to your PTA meetings, and you're not going to the local school board, things that they're happening, and you're not watching what's happening, it's been happening. It's been happening for the last 10 months. They keep rezoning these schools. Am I wrong, Alpha Glam? Tell me if I'm wrong.
No, you're not. And that's
Okay.
exactly what just happened where I live at, the next city over Winston-Salem. Literally the day before the kids were supposed to go back to school, not only did they send a letter to the parents telling them that they needed to figure out different routes to get their kids on the buses to the right schools, but they also cut the budgets in half. They cut the budgets in half to all the schools. So that includes programs like free lunch, programs that would put people in academies that have that are gifted or can test out to graduate early. All those programs are gone. And then also they cut half the staff. So you're talking about all these kids the day before they're supposed to go back to school, and most of them are not even going to have a teacher, or they're going to have to share a classroom with 60 other kids because they're going to have to share a teacher. So it's a hot mess down here because of what's going on right now. It's a hot mess in Winston.
Better work on that communication, people. Seriously, y'all, I ain't playing. I'm serious.
Okay. Let me see, y'all. This stuff is scary. I'm just over here looking stuff up while you're talking. This world this country is on the brink of something. I just don't know what it is, but it has nothing to do with the people. It all has to do with these people who are making a profit off of all this destruction. Inside and out is really bizarre here. What's going on? Okay, so let me finish this out. We didn't finish this out. Let me finish out real quickly. It is not going to be that long because there was something happened in Chicago. So after we finish this out, we'll go to Chicago because it seems like there was some type of clearing out of a neighborhood in Chicago. I got a clip on that, and what else? There's something else that was going on. We talked about the soybeans, the Argentina bailout. Let me finish the Argentina bailout, and then we'll go to Chicago, and then I'll look at my list of everything. Anybody want to add anything before I jump on this clip? Anybody want to add anything before we do this clip? Move on, and then we'll get to Chicago. Because I thought Chicago, I didn't know anything was happening. I thought they had kind of ever since they blocked. Yeah, I thought it was going to be quiet over there, but evidently not. It's not quiet. It seems like there's some skirmishes going on. I see a whole bunch of tear gas, crowds, everything. So let's finish this out, and then we'll go back around.
Donald Trump just wrapped up a disastrous press conference with Argentina's President Javier Milei. Donald Trump announcing the United States would be doing a $20 billion bailout for Argentina after all of the mismanagement by Javier Milei. Let me show you what went down at this disastrous press conference.
of the United States. I don't take questions from ABC Fake News. Brian, go ahead.
Yes, sir. First of all, congratulations. And Donald Trump continues to attack George Stephanopoulos after that disastrous appearance by J.D. Vance over the weekend, where J.D. Vance was throwing the weirdo temper tantrum, and Trump continues. Oh, he's Slopatopoulos. This is what Trump is doing in this all-out meeting with the president of Argentina. 20 million Americans are losing their health care. Donald Trump giving $20 billion to Argentina. Make that make sense. Here, play this clip.
Like JD went through a very friendly interview with George Slopatopoulos, who was nice enough to pay me $16 million. The last time we came, he had to pay $16 million to me, which was good. It was worth it. It was worth having somebody lie. If you get $16 million, that's good. But JD had a very nasty person interviewing him, and we can't let that happen. Just as inappropriate to cut off a highly respected vice president of the United States mid-sentence. I guess it's one way to win an argument. That was the only way to win the argument. So that was pretty inappropriate. I want to tell you that.
Donald Trump says that it's the Democrats who are getting killed on the shutdown, Donald Trump says, and he goes, we're going after all the Democrat programs, not the Republican ones. We're going after any program that a Democrat liked. We're shutting those programs down in the government. What the hell are you even talking about? I mean, do you mean like people at the CDC who helped like stop measles and mumps and rubella outbreak? Because those are the types of people you've been firing. Play this clip.
Jillian.
You are right that our country is spiraling into authoritarianism right now. And you're right to be alarmed, and you're right to be scared. But the thing...
Okay.
Jillian, problem for it.
Is there a reach out to
all parties that's trying to shut down? Honestly, can I put it in plain words to you? And you're a smart guy, so you all sit, but a lot of people don't. The Democrats are getting killed on the shutdown because we're closing up programs that are Democrat programs that we were opposed to. So we're being able, and they're never going to come back in many cases. So we're being able to do things that we were unable to do before. So we're closing up programs that are Democrat programs.
Wow, that's great.
That we wanted to close up or that we never wanted to happen. And now we're closing them up.
Then Donald Trump says that even though Argentina needs a bailout or else they're going to go bankrupt, and that's why the United States, for whatever reason, is giving them $20 billion, Trump goes, but the thing is, Javier Milei is on the verge of an economic miracle. Donald Trump is such a freaking fraud in everything he says. Here, play this clip.
Part of the campaign, and then he called me and wanted a lot more. And I said, when does it stop? When will it stop? And it stopped with him winning. And he's become very popular, and he's on the verge of a breakthrough, I think. I think he's really on the verge of tremendous economic success, and I know that Scott Bessent is helping, and our great Scott is doing the job, and he feels very strongly about it.
And by the way, this press conference was such a disaster. Argentina's stock market has been basically plummeting in real time during that press conference. It fell over 2% while this meeting was taking place. So then after Donald Trump was bragging about permanently cutting Democrat programs, whatever the hell that means, Trump says, we're not closing Republican programs. Here, play this clip.
And now we're closing them up. And we're not going to let them come back. The Democrats are getting killed. And we're going to have a list of them on Friday, closing up some of the most egregious, socialist, semi-communist, probably not full communist, we're saving that for New York, but semi-communist programs. And we're closing them up. We're not closing up Republican programs because we think they work. So the Democrats are getting killed.
Then Donald Trump goes into this weird rant about California Governor Gavin Newsom, who he's just so jealous about. And Donald Trump says, I saved California. You know, I had to turn on a valve, and that put out the fires. And Governor Newsom refused to turn on the magical valve that was in the Northwest, and that was the issue. So I put out the fires. This is just some deranged, stupid lies. Like it's stupidity, and it's weird, and it's unhinged. Like, what the hell are we even doing here? Here, play this clip.
locations for the Olympics. It's based in LA. If I thought LA was not going to be prepared properly, I would move it to another location if I had to. On that one, I'd probably have to get a different kind of a permission, but we would do that. Gavin Newsom, he's got to get his act together, because had we not gone in at the beginning of my term, had we not gone in with a very strong, powerful force, they would have lost LA. Now, you already lost 25,000 houses to fires. You got a big scar right in the middle of the city, and that should have never happened, because they should have the water flowing in from the Pacific Northwest. All they had to do was open up the valves. He didn't want to do it. And he didn't want to do it for, he says for environmental reasons. I don't believe that, but for some reason he didn't want to do it. It was 25,000. He had no water in the fire pumps. He had no water in the sprinkler systems in the ceilings. There were no houses. Nobody, the things would go in there. You might not have lost 2 houses. So if he doesn't play ball, we're going to have to be very tough with him. He's done a bad job. Just to finish off on that, so when we went in, we did a phenomenal job. We went in with great force, and that was the end of it. We put it out. We extinguished that fire, which was agitation, and it was a very dangerous position to be in. And we went and did a great job. But the chief, said we could have never done this without President Trump and without the federal government coming in. Okay, he said that.
This episode of the Midas Touch podcast is brought to you by Wild Grain. Wild Grain is the first bake from frozen subscription box for artisanal breads, seasonal pastries, and fresh pastas. Plus, all items conveniently
Man, you put your gum.
box.
Yeah, I can't skip the commercial.
Seasonal items, the apple cider. Fire relating into authoritarianism right now. And the flavor was incredible, the texture perfect, and honestly,
with this they're gonna make sure that we
Wild Grain makes it
Okay, so while that commercial is going on, this is absolutely correct. We're not going after Republican programs. We're going after Democrat programs. The Democrats are being killed on this shutdown. So you guys hear that straight from your president, okay? Do you have any doubts?
Sounds good. That shit ain't real. Come on, man.
Are you okay tonight? What is going on?
Do you honestly believe that?
Do you honestly not believe that? What is it? Wait, let me look outside real quick.
Okay.
Is there a full moon outside?
Okay,
Did
so
somebody open the
I
gates
asked
of the mental
a clear
institution
question.
out on a
I
pass?
asked a clear question.
And I gave you a clear answer, Kareem.
No, you repeated my question. You give me an answer.
Okay, here's the answer. Here's the answer. Put on your listening ears. Raise your head up. I believe it 100%. Everything this almost said the wrong word. Everything this man has said he's going to do that is destructive and dementling and retaliatory, he has done. So why would I not believe this, Kareem?
Because that is not true at all. Everything he has said, he has done. Well, tell me, how about that wall he said he would
You
build?
are losing it.
Wait,
Somebody else just said, because I don't want to lose my Christianity that I don't have.
Why are you
Somebody
getting
else jump
upset?
in, real.
Why are you getting upset?
I'm not upset. Does this sound upset to you?
I mean, you saying you about to do something. I don't know. That was the
about to
first
do
thing
what?
he
To a
wait,
circle?
allow me. Can we bring this conversation down from a 10 to a something else?
Is it a 10?
Anyway, what I was saying is the first thing he said he would do if he became president was build a wall. So high.
2025, Kareem.
Okay, will you allow me to finish my fucking statement? And then you go to the
Are you cursing? Can you guys? Okay, Kareem.
Weirdo.
For a time.
Why this motherfucker don't know? Wait, hold on. No, seriously. Did we?
No, I'm serious.
Right? Kick me off the stage if that's what you gotta do.
Yeah,
Shit.
you're looking at fucking.
Yeah, bro. Shut the fuck up. Like you told me.
So you
Yeah, it didn't work. It don't work. See, they thought I can get crazy.
Around Kareem.
I get way crazy than old bitch ass nigga. Way crazy.
All right, this is what. Does somebody?
Oh, that's great.
Is that a full?
I didn't touch him.
I touched him, and it was.
Lisa.
Now I have to go wash my hands. What is going on? I had to put my hands on that man.
Spirit on God, because that was crazy. That
That was
washing the
live.
spirit on God.
And I try to fall asleep in here sometimes, and that will be.
Talk about a stone.
Damn, it must be some radical
I'm
dream.
sorry I didn't make it comfy for you. That's crazy. Okay, let me finish this so we can start talking popcorn style, because this night is wild. Okay, hold on.
Who's bankrupting Argentina the way Trump's bankrupting the United States, then we're not going to support Argentina anymore. I wonder if that's why the markets in Argentina don't like that manipulation. Here, play this clip.
But I guess they do it for votes. So I'm with this man because his philosophy is correct. And he may win and he may not win, but I think he's going to win. And if he wins, we're staying with him. And if he doesn't win, we're gone.
Donald Trump, while boasting about Argentina, a failing country, he attacks Spain. What you should know about Spain is it is the fastest growing major economy right now in all of Europe. Spain's economy keeps growing. Why is the country doing so well? Of course, countries that do well, states that do well, people who do well, that's who Donald Trump hates. Why? He's a lifelong loser. He's a lifelong person who has bankrupted his own companies over and over again. And you see what he's doing right now with the United States government with the shutdown. You see why he's bankrupted most of the things he's touched. He's got the opposite of the Midas touch. Here, play this clip.
Yeah, please, behind you. Behind you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last week you said that NATO should consider expelling Spain. What? You said that NATO should consider expelling Spain. Would you support that?
What is the
NATO consider expelling Spain.
Oh. I'm very unhappy with Spain. They're the only country that didn't raise up their number to 5%. Every other country in NATO raised up to 5%. And Spain is doing very well off our backs. So I'm not happy with Spain. Spain gets protection, and they know, they're sort of in the semi-middle of it, so they're going to get protected automatically, even if you don't want to protect them, you're protected because of the way they're located. And I think what Spain did is a very bad thing for NATO. I think it's very unfair to NATO. It wouldn't matter if you said you're not going to protect them because they're pretty much protected. What are you going to do? Go through the other countries and let's go attack Spain, right? So I think what they did is not nice. I think it's very disrespectful to NATO. In fact, I was thinking about giving them trade punishment through tariffs because of what they did.
Punishment.
Didn't he want to pull out of NATO?
All right, I'll pause it right there. This is nuts. What happened?
I'm like, didn't he want to pull out of NATO? What the hell is he talking about?
And you tell me. I don't know what's going on. This man is like literally.
He's bi-fucking-polar, dude. I swear.
Rocker here. He told the Argentine president, "We'll stay with you if you win, but if you don't, we gotta go." This man is crazy as a mug. I don't know what else to say. So it's wild. Anybody have any comments for the commercials going on? Okay, we're in trouble. Back to the audio.
So Spain, the only one out of all the countries in there, the only one that is Spain. And I think I think they should be punished for that, yes.
And there was this weird interaction between him and Hegseth. Watch what went down.
We had a chance to go along on the historic trip of Middle East peace, which our generation of veterans never dreamed would be possible. So you would think that the Pentagon press corps of all press corps would be front and center across the board on wanting to give credit to the president for forging this kind of peace in Congress. Instead, what they want to talk about is a policy about them, which simply says maybe the policy should look like the White House or other military installations where you have to wear a badge that identifies that you're press. So you can't just roam anywhere you want. It used to be, Mr. President, the president
Why do you talk about this in a conference?
And then here's an issue that I've been bringing up over and over again. Corporate news wanted to spike the football and act like, oh, there's now peace in the Middle East. I'm like, what are you talking about? There is a temporary ceasefire. Donald Trump brought back 20 hostages. That's good. And a ceasefire is a good thing. Bringing back the hostages is a good thing. Biden brought back 140 hostages. 83% of hostages returned was former President Biden. He did not spike the football and say, give me a Nobel Peace Prize. Why? Because if you know the history of the region, you know there's been lots of starts and stops, the ceasefires, wars, on and off. It is a delicate situation. And where Donald Trump has not address the issue of a two-state solution or doesn't agree with one, where Hamas and Israel did not even sign the ceasefire agreement, or what they call a peace deal. They were not signatories to it, where Hamas says it is not disarming, where Israel says it's about to go and attack the Hamas tunnels. Explain to me what is the deal when the parties don't even sign it? Like, what am I missing? At the most basic levels, Israel and Hamas are not signatories, but Trump says, I spoke to Hamas. They said, yes, sir, we will disarm, sir, so I trust them, sir. Here, play this clip.
But we have told them we want to disarm, and they will disarm, and if they don't disarm, we will disarm them. And it will happen quickly and perhaps violently. But they will disarm. You understand me? Yes. Because everyone says, oh, they won't disarm. They will disarm. And I spoke to Hamas. And I said, you're going to disarm, right? Yes, sir, we're going to disarm.
He spoke to Hamas.
That's what they told me. They will disarm or we will disarm.
Tim minutes, Tim has shit.
Okay, okay. But it's a lot. That's a lot to try to. He spoke to Hamas, and he said, are you going to disarm? We're going to disarm, sir. He spoke to Hamas?
They called him sir anyway. This conversation takes place in his head.
Did they address today how the ceasefire only lasted 5 minutes?
Yeah, we were talking about that. They already, look, I already said.
No, I'm not talking about us, because we know, but I wonder if Trump know that the peace in the Middle East only lasted 5 minutes.
Yeah, he knows Brooklyn, because he didn't go over there for that in the first place. It's all going to show itself. We just need to give it time. They've already started not sending the food over there, because Israel's good at not sending food. They love that, you know what I'm saying? Don't do what he tell us and you won't eat tonight. So they stopped sending over. There's images of the trucks just sitting on the side of the road. They're waiting for the rest of the bodies, and they told them the bodies are under all this rubble, along with some of the commanders that actually were holding them. So how are they supposed to dig them out? With their hands? Have you guys seen that place? Have you seen images of Gaza? It's literally big, giant chunks of concrete buildings that have been bombed and collapsed. That's it. It's crazy. So until they dig them out, they're not going to get the food.
And that's 20 people that could or could not be in tunnels, could or could not be under rubble. And so they're holding up food for all of these people until they find those 20 people.
Yeah, and I'm looking at it now. They're playing it again on CBS News, how all these trucks, these 18-wheelers with food and medical supplies and whatever the case may be, they're not going in because they want those bodies. Well, why don't you guys take the big moving whatever and you go get them out, since you know where they are? I mean, it doesn't make sense to me at all. nothing does anymore.
Another part of this that doesn't make sense to me is that they had 24 hostages, yet Israel says, here's 1,900 of your people. We got 11,000 of them, but we're going to give you hell over 24.
Yeah, I
don't get that. I don't understand that.
I didn't know they had those many people over there.
11,000
I didn't know that.
prisoners, of which they only released 1,967. Was that the number?
I think there was another 100 or something added to that, but they've also been a leader of the Palestinian people, and forgive me, I can't say his name or remember his name, but the Palestinians wanted him out as part of the deal, but Israel is afraid to let him out because he is able to, even with his 20 years in jail, he is able to bring the Palestinian people together. So there's a lot that has been left out and left off the table, and things that have been allowing Israel could go in again and claim that they're, defending themselves or whatever. So this is more difficult than a win, like put it in the W column.
How many times have we been at the table with this, though? Think about this. Since, 1947 alone, we have come to the table for negotiations. Nobody will put pen to paper. That has been the sticking point every fucking time. They will not sign an agreement. They will not come to terms. And if he calls this a win, woohoo for today. But tomorrow is going to be a whole different story. And if they want us to go and sit here and dance in the streets for peace in the Middle East when it's not real yet, until those 21 steps have gone through, there will not be peace in the Middle East.
I mean,
I don't think they're going to get there.
Yeah, it's the most pitiful win I've ever, claimed to a win that I've ever seen. There's far too many moving parts and far too much like animus in the parties for there to be to just say, oh, you know what, all is forgiven, and we're just going to just move on and act like nothing has happened. Some of the stuff that we were hearing yesterday from some of these people that support this guy is like, oh, this is a celebratory moment, and then to hear them today say, well, we don't care about, they're all adults. It's going to sort themselves out. I thought diplomacy and success, you can write it down in history and say that, hey, these treaties were brought together and they brought peace. This is not peace. This is just to me, I can already, this is just me feeling like the pot's going to be stirred and there's going to, this thing is going to fall apart quicker than it was put together.
That's why I said a healthy level of skepticism is necessary, because I even felt like Obama releasing a statement like we should all be optimistic that things are finally going to come to an end. I felt like that was really, really premature. And Trump has said it himself in reference to Putin and Zelensky that he'll have conversations with people. It'll go one way, and then literally 12 hours later, or while he's asleep, it's missiles firing overnight. So basically what that tells me is that he's not confident in his own deal-making skills, even though he talked hella shit talking about, oh, I deserve a Nobel Peace Prize, I'm getting all of this shit together. None of his words he can't hold water, and none of his agreements hold water. Nothing that he says is set in stone. So you guys, okay. Have you guys heard about what's going on in Chicago? Anybody? There seems to be something. I'm not sure what it is, but there's federal agents were seen confronting residents on Chicago's southeast side Tuesday afternoon, and then firing pepper balls at the crowd, and then some ICE vehicle crashes into something. You guys hear that? I know they fired pepper balls at a priest. They've been in Chicago. People have been protesting at the ICE Detention Center like since I want to say last week. Don Lemon was there. Oh, this is today. That's why I was looking for Amici and all the Chicago people to come in, but something went down today. It's coming over live. That's crazy. Because it was really peaceful the whole time that, you know, Don Lemon was doing his little lives. He did lives for like 3 nights in a row. Yeah, I saw Don Lemon's lives, and you're right. There was nothing going on in Chicago, but now it seems to all have changed. I'm not sure why. Okay, let me see if I can pull it up. Anybody from Chicago want to come up and tell us what's going on here? There's something happening in Chicago right now. Nobody? What are you guys doing? What are you guys up to? I'm not the only one that come here to sleep, apparently. Honey child, let me start handing out blankets and pillows because this is crazy. I'm going to go ahead and play this for the people who are still awake, but there's something going on in Chicago. I don't know exactly who's involved. It's just saying breaking news. So anybody in the chat know what's going on?
Something with you guys, do I know?
It takes us out to Chicago, and for more on that, we're going to head over to our Fox 32 Chicago team.
Here, everybody's saying I'm just breaking
the scene where an ICE vehicle collided with another vehicle, and it's landed. She's a table side there. I'm sending video. You are watching live now from Fox 32. We'll carry our coverage in just a bit.
There's such a contention. So sometimes they do go in to the police, you know, the district office there to the police, and
let's see what's going on.
in the past, that's what they had been doing. I don't know that they're still doing this because it's gotten so contentious, but they would go in and just kind of inform local police, hey, we're going to go to 105th and Avenue N. There's some...
I wonder if had someone, there were people leaking where they were going, they were fearing for their safety, and that's why.
As bad as the relationship is between public officials and the federal government right now, they have maintained somewhat of a dialogue with the police, and Snelling has mentioned that. Again, just going in and informing them, we're going to be here, just so you know, just so you're informed. We know we can't, you know, per the law, you can't come help us, you know, raid a house, but you should know for public safety purposes where we're at. And you know, Snelling has said that they still kept that dialogue and that communication. As you see, police clearly are there. And you know, I can attempt here to get some further clarification from the police department.
So were they like contacting Cold when they were going to raid that whole apartment complex and turn 300 people out of their houses? Did they tell anybody then?
Yeah, I didn't think so.
You hear me, Miss Lisa?
Side neighborhood, okay. That is in the southeast side of the city, very close to the Indiana state line. This is,
oh my God, this is too much.
This afternoon, and we witnessed at least 50 federal agents, including ICE, maybe Border Patrol, on the scene there. They were blocking. There we are. We're showing you video now because the scene appears to have just been cleared. But this is what we witnessed, and we saw them running after people in the neighborhood. We'd heard this all began with some type of car accident. We don't know if maybe those federal agents were in pursuit of someone. That's how it began. But you see a lot of people there wearing dark clothing, just running and scattering. And then those agents blocked off about a block radius of this particular neighborhood, this east side neighborhood. And they deployed several times pepper balls to kind of disperse the crowd. We saw Chicago police officers approach as well. And then soon after that, that's when those pepper balls were deployed. And now the scene looks pretty clear. Those about 5-6 SUVs that were there that we assume were being driven by federal agents left. The Chicago police left. And this is what the scene looks like right now
at 105th and Avenue N. Looks like some debris in the roadway, but boy, Paris, there were quite a few protesters that gathered at that scene very quickly.
Yeah, and you would imagine because of the Hispanic Latino population on the southeast side that there would be undocumented immigrants in that population, or perhaps asylum seekers, and clearly neighborhood residents coming out, as they have in every neighborhood that ICE has come to. Rogers Park, Lincoln Square, Albay Park. We got dispatches from Kenilworth. So it's been all manner of, all across the region, all manner of neighborhood. And ICE and DHS has been very clear that they want a show of force. They've videotaped, they've filmed everything that they've done. They put them out on social media videos, really sending a message that they are here, and they believe they have jurisdiction to kind of go into these neighborhoods and conduct these raids. But again, a bunch of court rulings have kind of shackled them a little bit, if they're following them. Again, with deploying tear gas, you have to give 2 warnings before you deploy tear gas. And many onlookers have said they don't believe that that's happened. They cannot use any kind of violent or munition against protesters that are just standing around and protesting on a public way, on a public sidewalk, on a public street. But as you saw, some of those protests can get contentious as guards are staring down the protesters, and that's where they can use their warnings and then deploy tear gas. And we saw tear gas multiple times being deployed here.
How have you heard that the federal agents are...
Okay, so that's what's happening in Chicago. No more quiet nights and times in Chicago anymore. This is starting to kick up again. Don't know why, but there's some type of car chase, and then from what it seems on here, the ICE agents crashed into something, and then everybody just started coming out. I don't know where these people are coming from, but they all ended up gathered over here in this area, in this mayhem, chaos over there. So
Lisa, just so you know, that a lot of what they're doing is very intentional. Jacob Soboroff from MSNBC today was talking about an incident that happened where, and if you notice what that report was saying, that they're making videos, like as they're causing this commotion, they're creating propaganda videos that they're publishing and putting out there, just showing just the attacks and the dehumanization of these folks. And that's how they're trying to push their narrative of, they're fighting against crime. Jacob Soboroff showed one video where, it was a bakery, I believe it was in Chicago. They were just some guys, one guy was he was just out front, and they get out, these ICE agents get out of the car and they just chase him down and handcuff him. We all know this is very intentional, but it's just, it's unspeakable what they're doing.
So they trying to, with these videos, are they trying to show what, you're next? Are they trying to show how effective? I don't understand where they're...
Right, it's the whole, we're fighting against crime. We're catching criminals and we're locking them up and putting them away. It's all a big lie.
They're trying to justify using the Insurrection Act. That's what they're trying to do.
And normalizing dehumanization at the same time.
That too, right? They're trying to say, oh my gosh, it's so violent out there. We're doing everything that we can to go and stop it, but it's just so bad. Ladies and gentlemen, I, who love my country, the president, we're just going to have to go and do we are under attack from within. We're going to go and have to conduct martial law in this country and take away a whole bunch of freedoms, folks. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to set up a justification for the Insurrection Act, because even they know right now, and this is something that they have been documented to be talking about right now, so I'm not making this up, they are trying to justify using the Insurrection Act. That is what this whole purpose is. Thankfully, it doesn't seem to be so bad, it doesn't seem to get bad enough to the point to where, even they can justify it. But that is what they're trying to do. That's it.
Wow. Wow. And it's going to work for, this weekend? I don't know if the, the All Kings thing is still happening. And they are letting you guys know that they have reclassified this All Kings thing as something against the government, as a, what was the terminology? We looked at it last night. And Antifa and pro-Hamas people are going to be
action. But the thing about it is, this is the most patriotic kind of march there is. No King's March is against us having patriarchy in this nation. What's more patriotic than that? That's how we built our country. It's what we built our country for. It's why people came here. You know, I mean, what the hell? So they're just trying to flip it inside out and make you know how, they make patriotism look like fucking terrorism, and they make terrorism look like patriotism. It's what they're doing.
Y'all better be careful though, because it's been labeled as pro-Hamas and Antifa, and Antifa is now considered a terrorist organization. So if you label it like that, and everybody gets out in the street, it's not gonna be pretty, because Christy Nomi and all them people, they say they're gonna be ready. It's like, what is every time in this country now, every time anything happens, everybody gotta be ready and scared? It's just too much for me. That's why I'm just not even going out. But I don't want to stop anybody else. If y'all doing the All Kings, go right ahead and make that statement.
So Lisa, you remember, I think it was Rachel Maddow that did the expose on not the expose, but she got a hold to the video. Remember when they arrested the congressman on the East Coast? I can't remember where it was, but they went to see the conditions at the prison.
Are you talking about
in New Jersey?
Yeah. I don't know, did you see, she got the video behind what was actually happening there. And there were two guys there that were part of the operation. She had one on she got the phone conversation where someone in the administration called him and said, we want you to show the arrest. You need to have your cameraman in a certain place to show them being handcuffed. Now, at this point, they were off the site. They were outside the gate, but his mission or his job was to make sure the arrest was on tape. Yeah.
Are you talking about Ross Baraka?
I don't know the names, but
yeah, that incident happened in New Jersey.
Okay, so she recently, I saw it. It's maybe been 2 weeks. It hadn't been that long, but she got a hold to the tape of what was happening, and so that was on purpose to show them being arrested. His job was specifically to make sure it was on tape. I mean, it was caught on camera because he said, "Yes, I understand." They asked him, "Do you understand?" He said, "Yes, I understand." So I think that's the same thing that's happening in Chicago and everywhere else. They have instructions to catch it on tape, and like whoever that was, I think it was Dart, to have it all on tape. So when if they try to use the Insurrection Act, they will have video that was set up to, fake video.
Deborah, there was another similar video where it was a camera crew with Christy Nome and the camera crew that was filming, and Christy Nome was on the roof looking down, and they were picking out the things that they wanted to record, like and
right.
Not so it was just some folks in front of a building just like protesting about like what was happening, and they were kind of picking out like, hey, this is who we want to target. This is who we want to put in the video, as if just like as the stage like what they were going to do.
Yes, absolutely. So they're doing it on purpose. catching what they want, making sure they film what they want to film. But we wouldn't have known it was that intentional without that tape that Rachel got a hold of. It's crazy.
I don't know. So are you guys still going out, even though you guys know this is going on for, because everybody was talking about we need to be participating in it. And then yesterday we had some people coming in calling us all kind of un-American shit because, you know, people are saying they don't want to go out there. They don't want to be in that whole situation where you can possibly go to jail as a terrorist. And not only that, the insurrection, what did he say? If you're caught protesting, you're going to be, oh God, what was that word he used? Oh my God, I have to go now. I got to go dig up that whole article again. But you're going to be, what is that when you, God dang, I can't even think of it right now. I'm losing my brain power. But it's the RICO Act. You're going to be prosecuted the RICO. So he's using all this stuff. He's using all this stuff against the citizens of America. And I guess we just gonna have to deal with it because nobody has no solution for it. Nobody's able to fight back. That's just what we're gonna have to do is take it for 3 years until he gets out of there. No solutions.
Yeah, that's unconstitutional. I mean, that's our First Amendment right there. I mean, it's crazy. You can't even stand in public at a peaceful protest without being considered a terrorist. Yet he got all those fucking idiots from January 6th out of jail. All of them.
And I don't know what you guys did with my Black MAGAs. I guess they ran out because literally were ready to roll. And then all of a sudden they
get rid of the bad rubbish, Miss Lisa. Damn it. Good riddance to bad rubbish.
No, you guys know how to
sayonara. Don't let the door hit your ass on the way out.
That's right. Where the good Lord split you.
Y'all know how to tear down the stage really quick, but
that's okay. We could talk, Lisa. How was your day? What you got going on?
Now you can say, how was your day? It's still going on, as a matter of fact. I'm talking while I'm trying to remember the stage.
Are you feeling better?
So we had a whole list of stuff we were supposed to be going over, and I guess they got cold feet and left. But you guys know that there's a big, and I don't know what it has anything to do with right now. So what happened between Stephen A. Smith and D.L. Hughley and all these people in Jasmine Crockett? What's going on? Because they all over YouTube with some fight. What happened?
Oh, I've been needing to catch up on that. I was wondering why it's a room that says Stephen A. Smith don't like black women. But y'all, did y'all talk about how Serena's husband checked him this week too?
I think it has something to do with that, but I'm not really sure. So I'm gonna find out.
Stuff about Jasmine in the past too.
He
said stuff about Serena crip walking, talking about, my wife shouldn't be at the Super Bowl when Kendrick brought Serena out and she was crip walking. He said that comment like, my wife shouldn't even be dissing her ex. Like, why is she out here crip walking? She clearly still cares about Drake. He said some wild shit like that. So Alexis had been waiting since the Super Bowl, since February, to check him on that shit. And then he said stuff about Jasmine Crockett in the past, so he must have said something again recently.
Yeah. Okay, so let me find out. Go ahead, sweetie. Tell us what happened.
No, so he was talking about, because if you listen to Jasmine Crockett, she has her own style. She's very authentic, at least in who she is. He was saying that she needed to represent the office with more professionalism, because he was saying that like senators and other people are basically saying, oh yeah, put her on TV, because I can basically campaign against her, because several people have tried to suggest that she's ghetto, and he was sort of playing into some of that as well. I'm saying she needs to be more professional, which is ironic because like Trump has done a lot more being unprofessional than she ever.
ghetto. I'm so tired of her saying that. Just because she is relatable, personable, doesn't code switch necessarily. It's other people that are way more ratchet and unkept in Congress than Jasmine Crockett, and Marjorie Taylor Greene is one of them.
Fucking man.
It's these Laura Loomers and these, Marjorie Taylor Greenes and these Megyn Kellys that are out here trying to perpetuate. Oh, they're just ghetto.
And what about Pam Bondi talking about something? I am not gonna answer any of your
people who people actually care about, and those people respond. His name is next to theirs, so he seems important.
That's
He's a troll.
Absolutely right, 11. I never hear about Stephen A. Smith unless it's in conversation about the talking shit about something.
Yeah, nobody gives a fuck about him.
Yeah, he needs to
give a fuck about the people he attacks, which is exactly why he doesn't.
Yup, stick to commentating about sports he never played. He should just shut the fuck.
That was wow. That sounded personal, man. But good for you.
Because he is I'm a sports fan, and like the first time I ever encountered him, I was like, dude, this dude, like, he's mad annoying. And now he's trying to flip his relevancy or his perceived relevancy into politics. And like nobody really gives a shit about what he's trying to put himself in an arena that he's not equipped to even be in.
Sounds a lot like Trump. Oh.
And we gotta blame Trump for this kind of like buffoonery that these clowns just think, oh, I want to talk about politics. Let me jump over here.
Yeah, the Beverly Hillbillies have more class than Trump does, okay? So, I mean, the guy's obviously white trash. He fails up, and that's the only thing that's kept him afloat. And it's so freaking surreal that he is where he is. And I don't care what anybody says. There is no redeeming qualities in that human. And calling him human is a stretch. That's my opinion.
I have a lot more respect for so-called white trash. At least they're survivors. This guy's had his diaper changed every day of his life.
Oh, shit, Molly. That's a good one. All right. I can see.
Here and there.
I found something on Stephen A. Smith. I don't know what happened. So y'all
made some harsh comments about Jasmine Crockett, Julianne Reed, Kamala Harris. There's a video of Dr. Jason Johnson going along with all.
He's doing huge numbers, I saw.
Yeah, it's fascinating. Y'all gotta watch it. Well, what's interesting is that he also made comments about Serena Williams and her husband. And what's his name? Alexis.
I don't know how to say his last name.
Ohanian?
Okay.
Isn't he the founder of Reddit or something?
Yeah.
Anyway,
Money long. Okay.
Right. And I like Alexis. He's a cool dude. I really do like him. And he don't play about his wife. And I guess Alexis was on First Take, which is Stephen A. Smith's famous show. And we always see Stephen A. Smith be so robust and yelling and going off on people. But when Serena Williams, right? When Serena Williams' man called him out, Stephen was stuttering, kind of lost for words. It was kind of fascinating to me. Listen to this.
Wow. Also, Stephen A. Smith, I think you had some marriage advice for me. Right? Well, you know what? Listen, I did it. People, headlines are headlines. We get into that another time, but I was hoping you were. But I'm clear. No, I am not qualified. All right. Listen, I ain't qualified, my brother. I'm qualified. I was gonna ask you because you haven't been married before, right?
I am married.
No, see. Okay. Yeah, because I give advice to plenty of founders who want to build billion-dollar companies, and the reason I do that is because I build
billion-dollar companies.
Yeah.
So I generally try to stay in my lane as advice.
Then we'll talk better advice later.
All right.
13-year shop.
Damn, he told him to stay in his lane.
Wait, I got a commercial.
The lady basically ended it before it could get really messy, which I was mad about.
I'm surprised he did him the honor of going on his show.
He said he was hoping he would be there. That's probably the whole reason why he
Stammering.
Steve got cooked on his own show.
To the white man, but you were qualified when it came to talking about the black woman because he did the same shit when it came to Jada Pinkett Smith, and he was talking about all this shit about what a husband and wife, husband and wife, husband and wife. And I pointed out then, and I pointed out again when it came to Serena Williams, you've never been anybody's husband. You've never had a wife. As far as we know, you've never even had a motherfucking fiance. What? So what you should do as a lifelong bachelor is stay in the bachelor lane. If somebody want advice on how to date your whole life and never get married, then they can come talk to you. But if somebody want to talk about married people business, then what you need to do is keep it cute, keep it new. And so I just think it's very funny how the energy, and I tell you, people think that they can just punch down on black women, and they feel like, oh, ain't nobody gonna come to defend them, and I'm not gonna catch any backlash if I'm just punching. And it's not punch down because Serena Williams is the GOAT, and she got money long, more successful, everything. The claim, everything she touches turns to gold. So it's definitely not punching down in terms of pedigree, but in terms of the social hierarchy that we have, he felt like, oh, okay, I can talk shit about Serena. He didn't talk shit about Kendrick, but he tried to talk shit about Serena. But he
Let's remind people, Reese, in case folks may not know. So the Super Bowl, So Kendrick Lamar does an amazing performance, and Serena, who's an LA girl, she comes out dancing. Yeah, Compton, thank you, comes out dancing. And what is it called? The crip walk?
Crip walking, yeah.
Crip walking, exactly. So the camera pans to Williams, who's crip walking on top of a platform on like a makeshift stage. And the day after the Super Bowl, Stephen A. Smith had some comments about the tennis icon's appearance with Kendrick. He said, if I'm married and my wife is going to join trolling her ex, go back to his ass. Because clearly you don't belong with me. What you worried about him for, and you're with me. Bye-bye. So reportedly, Drake and Serena, they dated? Do I have that right?
Yeah, they dated.
For a hot minute. When Donald Trump's agents threw me to the ground, they were trying to silence all of us. Now, he's trying to rig the 2026 election. Prop 50 gives voters the power to stop Trump's power grab. Yes, on 50.
Commercial.
Yay, Callie, commercials.
And commercials are.
This is the quickest way to clear out stuck food.
Well, no, that was the most important commercial.
And YouTube is making a lot of money.
A lot of folks were offended.
Hey, we got the
A lot of folks were offended by that. So there we have Alexis, her man, approaching Stephen A. Smith, and you saw what happened. Go ahead, Reese. Go ahead. Just want to get folks to time.
I mean, I cussed him out at the time over that too, but my whole thing is just keep the same energy. If you bad, keep that energy, that respect. I respect people's marriage energy. Then keep that for the black woman. Because you wasn't respecting Jada Pinkett when she was the one who was getting bullied by Chris Rock, by the way. You weren't respecting Serena Williams, who, first of all, Serena Williams is name-checked in the song. And Kendrick was saying, you better not speak on Serena. So that should have told you right then and there, if Kendrick is putting it in the song, better not speak on Serena, that should have told you we don't play about Serena Williams. So why the fuck would you think that you can sit up there and talk about her and turn the moment that it was a lit moment? Like, yeah, if you ask me to crip walk, do the two-step, do the stanky leg, do the Dougie at the motherfucking Super Bowl, bitch, I'm out there doing whatever. I'm doing the whole choreo. I'll do the Chris Brown dance and shit. You know, all that shit. I'll do it. The fuck, who gonna turn down the Super Bowl? So, the fact that you always got some other man in your mind, Stephen A. Smith, because that wasn't even in goddamn Serena's mind. Her mind was on the fact that I get to perform. I'm a tennis player, and I'm getting to perform at the Super Bowl. That's amazing.
And Serena, she was dancing in remember Beyonce's she did she was dancing in that and shit. Serena likes to have a good time. She likes to get out there. She likes to dance. She likes to have a good time. Let her be great. She's retired. Keep her name out your mouth. But it's very, very, very funny. And that just goes to show you these people really are not about that life because you should have had that. It's your show. It's your show, so it's your
Say it to his face. Say it's his show. Exactly. You're on his show. Say it to his face. Alexis was ready because that's what a real grown man does.
Period.
Alexis was ready. Say it to it. I was like, oh, bro, see, it's different when you're cackling and you're babbling and you're saying it in your little, box. But say it to his face. Say it like Jason Johnson said. Say it to Jasmine Crockett's face.
Yeah.
Her face. Say it to Kamala Harris's face. Say it to Julianne Reed's face talking about her ratings. Listen, you can be critical, you can say what you want to say, but there just appears to be something.
Damn it.
As a professional surfer, I've been paid to wear clothing since I was young.
Okay, so that's what happened, I guess, and he didn't want to confront Serena's husband, who came on the show. Hold on, this is wild stuff here. Black women who are outspoken, and he got the biggest fucking mouth. So why you got a problem with people being outspoken and being unapologetic? That's what he called himself being, right? And then to trip me out, he said, "Well, I was being professional." So thank you for admitting that your attacks on Black women are part of your business model when it comes to whatever he got going on his other show. That's part of your business model. That's part of your profit. That's what you think professionalism is constantly ragging on different Black women who are successful and who, be very clear, are beloved by many people. Because you feel like it's your place to try to put somebody in their place when, again, as Alexis pointed out, you ain't a billionaire like me, and you ain't nobody's husband like me. So you need to keep it cute, keep it mute, and next time I think he will think twice before he speaks on Serena.
Today's his birthday. Y'all have the same birthday.
Who?
Stephen A. Smith.
Who? I don't know nothing about that. The only other birthday I recognize today. Okay, so now y'all up on what happened. Now I know.
Yeah, Alexei said he gonna protect his Black queen.
Oh, absolutely. I'm not gonna even have a relationship wars room. But yeah, see, that white man came out and protected his wife immediately.
He told Stephen A, I give advice to billionaires.
He said, because I built a billionaire company.
I talk about shit that I know.
So stay in your lane.
Okay, Sloan and then on it.
Yeah, we was all hyping up. We was all ad-libbing.
I wish I had that whole original interview with Stephen Smith and her husband because, as usual, he's usually loud and boisterous, and he does, now that he said that, you guys been talking about it, he does come after Black women a lot. And I wish I could have some type of montage of all the times that he's jumped out there and said something critical about Black women, and I just don't. But yeah,
him backing the critique Don Lemon had about him backing down is the same beef that D.L. Hughley had with him, because in April 24 Stephen A. Smith went on Sean Hannity and he said Black people can relate to Donald Trump because the legal difficulties Trump has, and what Black.
I remember that shit. Yeah, I do remember that.
Right, like they're both victims of the system. So he got a lot of backlash for that, and basically, like the Black American struggle is the same thing as fucking Trump's. And so then he kind of gave this like non-apology apology, saying his words were taken out of context. So then D.L. Hughley's reaction was basically, don't be a pussy and say that you didn't say it. And he said, what insults me is when you say something and pretend like you didn't say it. We heard what you said. He said that Black people relate to Donald Trump. How? So basically saying, like, don't just back down, like, stand on your statement.
Wasn't that about the time when he did his Bronx rally? It was the Bronx rally. Where he brought all those guys up there on the stage that...
In the Bronx?
Yeah. Where he had like he had like not even half capacity of people at the rally. You guys don't remember that?
Yeah, are you talking about when they were in the park and he had rappers?
Yes, girl. That's what I'm talking about.
That was a hot mess. I'm sorry.
That's some shit. That's what I'm saying. That was some shit. And I'm not even just talking about the AI. But he did a lot of trifling ass shit trying to quote unquote pander to the Black community. And a lot of it kind of went over like a wet fart in church. But some people went for it, I guess. I don't know.
Rift was grifting.
What'd you say, Malik?
The grift was grifting.
Oh, hell yeah, definitely. Definitely. Where are those fucking tennis shoes, by the way? Hello, gold tennis shoes, anybody? No.
He's selling watches too now.
Fuck, are you kidding? He hadn't even made the damn tennis shoes.
Now, them tennis shoes never came about, as far as I know.
That's what the Bibles did.
I haven't done any research on them, but remember they weren't shipped out and people paid for them?
They weren't even manufactured, Lisa. They weren't even manufactured.
And this is really crazy, y'all. Okay.
At that Bronx rally, he had two of the rappers he had were indictments in a 140-count gang case with conspiracy and murder charges. So Gail Hughley,
great example.
Steph G and Sleepy Hollow, they're the only people in America who currently have more felon indictments than he does.
Oh, shit. And that was supposed to represent the struggle. Okay.
So I was kind of thinking back to Alex Ohanian. I was kind of thinking he did the white version of "Keep my wife's name out your mouth."
Oh my God!
That part.
He was like, "I'm gonna just throw up at your table, and I'm gonna look at you dead in your face. I ain't saying nothing, but you gonna know." So I don't know. I respect both versions. Yeah.
Yeah, this is wait a minute. I'm trying to see what this is. Let me finish this out. I know it's getting late for us, and I don't want to talk politics anymore because it is the same. Now they're talking. Okay, let me just tell you this much. Let me finish this out, and then Letitia James, they're saying that she has a fugitive relative who's living in this house that's under question, who lives in her Virginia home, was nabbed twice for assaulting cops. I don't know. I have to go and open that up because they won't leave this woman alone. This is going to be nasty and ugly. She has been on a couple of shows where she is literally like screaming to the top of her lungs that she's not going to back down. She's not going to bow down. Now they went and dug up some more shit about, I don't know who's living there, but this person is her niece? Lord have mercy, Jesus. Okay. She needs to stand down somewhere and do something because they didn't ready to put all her family's business. Yeah, it's going to happen in the streets.
She needs to take, like a little vacation and go hang out in Bali for a while.
I'm talking about this niece.
No, I'm talking about Letitia.
She can't go nowhere.
Peace, man.
She's got to get her case together. Unfortunately, her life is dramatically changed now. She won't be able to rest.
Exactly.
I'm so mad she didn't put his ass in jail.
Yeah, she tried.
That's the only reason why I'm not dragging her, because, yeah, she did try.
She tried. She tried real hard to put that man in jail, and she won her case. It was the judge who didn't sentence. She won the case. She got, 32 counts on him?
34.
34? Come on, she won that case. She did her job. She did the damn thing.
Yeah. Well, it's actually Alvin Braggs, I think, who put the case together on that one.
But did he was the prosecutor, right? And erase the accomplishments of a black woman.
Yeah, let's not do that.
I think Alvin.
Stop.
No, I think Alvin Braggs was the one who prosecuted.
Get him out of here.
No, I mean, you could look it up. I mean, this is not a gender war.
You're not about to erase Letitia James' accomplishment.
You know, when you look this up,
yeah, I think it's Alvin Braggs. This shouldn't be a gender war.
Yeah, but Alvin didn't have to go through that, which is the house.
Let me look it up, because at this point I don't remember.
I mean, it's still a black man. I mean, shit, can a black man get love too? Damn.
We all can get love, sir. Everybody can get some. Everybody.
But everybody knows Letitia spearheaded that shit. If Alvin, put in a couple cents, put in a couple hours towards it, shout out to that black man. But you're not about to say, I think it was Alvin Braggs. When we talking about how Letitia is being sued, he's not going after Alvin. He's going after Letitia. So what?
Don't make something out of nothing. Alvin Bragg caught a lot of criticism for kind of like sitting around and kicking the case around before anything actually took place. Right.
Twice.
I mean, not yet. I mean, it's still early. It's only 10 months in.
This is the second round of cases. The first one was the house. Now they're going after her for having a felon living in her home.
Nobody did that. It was the news. Come on now. Stop the cat.
And you don't think that they have an open eye on her for just any old
I don't care. Maybe they possibly do.
That's the problem. You can shut up.
So, I mean, there's no crime for, like, renting a house out to your niece, right? So, like, that's the thing. Like, I don't think there's not a crime for renting a house out to your niece. I mean, they're trying to say that she got a favorable loan on the home because she was going to claim that it was going to be her main residence, but then she later changed it and then rented it out to a family. I mean, that's the original charge. And not just that. I mean, worst case scenario, who was it? This attorney, can't remember his last name. Is the Kirshner. He said that at the very worst, she only she gained maybe $50 a month, and over the course of the 30-year loan is $19,000. So the burden of criminal intent is definitely on the prosecution, who is not well equipped to even prosecute, I mean, according to never prosecuted a case in her life. So what's according to Michael Cohen on MSNBC, I mean, they said a first-year attorney, could prosecute and win this case. So I don't really know. So, but I don't really care who she rented her house to as well. So that doesn't mean anything. I haven't heard Michael Cohen say that, but I've heard.
The same thing.
But I've heard a number of.
The case did the same thing.
Oh, I'm sorry, Deborah.
The person who brought it up did the same thing, and at least 3, maybe 4 other folks have done the same thing.
Right, and wasn't he convicted of inflating his home, his properties in the millions of dollars, and taking loss on and then inflating them?
It was
we're gonna litigate her over. Exactly. I mean, she put out a post a few years ago on X, and it didn't say about the dollar amount, it didn't give a quantity, or it just had the law on there, and so it's either it's black or white. Either she did it or she didn't. It doesn't matter how much she benefited from it at the end of the day. So you're right.
And I can even acknowledge it's a whataboutism, right? Okay, it is a whataboutism, but It doesn't matter when it's on the other side. The what about
Is your house on fire?
Our fair game. No, I'm in the store. It might be on fire, but I ain't leaving yet.
That's funny. Get your shit. It's like fire or not, I'm gonna get my stuff. Okay.
She said times are rough. We gotta get our shit.
Okay, so
You know what? You embellish a dead man.
But there's something else going on as well. Hold on for a second. Hold on. Because now, what is this $10 million taxpayer scandal explodes? Letitia James caught red-handed, $10 million. I thought she needed $10 million to fight her case. Oh, this is Leon Musk talking.
Go potty on the puppy pad.
Oh, now she talked to go potty. Does he actually?
I'm sorry.
Does he understand when you say go potty on a puppy pad?
I've never seen one person come off a hot mic so many times in the last week or so.
Go potty on a puppy pad is crazy.
That is crazy. I don't know if the dogs be understanding this. So y'all be talking to them like.
No, you know what, Lisa?
No, they do,
Lisa, they really understand.
They know a lot of words. Yeah. They know like up to 200 words. Yeah.
They probably
know words and they also understand your energy. Like you could talk to them like people, and even if they don't understand the exact words, they will get your gist. Like they'll understand the general gist of what you're saying. Like I tell my dogs, like, hey, go in that room over there. There is no command for that, but they will go in that room over there. They know what I meant. I don't know how else to say it.
You ever tell your dog, are you ready to go? And then you see them just stand up?
They get pumped up, yeah.
Sorry, y'all.
I've had rescues and they don't understand nothing.
I just rescued them. They just happen to be rescued, Lisa. That's all.
I guess so, because I have one in my PTR. The last one that I got, he's in my PTR. One of my PTR pictures. His name is Bronx. And I'll tell you, that dog, I don't care. I had him for 6 months, and the same look he's looking at that PTR is what he used to see. He's looking at me. I'll be talking like, if I say let's go, he'll be saying to me like, go where? Like what?
Lisa, I'm gonna tell you something. You can't get mad at me, but I'm gonna tell you the truth, right? You know I know dogs, right? So I'm gonna tell you this.
Okay.
Now there are some dumb dogs, but 90% of the time, the dogs are as smart as your own.
That might
No.
That is very true. That's so true. How you gonna tell me?
Spending a lot of time with them. That's all.
Exactly, and not the way.
No, that makes a difference.
Like go be on your puppy pad. I'm not that kind of time girl, but I feed, I water, I walk, I groom. I don't like dogs on my bed, so maybe that's a big thing. They mad.
They don't need to get on your bed. Give them their own damn bed. Give them a puppy.
They do, but you know how they want to jump up because they see you up there and they.
They don't even put paws on the side of my bed.
Yeah, Lisa, you gotta have
and don't get started because a lot of people in here sleep with their dogs. We can put a 1 in the chat.
Put a 1 in the chat.
My dog sleeps in my bed, but I also say it's an important bonding time. You don't need to do it for their life, but it's an important time when they're new and you need to bond with them.
Yeah. So what do you do for you to get in? You know more about dogs.
Definitely sleep with my cats nightly. Don't cats be like, they don't sleep very well. Don't they just?
I don't know about cats, but with dogs, they do not need to sleep in your bed.
And my dog be laid up in the bed.
They do not need to sleep. Look, if you want your dog to bond with you, take an old shirt you don't care about, right? Don't wash it. Put it on the floor. Right. They'll bond with you that way. You don't need them in your damn bed.
I did get them a shirt when they were born to the lady that had them, and so when he came to me, he was ready and he knew me. You're right.
Wow. Okay. Well, I like that. If you could say a whole ass paragraph to a dog and they know what you're talking about, you're doing very good. Because I'm telling you, I be standing there with the keys with Bronx. You want to go? Bronx just stands there, tilts his head, and looks at me like, what?
You ain't had enough deep conversations with him, though, Lisa. That's the
problem.
No,
I think whoever had him spoke another language also. Because he didn't understand. No, seriously, because he didn't understand hardly nothing like sit, go, up, down, none of that.
Yeah, at least I got friends who speak to their dog in different languages. They only speak to their dog in that language, and that dog understands everything they're saying.
My dog is
trained in German, so that makes sense.
Yeah, a lot of dogs are trained in German. She don't take, when I speak English, sometimes she listens, but if I hit her in Spanish, she takes me more seriously. She like, oh shit, she whipped out the other shit.
Jesse's cracking me up because you guys have deep conversations with a dog. Yo, while I was in here, sometimes that's all people have.
They understand. Lisa, when I was sharing those messages, I wanted to share those messages.
Lisa, when I was single, before I got married, I had pugs, and so that's like, that's all I had. So we go on walks, we hang out.
Hate pugs. I'm sorry.
Let me tell you something.
Cannot stand that.
My sushi and TT got me many a dates. I'm just
pugs are the worst. Pugs are the shit deal of the dog world.
And they die so
It is shit deal of the dog world, bro.
And it's really sad. I had a friend who had 3 pugs, and 2 of them died. One died when they moved.
Pugs' eyes be scaring the hell out of me.
One died when they
like
moved
the Men in Black
car, and the other one died in a plane because their snouts are so small. They are not, like, pugs are, like, genetically shitty dogs, and it's, like, human creation. Yeah, they died in the
So these are some type of human bred mixed up.
They were bred to be like foot dogs, like in like China and like in Asia. They like love to be near your feet. But I had my pugs for 14 and 13 years. They lived long, very healthy lives. Now they did. You did have to wipe their noses and and the creases in their faces because they were prone to getting the bacteria. But I spoiled them. I spoiled them rotten. So they had really good lives, and they understood me very, very.
13 years is crazy for a pug, bro.
I had a friend who had a dog before I had a pug for 16 years.
That's crazy. My friend that had 3, well, actually they had more than 3 because their family only got pugs. But their last 3, 2 died. One was 4 years old, and the other one was a puppy, maybe 1 or 2, and died in a plane. And then the 4-year-old died in the car. They were moving from Maryland to Florida, and they had the 4-year-old for the first move in the car, and it died on the way to Florida. And so they said, you know what, we're not going to drive, we're going to fly with the other one, and the other one died too.
Yeah. The one thing I'll tell you about pugs, and the reason why they're the shit hill of the dog world, right, is because they were not bred with any purpose in mind. Like, most of the dogs have some type of function that they're supposed to perform, but we choose to have them as pets, right? They're typically working dogs, most of your dogs, right? Most of your breeds. The pugs were bred by the Chinese strictly for companionship, to be their little small ankle dog that stayed around their foot. That's it. That's their only purpose.
Yeah. And that's why they look the way they do. Because I was like, this dog, and the eyes and stuff. I had to babysit my neighbor's pug. She wanted me to babysit for her for 2 days. It was 2 days too long. I was like, well, this dog, and smart though, because my daughter was throwing a ball, and I guess they're not the ball type to go get the ball or something. I don't know. But she threw the ball, and instead of him trying to get the ball, this damn dog ducked. And let the ball, he literally did a duck motion with his head and let the ball go over his head. I said, this is going to be a long 2 days. I didn't know that they didn't play ball and shit like that.
No, they play ball, but they're not, their mouths aren't built to grip balls. You can get them to go after a ball, but most of the time they can't put a ball in their mouth just because of how their mouths are.
That's a useless dog.
They might die if the ball's in their mouth.
What the hell are you doing? You can get the little tug. Can't play ball.
I used to get the little knotted ropes and play
the tug.
Yeah. They good for that.
I love those.
But let me tell you this, they're extremely smart. When I used to go to work, I used to have to go into the office. I would get up in the morning, they'd follow me to the door, and then they would go on the couch, and I'd be going all day. And by the time I got home, they would be in the same place where I left them on the couch. They will sleep on.
You cannot stress them.
That is not. What's what do you? Never mind.
So,
I don't want
no.
y'all mad at me talking
So
about y'all's
I'll
dog.
explain it.
I just don't understand what the purpose is.
They love going for walks, but they're not beach dogs.
They do.
They're not beach. I used to take them to the dog beach, and then by the time we got like halfway through the sand, I'd have to carry them because their legs not built for it. But they love walks though. I would take them to in my neighborhood and love walking.
Okay, so let me tell you one thing that really probably made me mad about this pug, and I'm gonna be honest. Okay, I've been holding this in for a while. My friend Janine, she's the one who's Jewish, and it's her pug. So she's the one who always invites the kids to Rosh Hashanah. Wait, not Rosh Hashanah. What is this thing on Friday? Y'all Jewish people. Yes. Okay. And she's sweet as she can be. They go to her mom's house. It's a big thing. Just food. My kids love Janine because she's feeding them through their stomachs, and they love it. Every Friday they're invited. When they're in town, they're invited. Okay. So I asked Janine one time, and it's not too many New Yorkers that have cars. So me and Janine just happened to be two of them. And one time my car got towed away. So I called Janine. I'm already hyperventilating. It's a hot day. I am pissed off. I don't know where my car is, but the guy told me, call that number on the sign. Your car is probably there. So I had to get all my things to show my car, your registration, your license, your insurance, plus my fucking money to get my car out. So I called Janine because I don't do the subway. So I called Janine. I'm like, Janine, I gotta go all the way over to Brooklyn. I forgot exactly where it was, and I was hot. So Janine, being the sweet girl she is, she goes, okay. I'm coming to pick you up. I'm gonna drive you over there. So I'm like tapping my butt, got my arms crossed. It's hot as hell. It was a summer day. I am like sweating outside. I'm like losing all my cuteness. This is over. Janine pulls up. She has an expedition. So I open the front door thinking I'm gonna get in this big, huge, air-conditioned truck and kind of just like gather myself and cool off and go back to center. No, she didn't have Brucey in some type of fucking car seat in the front side passenger. And I open the door and she's looking at me. I'm looking at her like, no, I'm getting ready to put this fucking dog in the back seat. She goes, you can get in the back? I was like, what? I said, Janine, I'm not sitting, what? I gotta sit in the back and your fucking dog is sitting in the front in a fucking car seat? What the fuck is going on? Janine, like, my dog Brucey takes priority. I was mad as hell. How does that look?
You should be mad.
That's no ride or die. So what you talking about?
I'm gonna tell you this, and I mean it. I like my dogs more than I like most humans. I trust my dogs more than I trust all
humans. You guys taking that shit too far. That's a ride or die, Lisa.
I trust my dogs way more than I trust the humans.
Nah, the least. Come on, you guys. That is way too far. I'm driving
this day. Sit your ass in the back.
I gotta get in the back seat. Okay. I was so mad. I was still mad. I was like, got in the car and it just came off.
Lisa, Brucey had shotgun.
He did. He
had shotgun.
I don't give a. And he had the audacity, knowing that I was talking to Janine, to look around the seat like, bitch. Who's the top bitch in this car? I was like, you, obviously. I'm like, oh my God, I couldn't take it. So I'm in the back. But she also her house was arranged around her dog. Like, he had his own drawer with his clothes in it. That's over the top for me. You guys live with dogs. I have dogs.
Own bed. You don't gotta get on mine. He got his own.
Like a real bed or a dog?
A real room, like you got a real bed. But I don't got no what's it called? The bed frame underneath it. The mattress is a box spring and a regular mattress with its own cover sitting on the floor in his room.
That's crazy. I tried that for my dog, but she still got on.
Gemini, you tell your dog go to your room?
That's way too much. With a TV.
I put a little twin-size mattress on the floor.
Their own room with a bed and a TV.
My best friend has a room for all her cats.
They got
video of it.
And he has seatbelts for his dogs. Y'all, these are dogs. These are not people. These are dogs.
You very long gotta be right now because I'm gonna have to use you for saying it.
Lisa, you gotta understand, animals sometimes they're like family members. They become family members.
And I have a pit husky mix, so she really, I'm her pack. Like huskies are very pack-minded.
Yeah,
Huskies
like that.
It's already
a lot of huskies are at the shelter too, my friend.
So they have separation anxiety and they think they're fucking human. And they be talking, they be vocalizing.
Agent, wait, can I just read what Agent wrote in the chat? She said, I'm serious, my dogs even have a wardrobe with Crocs.
Yeah. Keep their feet from getting too hot in the summer.
That's right. Lisa, my dog had hats.
Burn their little feet.
Lisa, my dog had Halloween costumes.
And y'all wonder why the world is in the state it's in.
Exactly.
Lisa, have you ever paid attention to the wonderful things that service dogs can do?
No.
So I've been researching them. I've been researching them, so now part of my algorithm shows all these different things that service dogs can do, and I was blown away watching what they do for children and adults that have type 1 diabetes. Your body gives off a scent before you, either with your sugar drops, and these dogs can sense it and alert the adults.
I've seen
that. And then I saw one where, and then I saw one where this dog was, he was able to detect that his owner was getting ready to have a seizure, and she was in the shower washing her hair.
Yes.
It blew my mind. It gave me chills.
Now, I've seen the seizure one more than the sugar one. I've seen those dogs that can detect the
this one dog, he was like sitting. He was sitting like in the living room with like the dad, and
the one that was across the street. Yeah, I seen that.
Was across the street, and he started doing all the signs to let them know that she was about to have it. And the videos that I watched, those dogs were more accurate than the devices that they used to test them.
I produce some dogs that have been used as service dogs because I breed, right? And some of them have been used for like panic attacks. They sense anxiety attacks, and they sense early, like before it happens. They start claiming like it's very, very unusual. But when they bond, like their sense is almost, I would sound like I don't even know how to articulate it. Like they have a hyper connection to their owner to the point where they are better than medical devices. I know that sounds weird, but they really are. They sense it prior to the device sensing anything. And they don't even have a device that can sense a panic or anxiety attack.
Wow, that's amazing.
I saw one where the child was asleep in her room and the dog came and got the parents. And the mom came, she had like, apple juice for her daughter because her blood sugar was low. And she had the app on her phone. And the app said that her blood sugar was fine. She started giving the daughter the juice. And then all of a sudden the app corrected itself where the blood sugar dropped and then started going back up again. I said, that's crazy.
Yeah. They're more accurate than the app. The videos that I saw, they kept showing, they would show the device. And either the device was like 15 minutes late, sensing that the sugar was going to drop, or it was like 10 to 15 points off. It was just amazing.
Yeah, they smell the ketose because if you
the ketose. I was going to say a pheromone, but it's probably the ketose.
It smells kind of like juicy fruit if you go with ketose acidosis. But that's when you've gone too far. But the dog can smell it before it gets to that stage.
That's one of the ways, but they also they are hypersensitive to like body language, to the way your face looks, and then your scent, right? So your scent is a big thing, but they really know like your breathing patterns. They can sense changes in your heart rate, like your muscle tension. They sense all of those things, which is weird. But then, of course, your scent, they go off of your scent too. But it's the combination of all those things. They're intelligent. They know that they all equal up to whatever incident or issue that you're dealing with.
Yeah, I was sick this past weekend, and so I spent like more than 8 hours in the bed, not moving. And when I tell you my dog was panicking, she like was jumping on me, licking me, pushing me, trying to get me to get up out the bed. I was like, bitch, I'm alive. I'm just sick.
But did you guys see? I love dogs. Don't get me wrong, but it's just certain breeds. There are a lot of huskies in the rescue. There are a lot of huskies. Of course, there's a lot of pits, and then there are the terriers. I always get the terriers because they're smaller dogs, and I can deal with them, and I might be able to get 2 instead of 1, and whatever, you know. But there was this dog. I don't know if you guys saw this. It made the news. She's a grandmother, meaning that she's up in age. She went for a walk, and the husband, who's also of age, she didn't come back. So he called the police and told the police that she went for a walk with the dog and didn't come back. So I forgot. Was this Arizona? I watched the video. Did you see that?
Yeah, I see it.
So the dog flagged down the cop. The dog flagged down the police car that was going around the neighborhood looking at the route that she took. The dog flagged down the cop, and then once the cop, they had described that she had a dog and what the dog looked like. The cop saw the dog flagged down the police car by going out into the middle of the street and engaging with the vehicle. When she got out, the dog took her to where the lady was laying. Well, I guess she had fallen where the lady was. And I was like, God damn, that's a smart ass dog. He had the wherewithal to leave her to go get help and then bring the help back. But that's happened so many times. Like, what was that story about Lassie? That happened all the time. But remember that dog that got lost across country and some kind of way found his way back?
Yeah.
You know, Milo and Otis?
No, this was a real story, but I guess they made the film off of the dog. I don't know how the hell that happened.
It was a real story. This really happened. I remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah, was it Long Way Home?
I don't remember, but I remember the story. And I'm like, how does a dog know where he needs to go? It's just too much. These dogs
and cats will do that.
I will tell you that most dogs are smarter than a Maca.
I'm screaming.
Oh, wow.
That's a fact.
There was another one, Lisa, where a child, like, you know,
I really
like a
have a dog.
2-year-old or a 3-year-old, like, ran away from home. And they put out an Amber Alert, and the police were looking for, you know, the kid. Everybody was looking. The neighborhood, everybody was looking. The dog ran away from home and found the kid. And while they were looking, the dog barked and led them to where the kid was in the woods. And it was like, this happened, I want to say it was Maine, one of them cold places up north. So it was like real dire. Like, they needed to find that child ASAP.
Wow, you're right. Because what was the other one? The dogs, I met this man at Starbucks. I thought it was a cute dog. To me, it looked like it's some kind of mix between a pit bull and something else. So the dog appeared to me, and then when the lady behind the counter had snacks, of course, you know, he goes crazy about that. But he was staring at me, like looking at me like, I don't know about you. Like he was waiting for his owner. So I was like, I get along with dogs. I wasn't scared of the dog. So on the way out, I said, that's a nice looking dog. So he told me that this dog was from, I think he said Australia. And the dog has been bred to hunt wild boar. And I said, excuse me? And he goes, yeah, that's what they do over there. They hunt wild boars, and they attach on and latch onto them like pit bulls. And, you know, I guess they break their necks or whatever. But when we were walking, another dog walked by. So I said, well, is he friendly? Does he get along with other dogs? He goes, he doesn't get along with any other dog, period. Even the dog that he has at his house, because he got a rescue and didn't know that, and he can't even keep the dogs in the same vicinity. I was like, that's way too much work. When you got dogs that don't get along with each other and you got to kind of keep them apart, I don't have to, that's a lot of energy.
That's how my cats are. Even though they're sisters, they used to live together, but when I moved out my mom's house, she kept one of them. And so they lived apart for 1.5 years. And now that they're reunited, the one that's been with me the longest is like head cat in charge. And so now I have to give the other one her own.
See, I don't know, y'all. That's a lot of responsibility because if they get to each other, especially one who is mixed with, I don't know what he's mixed with, but he's a killer. Like, how am I going to keep these dogs, especially this one, from tearing this other one apart? It just don't make sense that you would try to house dogs like that.
I'll tell you what, and this is the truth. Y'all can get mad at me, but all y'all that got cats, they semi-tolerate y'all. They don't even fuck with y'all.
I'm screaming. The one that has her own room semi-tolerates me, and she's really loving when she knows she's about to get food. But the one that thinks she's head cat in charge, she really does love me. She sleeps by my head. She protects me and shit. And she killed a mouse. And she split that bitch into 3 pieces.
Jesus.
She bled it out.
At that.
She bled it out because there was a pool of blood, and then the mouse was in 3 different parts, a yard away from the pool of blood. It was some Dexter.
That's crazy.
Cats, not all cats just tolerate people. I have seen what my wife affectionately calls a dat, which is a cat that is a dog. And they are extraordinarily affectionate.
Don't disrespect dogs like that, please, sir.
He's not wrong. My cat is like that.
I'm a huge dog person. I could fight someone for being more of a dog person than me. Trust and believe. I know what I'm talking about. Okay.
Are you sure? Just go with the Go to my bio and click my Instagram.
My cat covered with my pimp.
I grew up with Akitas.
Okay. I have 19 dogs at my ranch, and then I have another house where I'm at right now where I have 3 dogs. Yes. Then I have my house where I'm at right now where I have 3 dogs.
Well, you know what? It's quality over quantity, Gemini. It's quality over quantity. Because my dogs are really good boys and girls. But I'm just saying, not all cats barely tolerate people. Some of them actually are very loving towards people. That's all I'm saying. I don't know why we gotta fight. Why we gotta fight?
My best friend has 4 cats. They have their own room. They've got their own little trees and stuff in their room. They have a catio. They've got a water fountain. And all their food dishes are a catio. And they all have their own food dishes that are programmed to their chips. So it only opens if the right cat goes to the right dish. And everybody knows where their dish is. These cats are
smart as fuck.
Yeah, and they've got their little robot cat box and all that. And she takes, and her oldest cat is 18 years old.
Okay, so look.
That's Snickers.
Ramona.
My cats are 10. I'm like, they really live forever.
They do.
Ramona, I had a cat. This is the one cat I ever owned. Now my daughter has a cat, so I have to like cats on the PTR. Me and her daughter, her cat likes me. But I had a cat.
The exceptions for me.
Yeah, that's the only cat I like. I told her to come play with my dogs, but she won't. At the end of the day, I had a cat, right? And that was the only cat I ever owned. And I would treat that cat so good. I gave it all the food and all the love it could have. And then I was living in an apartment at the time. And it ran away. And then it joined a little cat gang, right? So it really did. So when I would come home, I would see it by the dumpster with all these little other cats staring at me like it didn't even know me. So I was like, "Fuck you too, then."
He found his groove.
He operated from a place that hurt.
The kittens. Okay, the Bloods and the kittens.
I can't have cats.
The kitty crips.
The kitty
crips. I like that too. That's funny.
Kitty crips is crazy.
Like, what's up?
The Latin kitties.
What hood you from, dog?
What hood?
You from dog. You from the wrong side.
Have y'all seen the TikTok with the dog that they put a camera on him and he goes around the neighborhood picking fights?
Oh, I love that cat. That cat is about to be like, that cat is a monster. That cat runs down on shit, like for real. Like,
oh my God. It sounds so horrible though.
I saw one where a cat
Oh yeah, that does sound horrible when they're doing that. That sounds
they put a camera on it, a GoPro on this cat, and they lit it out, and it goes all over the neighborhood, fucking up all the other cats.
Oh, I've seen that. Yo, he be lighting them other cats up.
He be hiding in the bushes and under the cars and just
that's funny.
I mean, it is so funny.
Cat inside the house.
outside, come in my house and eat my food.
Oh, that's great. I'm sorry to dive in on this. I'm sorry, but this is breaking news, you guys, and I don't know what this means. I'm sitting here just always scrolling. Mexican cartels have now put bounties up to $50K on the heads of ICE members.
FBI too. They put it on the head of the FBI also.
And you officers in Chicago. What the? What?
Yeah, on the top, at least on the top members of. They started with 10, and they put. I said the other day that they had put 10,000 on the head of the top ICE. But it's a problem though because that's gonna give Trump.
I don't know that I believe the story.
Okay, so let me just read it to you, and if I can find a clip, I will. Let me read this. Mexican criminals have offered Chicago gangs up to $50,000 to murder top officials at both Immigration and Customs Enforcement (ICE) and U.S. Customs Border Patrol (CBP). The Department of Homeland Security announced Tuesday. Now somebody's lying. It's either them or them. An intelligence bulletin, DHS revealed a tiered system of bounties starting at $2,000 for gathering intelligence. I said 2,000 for gathering intelligence or doxing agents, including details about their family. So 2,000. In two southwest Chicago neighborhoods, Pilsen and Little Village, local gangs have been deployed armed spotters to rooftops to track law enforcement movements and relay the details via radio. Maybe that's what happened today because out of nowhere, all these people, they said they didn't know that ICE was even coming, but somebody knew. This surveillance has enabled ambushes, disruption during routine enforcement actions, including recent raids under Operation Midway Blitz, said DHS, which added that non-lethal assaults on rank-and-file ICE and CBP officers could net gang members 5,000 and 10,000. Let me see. No more early this morning that international cartels have been offering bounties for up to $10,000 against federal officers. That's not enough. Okay, hold on. Let me go down. Okay, yeah.
It is if you take out a bunch at one time.
I think that what happened today might have had something to do with it because as you heard the news report, if you're paying attention, they're like, something went down. Then it had to do with a traffic stop in this neighborhood, and then the people who was being pulled over took off. ICE was in pursuit, ended up having a car accident. I don't know if it was with the people they were trying to pull over or who it was with. Then all of a sudden, the whole neighborhood just started coming out like out of nowhere. And then the tear gas started flying, the pepper spray started flying, helicopters started coming in. It just seemed really weird that it would take off like that. So you don't believe it that they have bounties on ICE in Chicago with Chicago gangs?
Look, for me personally, I think if that were the case, it would have happened already. Honestly.
You think, JD?
Yeah, because a lot of these guys are not. They're not always grouped up. That's just my opinion.
I don't think they got enough security that's going to take some time.
Well, no. If you watch a lot of the videos, a lot of these ICE agents are just in pairs. They're not always.
They're not just talking about ICE agents. They're talking about the leaders.
Oh yeah, that too. And there's also the other story where where the cartels actually put up banners, but this was in retaliation toward not against ICE, against American citizens going to right. Citizens going to tourist areas in Mexico as retaliation to them blowing up these boats supposedly. But I don't know if I don't know. I hope not. I'm gonna tell you that I hope that it's not the case. I know there was one little scuffle between some Hispanic gangs and ICE in Little Village in Chicago. But it was just a small scuffle. They did kind of run a couple of ICE agents out of there. But I don't know. I hope it's not true, because if it is, then, like I said, this will give Trump what he wants to get the military. I mean, there won't be no stopping it at that point if that starts to happen.
That's why I'm
Yeah, you're right.
of the story, because the Republicans were already making a big deal about how there was a Facebook group, quote unquote, doxing the ICE officers and the actual Chicago police officers, you know, posting photos of them and their badge numbers and people asking for their address. And then Meta shut it down recently. So that was like a success. And now this story is dropping, right? So it's just a little fishy.
Well, I'm going to do a little bit more investigation on this and try to find out if it's true or not. And then one last story before we call it 99. Do you know, I don't know whose fans they're talking about, but they're now talking about fans have started. Let me go back to it because I want to ice.
And Lisa, just to keep on this point real quick,
yes,
immigrants, exactly her point. They all think it's bullshit.
Oh, immigrants?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're not buying.
I still gonna do my investigation because this to me sounds right though. You know how I am. This feels right that they would do that, but they're risking they're after the gang members. I mean, what do they have to fucking lose? I don't know, y'all. $50,000 and all I gotta do is wait. Is it to kill them or give them information? I don't know. Maybe I didn't read it right, but it's $50,000 on their head.
Trying to kill people. What's going on?
That's crazy.
I think you were saying it was 2,000 for information, but the
for information 2,000.
But you know what? That would be a kill shot.
And the information was in a Facebook group for free. That's why I'm thinking that, you know, the article could be legit.
Oh, so they were doxing them for free?
Yeah, there was a whole Facebook group about the Chicago ICE officers and the actual Chicago PD, and they were posting pictures of them, their badges, and then people are in the comments like, "Oh, I know this one. He's my neighbor."
Oh, wow.
You know, it was that type of Facebook group, Lisa.
Wow.
And so Meta shut it down, even though it's technically not, unless you're posting addresses, social security numbers, that type of sensitive information, it's not illegal to identify police officers based off of a picture in a Facebook group. So it's already controversial that Meta went ahead and deleted.
But you know what? If you got threats, I think that's a problem.
Yeah,
that's identifying people. I mean,
I don't disagree, Patty, but the law as it stands right now is that it's not.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, those threats that they're making is the only justification he needs for an insurrection. Like, this is kind of weird. Like, they gotta stop that shit. You can't be you can't be putting money on somebody's fucking head and they work for the federal government.
No, that's why, Patty, that's why some people are saying it's bullshit. Because to your point, that would give him the immediate justification to go in. That's why a lot of people are saying that they're pretty much making that shit up.
Right. They take something that's real. The Facebook group was real. And then they spin it like, oh, these people are actually out here with bounties on their heads trying to kill them. Like, that's why people are skeptical of the whole Mexican cartel thing. The Mexican cartel story came out right after Meta suspended or deleted the Facebook group that was posting pictures of people, and people were commenting if they knew the police officers and the ICE members. And
okay, I see what you're saying, because one goes away and then this pops up. But still, either way, this is freaking dangerous for everybody involved. And it's really going to crack down on these neighborhoods, knowing that they have bounties on their heads. You think that's going to make them go away? Or
I think they were saying that it might be made up. That's what y'all trying to say? That it was made up? That these bounties?
Yeah, the story's not true. The cartel really did.
Let me see if I can find this. I'm going to see if I can do it.
That's crazy though. Somebody get killed just because, I don't know.
Right, and I think that's what Quinn would say, Patty. Someone's going to be stupid enough just to do it. Thinking they're going to get something. So yeah, this is just a mess. Even that being pushed out there, I don't know. But people saying it's just, bullshit right now. There's no I don't know. It's just weird.
We have every right to be skeptical of our government, Patty. We went to war over the rumor of weapons of mass destruction. So them taking this Facebook group that was real and then spinning it saying, oh, the Mexican cartel is putting bounties on U.S. members, U.S. citizens' head. We need to do something. I'm going to, call martial law. Like, that's how things happen.
But don't use the weapons of mass destruction because they actually, that is a stretch because like the WMD issue was actually intel, and they couldn't, I don't know, they couldn't. So even if you look at when Colin Powell briefed the UN, they actually used satellite imagery. They showed where the vans were moved. There was a lot of shit that was going on, and I think Saddam did that to play with the fucking inspectors or to play with the U.S., right? To make it seem like he might have something if we try to invade his country. So you play pussy and get fucked. You know what I'm saying? That's what the fuck happens.
And that's what I'm saying, Patty. There's a little bit of truth, 5%, 10% truth, or valid reason to have concern and investigate. And history will show that we kind of do the most off of the littlest thing. Now we have Trump, somebody that needs a reason to pop off. He just waiting, and we give him an inch, and he takes a whole what's the space version of a mile? That's what the fuck he did.
A kilometer. No, what this
okay, you guys, I found hold on. I did find one article about somebody they arrested, alleged gang leader charged with offering bounties on Border Patrol. So there's some substance to this. Go ahead, guys.
There was somebody arrested. I think it was yesterday, right? That article you're reading. That's why I'm like, I don't know how true it is, how true it ain't, but the fact that shit's out there, and if somebody gets shot and killed and they're ice and it's by
that's what I'm saying. It's over.
This is like ridiculous. Yeah.
I'll say this: it doesn't necessarily give them jurisdiction to call in the Insurrection Act. What that might do is that they could go and turn up the heat against the Mexican president and try to do something in Mexico against these cartels, because that's where the cartels are at, right? Just the gangs, stuff like that. That depends on how much violence there is. They would still have to justify the use of the Insurrection Act. We've seen even Trump-appointed judges.
Hey, but Doc, not to cut you off, but even if they say they're working with...
You can't say not to cut you off.
I just wanted to... even if there's groups that they're saying they're working with, and because supposedly the cartels are not just... They're working with other groups, they're saying.
Right, and so if you look, and so to your point there, JD, right? If we look at from a raison d'etre perspective, the source of the belligerence is coming from Mexico in this case. It's not coming from within the U.S. You may have elements in the U.S. that may or may not be acting on behalf of that belligerence or in service of that belligerence, but the source of that belligerence is actually coming from Mexico. So I would suggest that this particular news may not necessarily be an appropriate legal justification for using the Insurrection Act, but could be used, because they've been dancing around the idea of like, oh, well, we want to send in troops into Mexico and all this shit. And so if they can show that there is a clear threat to U.S. agents originating from Mexico, they can do that, and that would be in line with what the sort of goal that Trump's base would want to do. Oh, we want to go to war, get the drug cartels. It's all This has been something that they've been talking about very early in the administration. Me included, actually, forgot about it, because we've had all this other shit going on. But that's kind of where I would see this going, not necessarily insurrection.
But don't they already have that? Because the people that they're going after, they're considering here from other countries already. They're already considering these people here. You said if they come from Mexico, well, that's where they think that's the purpose of them already being in the city. They think these people are from over there and they shouldn't be here. So
no, it's not.
it's just the gangs necessarily. So some of the gangs, you know, members of the gangs could be U.S. citizens, and so that's not necessarily the case that they're coming from Mexico. But the source of the belligerence, which in this case is the incentive to go and act against U.S. agents, would be originating from Mexico. That's what I'm talking about.
So regardless of the fact, we had talked about this at work for our LPD, and I'm telling you, because I had brought it up in LPD, and our own legal said that would be justification. I actually read what the federal law was, and what the federal law was, and what he could use when it came to, or what the president could use when it comes to
The Insurrection Act.
Insurrection, yeah, and let me go in my bag because I'm in my car right now.
I broke up for a second. You said could or could not be used. I didn't hear
it. Could be used. It could be used. I don't have my bag in my car. So I have my book bag in my car earlier because we had LPD today and we had LPD yesterday because of all this shit that's going on. And I brought up this shit and she actually told us what the crime would have been. It has something to do with solicitation, like some kind of conspiracy shit she brought up. So if that is true, there was a dude that was arrested yesterday. If he could use this as justification for insurrection. Now that was just our legal, right? So it would be like how it would be interpreted by the courts. So
I think the thing we're missing here is when we're saying that he can't use something to do something, because he keeps doing stuff even though he can't, and even
That's
though
what I said earlier.
Lisa, I've been saying this since before time. Okay, listen. He does stuff and waits for the courts later. He doesn't care about this kind of stuff, so I just don't put anything past him anymore. That's the way I'm living my life.
Never did.
Pick it up. That's why I said healthy skepticism, because even if it is true, they're gonna do whatever they can to accelerate and make it worse and a bigger problem than it is, so that Trump can do whatever the fuck he wants and have justification for it.
I'll say this, if we don't hear them screaming bloody murder about this tomorrow or in the next 48 hours, I think that we could, I don't know if it's going to really be going a lot of places.
And we're not talking about the Epstein files anymore. Like, I didn't hear it in this room at all today.
Well, that will come up, like, whenever Mike Johnson gets off the stick that's up his ass and decides to go and do his job, put Congress back in power, or back in session, then they're going to have to swear in Arizona State Representative Grijalva, which will be the 218th vote to force the motion to release all the Epstein files. So that will be coming. We're just not talking about it at this moment. But that is very much on top of some people's mind.
Yeah, I heard that the Arizona Attorney General is like going to file legal proceedings to force them to, swear her in or whatever it is.
Let me say something Laura called a few seconds ago. I'm going to see if I can rewind that. I'm sorry if I'm eating candy.
Yeah, so that one I brought up earlier, Lisa, so I brought up the room the other day. So, the person that was arrested was someone part of the Latin Kings in Chicago. Mm-hmm.
He's from Mexico.
He posted a Snapchat post offering $10,000 to take down the head of the guy that was leading ICE in Chicago. This thing with the $50,000 one, this is just the Department of Homeland Security announced it had credible intelligence that the Mexican criminal organizations were offering tiered bounty systems with rewards up to $50,000 for assassinating high-ranking immigration officials.
That's the one I'm skeptical of.
What's their intelligence? The 10,000 one was a Snapchat post, and this one's their intelligence.
Because who's on the intelligence team? They done fired all the intelligible people.
That's Victor right down. It's like, who's fucking what's his name? Gash Patel gonna really go and swing in and do a good job? Is that what's?
I mean, at least has to be. I mean, shit. I don't know who the hell's gonna invest. I mean, it has to be. I mean, this shit has to be legit. I mean, I'm not saying it has to, but someone has to investigate that this shit's legit, because if it's not, then what's stopping them from doing this all over? I mean, Chicago would just be the first place. if it is not true and it goes unchecked, and they're just using this as a tactic to get in, and it's going unchecked, then yeah, we're definitely screwed. But if it's real, then stupid on them because, this is stupid. If people don't understand that this is gonna not be in our favor,
Well, keep in mind. Oh, go for Lisa.
No, I was just going to say, as of 2 days ago, because I went back and I'm trying to see if there's any activity. I know that she's been subpoenaed to appear, but as of 2 days ago, the Lincoln Project is saying that get ready, insurrection acts and Maxwell pardons are coming. So I believe that this woman, because they're saying that she's in a lap of luxury now at this federal prison, I believe that she's going to get pardoned. If you guys don't believe it, then I felt that as soon as she got downgraded to that camp, I said, oh, she on her way out. She on her way out the door.
I mean, if she gets pardoned, everyone will know. Like, it'll be fucking obvious. Like, it's there's no. I mean, that's kind of like a nuclear option. I feel like there, but I mean, the other thing to consider is with all of the back onto the bounty thing, with all of the people that they fired from the FBI, all the people that were good at, a lot of the people that were good at doing their jobs and stuff like that. Like, is it a given rather that they would even handle this properly? Would they miss it? If they don't miss it, would they be able to investigate it properly enough? I mean, there's a lot of, this isn't the same old kind of, law enforcement that we're used to, where you've had people that were holdovers that have been there, for 5 years, a decade, 2 decades, whatever. These are, you have assets that have been moved around quite significantly. You have a lot of people that have been fired or left. And so there's a lot more chaos. People may be having to do a lot more work because there isn't enough people to go and do the work that they have. There's a lot of unknowns. Unknown unknowns, as my favorite piece of shit, Rumsfeld used to say.
Well, we will. I hate to keep saying that, but everything now with Trump, I know it's going to happen, but I just kept telling people we will see. But I'm going to add this to the conversation, not to stop it or whatever, but I'm going to add this log to the fire. So the fans have started to launch a petition to replace Bad Bunny with renowned King of Country George Strait for the Super Bowl halftime show. As of published today, a petition to replace award-winning rapper Bad Bunny with the King of Country George Strait at the Super Bowl halftime show is gaining steam online with thousands and thousands of fans on board. I told you that. You don't be listening to me. I know I talk a lot.
Jay-Z and them don't give a fuck about no damn
petition. I told y'all that Bad Bunny's on his way out. These
they'll share it. They'll share the stage. What?
Something's gonna happen. You're right.
You're right.
No, they're not.
We always on the same page.
That's not gonna happen, and people gotta pay to do that.
These red fucking necks, I'm telling y'all, just don't have to
They have to pay to do that, though, Lisa. They're not. The artists have to pay to do the Super Bowl, y'all.
Wait, the artists have to pay.
Yes, the artists have to pay.
So what would stop George Strait from paying?
Because he's not they didn't ask him. Like, you have to get asked, and then you have to agree to it.
So just what these fans just say, well, girl, they can make a millionaire.
Well, Jay-Z's over the entertainment portion of it. Jay-Z's over the entertainment portion of the Super Bowl.
So they would have to like
fuck about that. I'm trying to read this. The controversy, 30-year Puerto Rican singer, let me see what multiple petitions are launched to replace Bad Bunny at the Super Bowl. I don't even know who Jay-Z don't give a fuck about now. And he's 73 years old. What is he gonna do on stage? George Strait. He's 73. I'm cackling because I didn't even know who that was. I don't even know who he is either. I'm looking at him, but I don't know who he is. But he said it said he's a celebrated country artist with 60 top charting songs. Name one. I can't even name his own damn name. It said that he will change the tune of the halftime show and any white people Americans' rich heritage. Unlike Bad Bunny, he said, y'all don't understand a word he's saying. Oh my God, this is crazy. These people are crazy. I'm gonna put a little $5 on they get either him on the stage with Bad Bunny or something's gonna change the Super Bowl show. I'm gonna put $5 down. Yeah, because it said the Super Bowl halftime should unite our country and honor American culture and remain family friendly.
Nobody, half the people don't even fucking know who he is.
I know who he is, but they not gonna. Don't nobody want to see him perform.
I don't want to see him perform. He's 76 years old.
They already let Jay-Z get a hold of that. They should have never let Jay-Z get a hold of that.
That's a whole other deal.
He's not budging on that.
And then he said nobody wants this. This article goes on to say they want to have American culture, and he said his drag performances and styles are the opposite of what families expect on the football's biggest stage. The petition is reading. George Strait embodies unity, tradition, and timeless American music that truly deserves the 2026 Super Bowl spotlight. Do not underestimate these clears. They're gonna have whiners. They're gonna have somebody on that stage with him. You watch and see. It's just not gonna go down the way y'all think it's gonna go down. Bad Bunny not gonna do it, Lisa. He gonna drop out before he shares the stage with I agree, I would too, because they ain't sharing no stage with no country old dude. And can't they split the show in half? No.
They can't tell you to do it and then try to like add somebody in there.
The last time they did that, it was Coldplay, Beyonce, and Bruno Mars. Oh God, no, please no, not Coldplay. I thought that they were boycotting the NFL anyway. Why the fuck they worried about the halftime show? I don't understand these fucking idiots. Why they boycotting the NFL? Why they boycotting? Because of Lisa. Goddamn. I didn't know. Somebody help me. Help me, please. I didn't know. Every damn seat is filled. So how are they boycotting the NFL when every goddamn seat is filled?
Them white people can't. Let me tell you something about white people at football. And white people at sports, period. They could be racist as shit. If you get out there and you can ball, you they brother. That's my fucking brother. Like, I mean, you like the most racist white person. Because my cousin, he used to be real good at football. And I mean,
especially football.
Yeah, if you good at football, you are, I mean, it's very slick. I mean, it has a whole bunch of slave references to it. But I know from running track, I know my coach was racist, but I was fast. So that's my son. But I seen how he would treat the other people that, the regular black people. I'm telling you, racist white people, if you can play basketball, sports, they will look past it all, baby.
Yep, it is absolutely true because one of my mom's brothers played football. And he played coming from Robinson County, Texas. Yeah, I say my mom's brother because he's young, the youngest one. But out of 12, he's a baby compared to all the rest of them. He played football in Robinson County, Texas, aka Abilene. And let me tell you something, he was a fucking hero. You understand me? He was the darkest of us all, dark chocolate, and I'm telling with the bright white teeth. That's all you saw. I almost said his name. That's all you saw when you saw him coming. And I'm telling you, they fawned over him. They got him a car. Like the people in the town got him a car. They look, there we go. Hey, how you doing, sir? I was scared as hell every summer I went to Abilene. I'm gonna tell you, because it was like I felt like I was gonna be swinging from a pecan tree. No. No, don't tell me how I felt. I felt like I was gonna be hung from a pecan tree in Abilene because it was just so fucking country. I'm coming from Manhattan. You gonna send me to
I
Abilene?
know what you talking about. Country redneck shit. These people scary as fuck.
I was scared to fucking death the entire time I was there. But when Ken came around, I said his name. He came around. Let me tell you, it was like, hey, he's coming out the porch. There he goes. Hey, how you doing? And lemonade been coming out of doors and shit. He was a hero. Do you understand me? He played football high school, and then he went on to play college. And then by the time he made it to whatever pro status, he hurt himself, and that shit was over. And after he did that, he went back and he got jobs coming out of everywhere. But you would have been a car salesman, whatever. They were willing to honor him because he was a football hero. That's it. That's all. That's it. That's all she wrote. Okay, so I believe that about that. But they said Bad Bunny songs seem. What does it say? Inappropriate. Wait a minute. Yeah. Bad Bunny songs have inappropriate lyrics and themes, while they said while others are frustrated with his preference to sing in his native tongue. These races are going all out. There's gonna be some change at the Super Bowl. Y'all watch and see.
That's such a
contradiction.
Like racist. They complain about him singing in Spanish, and they're saying that the lyrics are not suitable for children. Your white children will be able to understand him. So what is the fucking problem?
Girl, you know what the problem is. So they want a country and Western man with a black hat. I'm looking at him right now. He got a jeans on, a big black cowboy hat, and a big flag behind him. Oh, hell yeah.
And before I forget,
he'll win this round.
We supposed to be, or not we, the MAGAs are supposed to be not doing the NFL because the NFL is so soft, and the Redskins changed their name.
The sons of bitches, Trump called their mama, they called them sons of bitches. I don't know if you guys remember that the last time he was in office. I remember it. That's when Colin Kaepernick was the thing.
Yeah, but recently when he was trying to distract us from the Epstein files, he picked a fight with the NFL. I can't remember the other reason.
He did.
Yeah,
that's because the NFL would never let him buy in either. The owners would never let Trump buy in on the NFL because they hate his ass. They hated his ass.
They fucking with the right one. I mean, Jay-Z is just too smart. Like I don't give a fuck what type of push.
He was just.
That man's gonna dig his heels in on just because of the fact that anybody felt that they could challenge him. Y'all have to you really have to understand Jay-Z and understand litigious Jay-Z. He don't play no games at that courthouse.
And they were just saying that
he does not play any games at that courthouse. He got a team full of sharks.
Yep, when Diddy was getting pulled in, they tried to put that shit on him, and he's like, meet me in court, and that shit stopped.
He got off on a case a few years ago because they didn't have enough black representation on the other side.
Can I ask you a question then? If you say that, so did he settle with his son that he was dragging through the courts for like 10, 15, 20 years?
I just don't think that's his son.
That's not it.
Yeah, I don't think that's his son.
Jay-Z got a very common African phenotype.
Shame on y'all.
I mean, I just don't think that's his son.
We're not about to say any man with a broad nose and big lips could be Jay-Z.
Okay, so if you guys want to go that route, I'm here for the conversation. So this has been going on. Let me pull this up. It's been going on for what, a decade, 2 decades? So if it's not your son, and you just don't want to be fucking bothered with this creep, why didn't you just swap your cheek It takes 1 second to swab that swab and put it in that vial and hand it off. That's it.
If I never fucked you, I'm not swabbing shit.
He checked. That's crazy. That's crazy to me. I'm sorry. That's not logical in my brain. Because if anybody's accusing me of something I can solve in 1 second, it's gonna be solved. And
well, I don't think that was it. But at the end of the day, I think that Jay-Z is a masterclass in preservation of legacy. He is extremely shrewd businessman. I can't say that he always
there was more to it. Come on, man. I don't like talking to the letters and I don't like talking.
I can't say that he has always the most ethical business practices, but you can't outsmart Jay-Z. And just to even the whole look of that. That's just not really his style, but just because a kid look like somebody, or I don't think they even look like nobody. But look at the kids he's produced after that. They don't look nothing like that.
Well, I haven't seen a picture
like I don't know.
But I haven't because do you guys have kids? One of my children look just like me. They'll look nothing. Everybody just knows that's my child. The other two, they be like, who are they? My kid. They look nothing like me. Like you would say, oh, that's niece's child. No, they wouldn't. You wouldn't be able to do that. But this kid right here, come on, stop playing, y'all. This is a kid. And his mother started it before she passed away. She was a minor. And I think that's what really was the crux. She was a minor. I don't know how old because I was getting roasted when I brought this story up a year ago. I was getting excoriated in my own space. And she brought the thing up, right? And she was trying to get back child support or get paternity or whatever the case may be. She passed away, and Jay-Z started squashing all the legal information that had to do with the case. He had the money to do it, and then he started not allowing the kid any of the records that he had squashed. It was a big deal. This kid was fighting. So my thing is, you see this kid. It's not. He wasn't the one who initiated. He is under the understanding that you're his father. He's not just trying to make your life miserable. He's just trying to find out if you were his father. So why can't you just do him a solid, relieve his mind, unburden his soul, lift his heart, and just swap and say, "Bro, I'm not your son. I'm not your dad."
Lisa, I'm gonna put in the chat. He's the one that actually withdraw the.
I just said you better be playing.
You got a post video where
I know, because I think Patty was the one who was dragging me. I don't remember who it was, but somebody
it definitely was Patty. JJ, all that.
Look, he's my favorite. He's my favorite artist ever. He's my favorite rapper ever. He's just always has. But I'm not protecting him. I just feel like I know him. I could be honest about him doing bad things.
They didn't have the money.
But interestingly, the young man, Ramir, he did drop the case.
That's what I said. He's the one that was
Jay-Z acknowledged it on a song. He said, for the 1,000th time, the kid ain't mine. And
he's acknowledged it several times.
Yeah, he said that. He's like, I'm not doing it. I've been told
Billy Jean, the goddamn boy ain't mine.
Yeah, that's exactly what he said.
This is one from 2 months ago. I have to listen to it because I haven't heard it, but it says Jay-Z goes off after test confirms his paternity over Ramir. And I don't know what that means because I haven't listened to it. So y'all have to give me the update.
I just think, you got to understand, Jay-Z has been famous for a very, very, very long time. So he's going to have a lot of, these people that are going to, want to get money out of him. And I'm not trying to, I don't want to make it seem like I'm, gullible and I don't believe people do stuff like that. I just believe that Jay-Z is too shrewd of a businessman and
he gave him a house.
Intelligent.
Y'all me that part.
I didn't know nothing about that.
Jay-Z gave him a house. No Okay, y'all gonna hate me when I say it, but I paid for the subscription.
Is somebody on stage
Tasha
snoring?
K gave him a house. Tasha K said we got to give him a house, and I have to listen to this because I paid for this subscription, so I'm gonna go back and listen to that.
You just don't look at property files like that. If you prove that there's a house, that shit is
I don't know, baby cakes. And
I'm about to look it up right now.
Okay.
It's too easy to look it up. You can look up property filings. You can look up court records. If there's something out there with he bought him a house.
I just think Jay-Z too smart for that. If this was a linkable case, he would have paid for that kid stuff. Like he would have paid to not have that kid be out there like that. Like
30-year-old Jay-Z said he dropped his federal lawsuit against this E-News. I have to go back and look at all this because I hadn't even bothered to check it out after that. Okay, so did Quinn come up?
So why are you reading the National Enquirer?
And then Quinn said, you wrong, Quinn. I don't have the National Enquirer.
Jay-Z didn't bother.
I'm just going through everything I see on YouTube right now because I'm too tired to go dig.
You sound like one of these MAGA people.
I know, right? So what is more? You said there's more to it. Can you just elaborate on what you're saying?
You can't go around adhering to people's lawsuits like that, especially when they don't have any grounds. Like a person just comes out of the woodwork and just accuses you of being their dad. You don't have the obligation to fulfill that. He has the burden of proof is on him.
Oh, wait a minute. They're saying that the son confirms DNA results. Jason Coulthard by DNA results. Did y'all see that?
It is not happening. Why wouldn't we have saying that?
I don't know. I'm asking you guys.
It is not true.
Like that.
I don't believe it. Look, I don't never want to like say nobody is, lying. But to me, that if you could press it to him, you could press it to him, man. He like that's one of those things that you kind of have to deal with. The child is alive. Like it would be no real reason for a man with $2 billion not to acknowledge this if it wasn't probably some bullshit. Because I could give you 15 million and say go on and have you sign an NDA for the next 85 years, and it expire when you die.
And Agent, he does look like him, doesn't he, Agent? Come up here, Agent. Don't leave me up here by myself because they're trying to get me.
Everybody with a bell pepper nose look like Jay-Z.
That's what they're saying, Patty. That's so anti-black.
But that's why I always when except unless it's a Republican or whatever, I try to like take my feelings about the person out of it and just try to think like logically, like what do I know and like how probable is that? And I don't know, man. And the boy don't look like him to me. I mean, he's a big-nosed black boy.
And just another big-nosed black boy.
Come on, okay.
I think he looks like him.
50 Cent son? Go look at 50 Cent son.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Looks like him.
Jay-Z. Sorry.
No, I'm saying no. Go look at 50 Cent son. That's a boy who looks like his daddy.
Oh, okay.
But that boy don't look. He just look like a big little butt. But he's also not the only person that has come with a claim like that. There's been people who said
there was a girl. Remember that girl? There was a girl that said she was his daughter.
I think she probably was the first one.
Hey, Sloan, you don't think he looks like him?
No, I said I do think he does.
I knew I liked you for a lot of reasons.
Y'all would sit there and scare yourselves to death.
That boy look nothing like Jay.
That boy don't look nothing like right.
Okay, so we got Agent said he looks like him. I said, Sloan said, anybody else look at these pics? Because I'm telling you, they look a lot alike. Even the baby pictures side by side. I mean, the young child picture.
You work in medicine. Is the basis of some of these suits that somebody looks like someone?
Never.
Yeah,
that's why I said I would have swapped. That's why I said, Quinn, I would have swapped my cheek so many years ago. I mean, I'm telling you, I would have been swabbing every day because Jay-Z had the money to squash this and this kid didn't. And if I see a kid in pain, and I know I had some times where I maybe, whatever, I would go ahead. This kid was in pain.
You actively lying on me? You actively lying on me, and I'm gonna just pay you?
He never slept with
Jay-Z, and he know who he slept with or not.
That boy do not look like that boy.
Kids that Santa Claus and the Tooth Fairy are real.
I ain't seen no pictures of him. What pictures of his nose and his big.
He looked like he looked like Jay-Z in the way that, you know, white people will come tell you, like a white person will walk up to you and be like, you look like Cheryl Underwood, and you be like, bitch, what? Like, you be like, this is like black, like Cheryl Underwood. Like this white lady was like, you look just like Chris Rock. I was like, nah, come on, girl.
No, a lady told me in the elevator in the hospital, I look like Oprah Winfrey. I was like,
right, and that's how that boy looks like Jay-Z. They just both black with round noses.
Nah, see, I'm not like that. I mean, I know black look like black. I know, like, but
he does not look like Jay-Z.
Mind you, the boy barely look like his mama.
Don't do that.
No, I went looked at the pictures. He don't look nothing like Jay-Z. Blue eyes look like Jay-Z. That boy don't look like Jay-Z.
He looks like Jay-Z. I'm telling you. And the kid was told by his mother, so he wasn't lying. He just wanted to find the truth.
Lying to him all the time.
But that's the point, April.
Well, if I was a scammer, you would be a good person. I would love to have you on phone number.
That's true.
I would be calling you a song all the time. Hey.
The first time and probably won't be the last. But I'm telling you.
I'd be like, hey, got a real estate investment.
I need to be getting scammed on them. Be quiet.
Hey, it's Sloan there. Talk to you yesterday.
Right. But you know what? If you're selling me a kitchen gadget, my dumb ass will buy it.
I got some knives that never dull.
They are made of volcanic rock. Yep.
And you get free.
And for a small fee of $7,000, you will have lots of
cheap Himalayan salt.
Okay, that's how I be. The little people that sell the knives. I remember them.
And now you can get 2 sets for $7.50.
Yeah, no, that ain't Jay-Z, baby.
When you see blue, you see sprinkles of Jigga Man and blue.
Oh, yeah. I mean, all of his kids look like music.
Like him, yeah.
And that little boy don't look nothing like him.
Back in 89, you get 17 sets of knives and 3 forks and 2 spoons. You do them in gold or platinum.
Get a melon baller. Forget that. That's an important tool.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, so I got $5 on Bad Bunny's gonna be
I'm
replaced.
still missing my $5 from sometime back when Kamala was running.
No, you told me to donate it to a homeless person.
Did I?
And I most
I probably did. In honor of
Watch this Bad Bunny be the biggest viewing they ever had.
It's all Rihanna, right?
Controversy, you are right. That's
You're
exactly
right. If he makes it, it's gonna be the biggest halftime show ever.
If he makes it, what are they gonna do?
He's gonna make it. Like, let me tell you something. What they don't got no control over is culture. They don't. They can't stop what people like because their people like it. The thing is, they don't have. The one thing they don't have that we do have that we don't really use that much is cool shit. We have everybody who's makes good music or is an actor. They're on this side.
Didn't they just stop something recently?
You can't convince them that their shit ain't good. They think they're.
Maybe I was looking at a thing about MAGA rappers today.
Oh no!
Everybody was trash.
That is a disaster.
I said, everybody, this ain't gonna work.
No, Roseanne.
Yeah, MAGA rappers.
Rap.
I roasted Roseanne Barr on Twitter so bad one day.
Another thing is
she blocked me. I was cooking her ass.
Just you roasted Roseanne Barr?
Yeah, I was flaming her ass. It was one morning I had off. I woke up and smoked a blunt and went on there. She was the first person I seen. I said, "Oh yeah, get your ass on this grill, Roseanne. I'm finna fuck you up." And I went to go send the tweet, and it was blocked. I said, "Yeah, bitch, you got the message. You ain't say nothing back, but I know you felt that shit."
Not you did this before and she blocked you. And then you do it again and you couldn't.
No, I was on my 4th or 5th text, and it said, "Yeah, no, none of these will be going through because this person's black shit.
Speaking of Roseanne's ugly ass, did we discuss the leaked messages from the young Republicans?
We could talk about it again.
I never heard them. I missed it. Okay, it's cool. It's all right.
Why you call him ugly?
Roseanne?
Roseanne looks like a stretch child.
Why you not call her ugly? Have you listened to the way she behaves? She ugly inside, outside, upside
Roseanne
down.
just she has a diss track against Eminem. She got braids and everything. I think
Monique said that Roseanne was one of her biggest allies, which is the weirdest shit I've ever heard, but that's what she said.
That would make sense. A broken clock is right twice a day.
She said she paid for her to do some stuff, like she gave her money for like bills and
That's
stuff.
her one black friend.
Well, that's because Roseanne got ousted, right? So Monique kind of got ousted. So I'm sure that's how they connected.
No, I think Monique said that they like been friends for a long time. Like I think they connected like just as comedians and been friends. I guess you okay? Been friends since then, and like I guess when she fell on bad times, then she was like Roseanne had like reached out and was helping her.
She feels guilty for her racism. I have been friends with plenty of white people, and they have loved me, welcomed me into their homes, fed me dinner, and they still was racist at the end of the day.
It's probably like one of them things, like how me and Lisa was just saying, like if you know how to do something good, like how we were saying, if you know how to do sports well, they'll look past it. So she probably like, that's a funny black fat bitch.
Funny black man bitch.
He ain't like the other ones.
Damn. You know, Monique turned down. She was, when she did the Parkers, she had an option to get $1 million in advance or to get the royalties, right? Because she didn't think that the Parkers was gonna be successful. You know what I'm saying?
No.
So you know what I'm saying?
No, they played her out of her money, y'all.
They did play her out of her money.
Wait, so she didn't get the royalties? Or
No, she didn't.
She did $1 million. What?
They fucked her up with that.
That's crazy. I would sue them for that. They would always take my royalties and my money. Fuck that.
You feel me?
Yeah, because Bill got all of that. He got the royalties, the money, the that.
What that man paid $50,000 for Precious. I said, what?
No, that was just.
Oh, God.
And then Oprah back leaking.
Yes, she did.
That was sad.
Disgusting.
50,000. That was wrong.
$50,000.
People go down in history as paying $50,000 to an Oscar winner. Yes,
Jesus. Oh my God. Yes, Lord Jesus.
They make millions on these things, and 50,000. Shit, I'd be like.
And they called her and said, "Look,
driver in my dressing room."
Look. Monique, yes, baby. Hey, sugar. Monique, we need you to fly over to
Wait, but this was Oprah. Oprah paid her or Tyler Perry?
No.
No, it was Lee Daniels.
I'm sorry.
That was all three of them. None of them.
Oh, what?
None of them like. So when the movie got picked up by I think New Line Cinema, whatever big company picked it up, they didn't. I guess they didn't pay for appearances and shit, and they asked her to pay for it.
No.
And she was like, "Nah, I'm good."
And she paid babies too. She was like, "You want me to lead the babies and I'm not getting paid?" Yeah.
But she paid. You know what she did though? What was I thought was real stand up of her? She paid for Gabrielle Sidibe. She paid for her stuff. Like her flight and her hairdresser and shit, but she was just like, I'm not doing that. Like, and I don't blame her, man. Like, nigga, I wish 3 billionaires backing a film can't fucking hit me. Like y'all, it should have been. I shouldn't even have to ask about this.
You know,
Damon Dash went to the award show to collect his money. He went to the hey, how you doing? You feel me?
What do you mean? What are you talking about?
Damon Dash went to Lee Daniels at some award show. He tapped him on the shoulder like, where my money at, my nigga? Award show!
Oh, man.
Because he invested in Precious.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
He wanted his money back.
That's crazy. This whole situation. No wonder that was
industry.
Yeah,
it's all industry. And Mariah Carey probably did it as a favor for free.
That's too many people they did dirty on that movie.
Yeah, no wonder she was mad. I couldn't figure that out for the longest. But $50,000, and then they want to make her pay for her citizens. That's wild.
Mind you, she's the one who got the Oscar for the movie. She was the breakout performer.
Yeah, she was.
She's the reason why the movie did what it did.
Absolutely.
And y'all played her. That was just lame to me. It was really lame to me on Oprah's part.
And
like, what are you doing?
Yeah, something later after he had all these sales, just, I don't know, digital sales, he could have still gave her some more money. Even if he said, yeah, that's the contract, you signed it. But, yeah, he could have done something.
Yeah, but from what I understand, that's all she was saying. She was like, you don't have to pay me nothing else. Just pay for my flights and, my hair and my makeup when I go to promote this motherfucker. Yep. And they still was like, no. Yep. That's beyond me. Right. Y'all couldn't do that.
Wow. Yeah. That is wild.
Yeah, it's not like she had a whole bank to pay out of that. Yeah, there was no money to pay off from.
Did they speak English or Spanish to pay her and translate? Did they know how to pay?
They were going to the UK. They were going to do like a European tour, but it was really like the UK. That's it.
Oh my God. Danelle? You know what Danelle is? Money. Pay her that money.
I'm going to need some echo.
Jesus.
Your mic is extra loud. That's why I was like,
I'm sorry, it's even up.
That is now, what is Steve? No, because I just remember I wasn't really following it, and then in some kind of way Steve Harvey got involved, and
it was because Steve Harvey was trying to tell her like
handle it differently.
Like, you need to, basically like that she was doing too much. It's like a way and it's an order that you need to do this. And she was just like, I respect the shit out of Monique. Like, it can't be easy to do to hold this up because everybody hates her and everybody be telling her.
Them being anti-black and not seeing her worth and not thinking that she's worth flying out. She's not even worth the fly out. That's what they were basically saying to her by telling her that she should pay her own way to go promote a movie that she only got paid $50,000 for. $50,000, I made that at Taco Bell in a year. Like, that's not a flex. That's not a flex. But that's nothing to somebody who is, Monique from the culture, from Fat Girls. Like,
and she wasn't going to hold up this facade of like Black Hollywood of saying, oh, well, you can't talk about Oprah Winfrey and Oprah Winfrey is just. Yes. It was like, yo, no. She was like, nah, fuck that facade. I'm going to tell people how you really coming out here coming at people.
Yeah. And that just leaves a bad taste in my mouth for Oprah because, we had somebody argue me down about her being running. Was it you, Amari? For president, and it's like, what did she have? She was a talk show host, and I really respect her. I respect all of her work. I've got a lot of her books that she promoted in her book, maybe tons of, not some, but tons in her book club. Something went wrong with the school in Africa, that thing, and then you don't know what people really are. I mean, Oprah's a good person, I'm not saying, because when she had those guys from Morehouse on her show, I never cried before about a TV show in my life. And that was
what else she did, though, right?
She gave us Dr. Oz and Dr. Phil.
Yeah, she gave us them. And Oprah's done some. Oprah has said just said. But just when you go back and watch some stuff, it's just like, damn, you did a lot of Conan and a lot of. Ooh, I can kind of see why they would feel like that about black people. Like she played that game, and that just a lot of that, like kind of like the Bill Cosby thing, and that just, I mean.
Yeah,
it just ain't really. It didn't move the needle for us, and it did like bust the door open for other people to come behind her, in my opinion. And I think that the things that she has, the way she's acted, and because the other thing she did with Monique was she had asked Monique, because she had her family on there, because Monique had like a tumultuous.
She had her brother who molested her. Come on to the show. Yeah, Monique's brother had molested her. Yeah.
So but the question was that she had called Monique and asked her, because she had her mother on there. And I think Monique was like, yeah, kind of, like, that's okay or whatever. But she specifically was like, I don't want my brother on there. We haven't mended this, and it's just like weird or whatever. And so from what Monique was, she had agreed to it. And then Monique came on the show, and she said she bent the corner, and her brother was sitting right there. Oh. She had specifically asked her not to do that. And this was like right around, all of this happened around the same time or whatever. So, and then this other thing, and then with the Netflix thing, when she was supposed to do the Netflix comedy thing, they gave Amy Schumer, what was it, like 14 million, 13 million, something like that, to do a comedy thing. They offered Monique like 800,000 and they wanted her to, she couldn't work or do anything else for the next 24 months. So like,
years?
Yeah. Mind you, they just played a white lady who doesn't have the tenure, as nowhere near as much tenure as Monique. 13 million. So that's 13, like more than 13 times the pay.
The salary.
And then they had given, I forget what white comedian, they had given him like 20, and then they gave Dave Chappelle like 20. And so her thing was like, I don't expect you to give me 20 like Dave Chappelle, but I'm a legend out here. Like, comedy wise, especially for the black comedy, she was like, I'm a legend, and like, I can't even believe y'all tried me like that. Like, that y'all even sent this, to my email. Like, the fuck? Like, they don't even have an M. And, so she was complaining about that. So I know it looked like she was like a crybaby, but when you went and look at this stuff, it was like, she kind of right.
Multiple people was playing in Monique's face all at the same time.
Oh, I was like, what did she do to everybody?
And then doubling down, then Steve Harvey want to act like he a mediator, and they was on UPN or whatever it is together. Like, that's supposed to be.
Yeah, they patronized her.
Yeah, they came up at the same time. That's somebody you supposed to. She said, my brother, I go to my brother. I love her. But she was going to him for support, and he was basically doubling down, telling her that she was in the wrong. That was crazy.
Like, nah. Imagine somebody stealing from you.
Y'all hating on my mama Oprah? Yeah, I think Oprah is problematic. Like, Oprah's affiliation with Harvey Weinstein, acting like she didn't know what he was doing. I mean, she was friends with these people, like Harvey Weinstein. She was friends with Epstein. She was friends with Diddy, and like she has not even come forward to sit there and say,
okay, we're switching gears. We're switching topics first of all. Let's go back to Monique.
I was thinking, excuse me. So like the things that she's done, like she's just not a good person. Like she's done so many things throughout the years, with pushing like Frey, I think it's like 1 million little pieces, her school in South Africa, what she did in Hawaii, like Oprah's just not a good person.
South Africa's a good thing, but go ahead.
No, it wasn't. Those kids were molested, but go ahead.
No, they were not.
Yes, they were. Yes, they were. Yes, they were. Yes, there were kids that were molested.
Like all 1,000
oh my God. Okay,
yeah.
Oprah's
you always come up with some bullshit.
No, you're just dumb. It's okay. You're just dumb.
I am dumb.
Yeah, so shut up.
Wait,
situation with the kids, I thought that was. Wait a minute. I better go back and research because I thought that was
1,000 kids.
Yes.
While you research,
but we're not going to act like the whole.
Who said the whole school?
No,
The fact that those hits occurred and that was her school is a problem. It happened to multiple children, but you want to dismiss it. I guess you're a pedo apologist.
how is
No. She's
Come
not
on,
a pedo
chill out.
apologist. She's not at all.
That's why I don't fuck with her.
No, you came off mic. You should have just stayed on mute, old lady.
No,
Leave me
I
alone. You
couldn't
should have stayed on mute. You triggered by me. I don't know.
I'm older than Lord. What the hell are you talking about?
I didn't Catholic.
What is
I'm
going on
sitting here just
here?
making a point. She want to come off mic to start a fight. Like, people are just having fun.
I can do
And
that.
she's just old and miserable.
She's not all more miserable. Sloan is a really nice person. What is going on?
Lisa, what did I walk into, Lisa?
No.
I bet you that I bet you Sloan and Asia can both agree that Amari side that we can come together. That we can come together on that, can't we?
This is just
Right, ladies?
misunderstanding.
Okay, we
because
can't come
Sloan
together on
is
that.
Nice. Asian is nice. It's a
Hold on,
misunderstanding.
Lisa, I got something to say.
Okay, I was just trying to tell this.
I'm defending my mama Oprah. My name on here is Oprah's son.
Lord.
Okay, she does not suck all the time, but when you said her affiliation with Harvey Weinstein, a lot of people was affiliated with Harvey Weinstein. That does not make you a bad person.
And she
A
was
lot of
also
people-
affiliated
Hold
with
on.
Trump.
Okay, Diddy, affiliated with Diddy, you know what I'm saying? That don't make you a bad person because you cool with somebody.
Diddy is not a good person to be aligned with. He's canceled.
I mean, a lot of people in the. I am speaking. A lot of people were cool with these people. That don't make them bad people. My best friend growing up is a triple murderer. Does that mean he a bad person?
You ain't no billionaire. You're not a billionaire,
my
sir.
Lord.
How you know what I am?
You're not.
How you know?
Because I do. I'll take a wild wager on it that you're not. Okay.
What's my net worth? Guess.
I guess your net worth. What are you talking about? Some
You
people
just
think six figures is a lot of money. So
No,
stop.
I'm just saying.
No,
That's
it's
my
not.
net worth. You said I'm not a billionaire.
You're not.
How you know that though?
I know that though. It's just by the way you move.
What I know is you don't have any
right
dough.
now.
Wait, what you mean the way I
Now we
move?
got people on here. Now that you got people on here, we went from millionaires to billionaires on Clubhouse. What is going on?
Don't be.
We go millionaires to billionaires on Clubhouse. What is
But
happening?
some people can like you can't get mad at people for admiring her, and some people hate her because she is to be admired. Like she definitely has qualities that. I mean, especially if you're a young journalist or whatever. I don't know, just trying to get some money.
Just hold up. I would ask these questions. What about the way I move makes you think that I'm not a millionaire?
Oh my God!
Okay, I'm going back to defending my mama Oprah Winfrey.
Okay.
What else did you say, Agent? The Hawaii thing?
Have you been drinking?
I've been drinking.
It do sound like that.
I've been drinking.
But real quick, another thing that Oprah did recently that I really didn't fuck with is when Kamala had her during the DNC. Why did Oprah get out there and say, and I'm not a Republican and I'm not a Democrat, but I know that we need to vote for Kamala.
That was weird.
I am an independent for Kamala.
That's a way to bring people in. That's a way to bring people in, like more independence, because you know the Democrats don't vote for her. You know what I'm saying?
She doesn't have the same power that she had in the 90s or the 2000s when she retired. She doesn't, but back then she had all the white women. She had all the white women. The white women loved the black women. The black women were everything to the white women. And it was a big love fest in the 90s and the early 2000s. It just was. And that was part of the reason Obama won, was because she had the white women in her back pocket. They tuned into her every day for 20 freaking years.
Wow.
In their
Was it
house.
20
And
years?
that made them identify with black people.
Damn.
Because she had power.
Yeah, she used to be on there talking about pumpkins and shit. Oh, it's our October show, and we're talking about all the orange colors of pumpkins. And I'll be like, this shit is so fucking corny.
The main thing y'all have to understand is when a black person gets too much power, there is
Came out with a wagon of fat. Who can do that?
There is a campaign built against them by some kind of power structure to tear them down, and it assimilates into our own community. Oprah did something really great for my family, for a member of my family, which I will never forget.
Oh, well.
Oprah did a lot with her money. That is
she gave somebody a car.
I don't know that but she was also super competitive. So when culture speaks to her bringing people up, I didn't really see that either. I didn't see her bringing people up in the industry, but she gave a lot to people that were in need. I will give her that.
Let me say what Oprah and Bill Cosby
did she bring up Ayala?
that I never fucked with. The year my school was closing, Bill Cosby gave $20 million some more house, which is like you can reach out and touch it from my school, and Oprah gave 15. They appealed them and said, could y'all like just give like 3 and 3 or maybe 5 and 5? And they said no. Look, because they wanted their money to go to a certain type of school. It didn't matter that it was a black school. So I'm not gonna say I don't like them, but I feel like y'all are two of the most prominent black figures, and y'all have, especially Bill, you promoted like black schools, HBCUs, and you watching one about to close, and you couldn't even say, here you go. You know what I'm saying? So, and I know they don't owe us nothing, but to me, that's what y'all say y'all about.
Oprah put my cousin's book on her book club. And
nigga, that ain't.
So Oprah and they give money to ICDC. Little Romeo.
Did you hear me talking? You brace face, motherfucker.
At least if you was gonna break in, it could have been funny. You corny and ugly. I keep telling you that. Go ahead, Ray.
Okay, like I said, her putting my cousin's book on a book club did wonderful things for the family, and it raised her to a state of prominence. Even Dr. A.G. said she taught from her book, and it put light on the book. I've read the book multiple times, and I think y'all should read the book. But that's why.
What's the book?
But is that doing anything? Well, I mean, that's. But that's not like an act of charity. Like,
yes, it is, because she didn't have to put the book on there.
No, it isn't. She just thought it was interesting, so she featured it. It's not like she. I'ma do. Yeah,
but I'm not going to take away the good that she's done. But I'm not a fan of hers. Diane Carroll didn't like her because she was an opportunist. She was a big marketer. She was the ultimate. Other than what's her name, Martha Stewart. She was the ultimate marketer, and that's what she did. She was a great marketer more than anything, and that's why she's so successful.
She was the
name of the book is Ruby by Cynthia Bond. Ruby by Cynthia Bond. Please pick it up.
Oprah was the original influencer. She used her magazine to get us to buy shit, get us to spend our money. White women, black women, all the same. She laid down the blueprint for being an influencer and getting paid sponsorships and all of that shit.
She actually imitated Martha Stewart, but I agree with you.
Yeah, Martha Stewart.
And I think that she is like, I think Oprah, I don't know, she is just a very challenging figure to me, because I do think like she just showed white people like how to like be white people's favorite black person. That's just what I just think of her. She never bucked the system. She would always say something that was like, damn, bitch, like, that's how you feel.
And was Martha
No, Michael Jackson was not like that. Michael Jackson was very, very vocal about being black and about the injustices of what?
You know Mike was everybody's favorite white guy.
That's real.
Crazy. Michael Jackson was super black.
And what was that song? They Don't Care About Us.
Yeah, Michael Jackson always had a point of view, and and Michael Jackson got on stage before he died and cooked Tommy Mottola and told him how they steal the black music. And Oprah would only wish she had them type of balls.
I said it to the early 90s.
That part, just that part.
Shut up.
Was Martha Stewart a journalist, or she was just like a Food Network type? I don't really know too much about Martha Stewart's like origin story.
Martha Stewart was simply that bitch.
She started like, did she start cooking first? That was her first thing, and then she branched out to like dishes, tableware, linen, rugs. Martha Stewart had the best line of shit ever, and it was good stuff. She had her finger on it. She was always directing her product. It wasn't like, oh, put my name on it. No. Anything I got from Martha Stewart was quality. Every fucking thing I've ever bought that had her name on it was quality, for real.
It was like Michael and Marshalls.
Yeah, and then another person who was getting ready to be that same, well, she didn't cook. I bought some stuff from with Ellen DeGeneres' name on it. Like she was starting to go into decorated or whatever you want to call it. The best area rugs I have ever purchased, and I still have them, is from Ellen DeGeneres.
You know what the best furniture I ever got? It was by a celebrity too. My Cindy Crawford sofa from Rooms to Go. That motherfucker was sturdy as a motherfucker.
I know that's right, because they put their names on. Some of these people, though, you know, don't care.
No slamming people your size on it. Never leave me alone.
Yeah, so Oprah, I don't know. She was when she had her show, you couldn't tell me shit about Oprah. I was in a book club. I even remember she gave out those Oprah diaries, and I mean, every day we had to write about what we were going through, our feelings, because she was doing it on our TV show. Oh my God, I was. You couldn't tell me shit about her. But I knew when they started talking about, she is not bringing anybody behind her. I said, that is true. But then she did the 25 black men from Morehouse, though. She paid for all of their college education. So I shut everything else out after I saw them come on that stage. I was like, I don't care what they're saying.
And that's the thing I do. I respect that she does that. And I think that people, that's why I like Game of Thrones, because it shows people are gray. They're not like white or black. They're in the middle usually. So I think that she has done some great things. And I would never I think people can do whatever they want to do with their money. And I don't think that she's responsible for bringing nobody up, really. I just think that it's blaring when you gave us Rachel Ray, Dr. Phil, Dr. Oz, but we don't. Nothing's wrong with Rachel Ray. I fuck with Rachel Ray, but I'm saying we couldn't even get not one. We couldn't even get a Keisha Johnson, or
That's right.
So that's all I'm saying.
Wait a minute. Don't forget.
And her best friend was Gail.
On Ayanla and how painful that was to watch.
She did. Okay, I gotta walk that back.
No, but didn't she turn on?
She went to the hood.
But didn't she turn on? Didn't she turn on her Ayanla?
Man, what happened with that?
I don't remember.
Ayanla was a little too hood.
Ayanla stabbed in the back, I believe. But you forgot about Gail King too. She put Gail.
Yeah, she didn't put Gail King on. She was a journalist.
But I thought Gail was already in job at Good Morning, whatever that job is.
She wouldn't have been where she was without her affiliation.
Yeah, that's true. I agree.
He's known for being Oprah's best friend. We can give her that. But the point is that Oprah had all of us in a chokehold. I was a latchkey kid at 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 years old, walking home from school, sitting in front of my TV, watching the goddamn Oprah show, and not knowing what the fuck I was watching for the first year and a half, really. And for that show to end, and for there to not be another black woman taking her spot like that, all of the shows kind of fit. The only successful black woman talk show after Oprah was probably the Wendy Williams show, honestly. Yeah. The Sherry Shepherd show, not good. The Tyra Banks show was cringe. We really did not have Tamron Hall's cringe now and was whenever it came out. Like, we really have not had a good Oprah follow up. She has put people on, but she has maintained that nobody else can sit in her seat or hop in that old Oprah lane. Nobody will have the same success that Oprah had with being a journalist. And that's also why I said she was the first influencer, because she really got everyone's trust and it really influenced us to purchase things that she was interested in. So people could pay her whatever money to talk about a product. And because we had her trust first as a journalism, we trusted her for the news and to know what's going on in the world, we could trust her to purchase these products.
Look, I want to address somebody in the chat that said something. He said, please don't buy into the false narrative that she gave away those cars out of pocket. GM paid for that. Really,
GM paid for that?
Really, bro? Even if she did or didn't, she was the catalyst of giving them people cars.
It was
but a lot of them had to pay those taxes and that gift tax.
That's
well,
you could only take it if you could pay the tax. Yep.
And it was a sponsorship. They paid her money. GM paid Oprah money to give away the cars. How much was them damn taxes?
That's how
you could buy a car straight out, though.
Depending on your state. If you got it in Georgia, you have to pay ad valorem. So you had to come up with whatever the taxes is. The car was like $26,000. You owed whatever the 7% or whatever it was at the time on that.
Yeah,
in my state, vehicle taxes match out at $2,000 in my state.
But I think it's crazy. When you gave away the VW Beetles, a lot of the people that were in the audience couldn't take them because of how much they had to pay for like the tax or whatever.
But also, like, Oprah, like, surrounded herself with very powerful white men, and she pandered to those men. And I think it's very, like, odd how, like, the media will, like, focus on affiliations that Trump, Epstein, and Weinstein have, and Oprah was a friend and an ally of theirs. But for some odd reason, she walks away unscathed. And to me, it's like she was trying to promote, like, woman power, womanhood, or whatever she was trying to do in her show, but she wasn't really like walking that walk. It's just more or less like, talk to me.
Doing what she got to.
I feel like I honestly think that and that's why I keep saying it's hard, because I do think Oprah has some, but I don't want to do her like people do other black women. Like I don't. It's weird because I agree with you on some things, but I don't know. I don't think if Oprah had any part, like they had Naomi Campbell on the thing. They were trying to say like any black woman that's been involved, they pressed it like real bad. So I would tend to think that she probably ain't know nothing about that.
No, I think she did. I think she's a very powerful person. And so, like, I think that's a reason why she's just not getting hit as hard. I mean, she has a lot of connections, and she's a very powerful person.
She wasn't powerful as Epstein.
But just like Epstein, and old buddy, they was just as powerful.
Oprah is a fat black woman.
They were trying to bring her down when she was trying to start the Oprah Network, and I mean, she had a hard ass time. Y'all don't remember that? She had a very hard time. And then she couldn't get any shows. I remember I was so disappointed. I was watching this shit on her show because I wanted to support the network. But then it was only playing reruns of something really dumb.
It was playing OWN and or Oprah show and Dr. Phil. That was all.
It was horrible. I was like, this
and also another thing that I have an issue with is
they were trying to bring her down, them white people. They were trying to bring her down. Something was going down. She talked about it too. I just don't remember what it was.
And the two black directors that she like tends to like uplift, like Tyler Perry and Lee Daniels. Like I think Tyler Perry and Lee Daniels are like the worst thing for the black community. I think they're an embarrassment. And like I'm just like, these are the two you picked. Like,
that's the only thing you said that I agree with.
Yeah, like I think I just think they're so damaging. Lee Daniels himself, like I can go on and on about him and just his portrayals of black and white interactions and how, he always wants to be a pick-me-shit for a white person. And then we all know Tyler Perry, he runs a coon show, so I mean, I don't know.
Well, she could relate to Tyler because they both came from
poverty, and now they're billionaires or millionaires.
I mean, I
Yeah,
should be.
it's really easy to punch up. It really is, because we see a lot. But also you have to consider we're looking with 2025 eyes and judging it, right? It's always easy to look back and say, what the fuck somebody did wrong. It just is. Hindsight's 2020.
And I kind of agree with that. That's why she's just like a lot of these people are catch-22s, because we can say all those things you kind of said are true, but Oprah also did work with Spike Lee, and she did, Beloved, and she's the reason why a lot of people know about Toni Morrison or James Baldwin. She is, and I mean that's you like, and that's. So that's what I'm saying. She kind of lives in like this kind of, with me at least, this like purgatory, because I don't think that. Yeah, I think that she introduced mainstream America to a lot of those people, and so for all the whiteness that she's partaken in, she has pushed out her fair share of Black history and Black narratives too. We have to be fair to her with that.
I appreciate you, Jess. That was a very non-biased approach, because you kind of started with dragging her, and then you was like, but I'm gonna give her, I can't take it away from her. So you know what? I fuck with that.
Because I don't personally she did I have a personal gripe with her, and I agree with the stuff that Agent and others are saying, but I just feel like we as Black people, we have to be careful, especially with.
Can I just interrupt for 1 second? Listen, Sloan, don't address me, okay? Do not sit there and say I talk negatively about Black people when you're a total bubblehead on this app, all right? Do not address me, because I take that very insulting, because I work hard for my community, unlike you. So don't do that, bitch.
Why are you talking to Sloan like that?
What she put in the comments. Read the comments.
Yeah, but okay. But what were you saying, Coach Lee? I'll type whatever I want to type. Let's be clear. I will type whatever I want to type.
Wait a minute.
Don't stop calling her that. What are you doing?
No, let Lisa handle it.
She got it.
No, I'm just trying to figure out what's going on, because you both are I don't know.
She said, listen, bitch.
I know, right?
And at least the closer's tweet.
No, my thing is, don't address me.
I'm saying that no.
And then comments, and then you want to
I called her before she said bitch. I mean, come on, y'all. Both of you guys are very nice people, and you guys have more in common than you do.
Well, Lisa, be clear. I will continue to type.
And then I will continue to call you a bitch.
I'm clear on that, Sloan. I'm clear on that.
And I will continue to call you a bitch.
I know you're gonna do.
And old haggard bubblehead.
No, she's not old and she's not haggard. She's
not bubblehead either. She's a nice woman head.
She's not a bubblehead at all.
What do you want to say? Black person said earlier, this is a black person situation, and people had to check her. Like, she go,
hello? People make me, hey, you
make a lot of mistakes.
You guys let me had destroy up in my title for 12 hours and didn't tell me I had a misspell, so stop.
Okay, since we just talking
that was just an accident.
Yeah, but you have a career that most people aspire to be. She's a bubblehead.
No, as soon as I wanted to be an attorney, I wish I did have the opportunity to go to law school like I wanted to. So I really have a lot of respect for her.
It ain't too late. Do it.
I have respect for all you Black women, all you smart Black women in this room. You guys have my utmost respect and admiration.
You notice Sherry say nothing about the bed.
Nah, you're right.
Get out the car.
I'm glad you noticed.
Cool.
This is a female identified room. I'm sorry. I would support my Black women no matter what. All women actually in this room. White or black or yellow or green, it don't matter to me.
Absolutely. But have you on the
that's what I was in the midst of doing.
I just wanted to say
when the cat fight broke out.
Uplifting a woman, a cat fight breaks out.
But no, I do think that Oprah is I think she one of them people, like, I don't personally care for her, but when somebody's like, oh, I love Oprah or whatever, I get it. Like, I mean, it's not like crazy to love Oprah, you know, but I get when somebody's like, I don't fuck with Oprah at all too. I totally understand. So that's how I think, like, she's I think she's she can't even think of the word. I mean, to you, she might be, and she's done some wonderful things. But I agree kind of with, I don't know, like Michael said in the chat that we have blind loyalty to some people. But I don't know, when we talk about like when we brag and write on black people, you gotta mention Oprah. Like, if we're talking about like black excellence, I don't give a fuck about none of that other stuff. We talk about Mama has set a standard. You can't say she hasn't. Now, we can talk about the other things around it or whatever, but Billy, the one time the lady was making like $432 a minute. Like, stop playing with her. We gotta give her a G.
I was gonna ask that too. Like, what's the age range for people that think they really don't fuck with Oprah? Because I think the older generation really does respect her. Because like this situation you just mentioned, a lot of people seen her come from the dirt and build up a legacy. Like, I seen her once she got to a 20, 30, 50 million. It was like, oh, look at her, she pretty. But we gotta remember, she did come from basically nothing and built her own brand. Just being a talk show host that actually spoke of real interesting, real conflict in real time. Like, maybe the Oprah we remember seeing wasn't what our parents and our grandparents used to see Oprah doing. Oprah used to stand on business for real, or at least give opportunity for that business to be heard. So I get it. I get the slander, but be honest, it might be just a generational thing. We might have got to see rich auntie Oprah and not get it out the mud Oprah.
No, I definitely saw.
Young people be like, anybody who's doing well, they hate. They hate Jay-Z, they hate Beyonce, they hate Oprah. Every black person who had their success is Illuminati. I'd be like, why y'all just can't let people live?
Yeah,
I understand it though, because to get to the level that they are, you got to pull yourself away from a lot of things, and a lot of those things be your community. And I hate that it's that way, but to get to $1 billion, you're gonna step on a lot of people, and a lot of those people end up having to step. And I'm only saying step on black people because they normally have to go away from the norm that we thought that was going to be their platform forever. Like I said, she used to stand on business and have real conversations about real detrimental racism and sexism and misogyny. You had to get away from that to get to that next, which cool. You want the money, you're going to take that step. We just got to I can go ahead. I just want to say we got to kind of respect the fact that not everybody gonna want to stay at the $50 million point. And to get past that $50 million, you might have anything. Oprah was a great inspiration to young black women growing up. And I think that we don't look at people that way, like you said, because we start shunning them once they get to a certain dollar amount. Thinking, look at y'all uppity, look at you not looking back, and that be our detriment to looking down on our wealthy.
I think it's when they turn on that, like a lot of times when black people, because like you said, I guess up until around the 50, maybe $20 million mark, you can get that money and still remain relatively, air quotes, black, yeah. But I do believe that once especially if you're like, let's say a rapper or something like that, you want to cross into, selling liquor, whatever, the campaign is you're doing, you have to put on a business hat. And that business hat looks like white people to some black people. To me, it doesn't always look like that because I understand how, when I understand a serious face or a game face, but I do think that sometimes, some black people get too comfortable and then they start doing, so I believe it's a slippery slope once you get in the business space in America as a black person.
I think there was a cultural shift. I think that certain things that we would tolerate as Black people back in the day, we're just not going to tolerate now because we understand that our existence is multifaceted. Like, for instance, like the Tyra Banks show, right? I would think like America's Next Top Model and her talk show. There was a lot of issues. There were a lot of controversial issues on her show. That negatively affected Black people.
For example, Top Model.
Yeah, for example, like how I think it was what was her name? Yaya, I think that's her name, Yaya, and he was harping on her Africanness and how the judges were like, "Oh, why don't you kente hat? I thought you looked like you were about to ride on a giraffe," because she was very proud of her African ancestry. How they did the blackface competition, whereas they were like making white models into Black women and vice versa and things like that. So like certain things that we would face like back in the day, or certain criticisms about our appearance, about our body weight and stuff like that, we're just not going to tolerate it now. So it's like, yeah, looking back, I mean, we couldn't say anything because we were much younger, but now we're older and we have adult, we're seeing it through an adult lens. So of course we're going to criticize it. I don't think it's about the money. It's just like how you got to that money.
Another issue with Oprah is that she gained our trust over all those years. And then the car thing was an example, giving away the cars and then people finding out, that those people couldn't even keep the cars because they couldn't afford the taxes. Then there was also the Weight Watchers thing recently. And that's finding out that she was on Ozempic. And then another thing that Black people don't forget her for. Because she was talking that Weight Watchers shit for years, decades, and she had access to Ozempic before we even knew what Ozempic was.
She tried.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. You right.
Exactly. And then another thing, real quick, just let me finish. I'll go back on mute. Another thing that Black people will never forgive her for is exploiting Luther Vandross after his stroke. That man should have been in his bed resting, and instead she tried to interview him and make him struggle to use, the part of his brain that was in recovery. And Black people was really mad at her for.
All right, can I be?
How is the car tax situation her fault?
All right.
Please tell me.
It's not her fault. It's the optics of her looking like she was doing something great, which for some people, anybody who has a driver's license and a job and can afford to pay for a car and get a free car like that would be happy. But for people who are in poverty, or for people who spent their last on a ticket to come to that show, and then they get a nice luxury car flaunted in their face and they can't even leave the show with it, that's kind of trifling. Okay.
Can I finish my last take? My last take is as simple as this. We normally lose our air quote billionaires, our wealthiest individuals, because their capital is Black reaction, Black cultures. So when they step away, like I just said, and I just said, when you get to that 50 million mark, to get to that next plateau, you have to sell Black culture to whoever's going to give you that next 50 million or that next 150 million. So you are not only shortchanging your community because your community is backing you, but now you have to go to those white spaces and say, hey, these people that back me are these individual people. So you may get the money, you may get the look, but everything may change in your push or your desire on what you push out, because you are still their ideal viewer. You just no longer are the person that they want to be. The information they want comes from a higher place. So you're not going to get all that old Oprah, that old JB. You're going to get whatever that person on top of them, giving them those extra 100+ million, are going to push it through your narrative. The last thing I'll say is, ma'am, if you go to the Oprah show and she offers you a car, it ain't Oprah's business to also give you that tax break, that tax money. You should understand that, hey, if I can't afford it, that's a hell of a gesture. Shout out to Oprah. I wish I was in a better place. But you can't put that on while people looked at Oprah and was like, look at Oprah, uppity ass, giving out cars she know people can't afford. I'm sure when she did it, she wasn't thinking y'all couldn't afford the car.
Okay, and another thing that I forgot, that was scandalous was that Dr. Phil was not licensed. He had a doctorate, which, you know, he could say he's a doctor because, you know, he went to school and, you know, did that, right? But he was not a licensed psychiatrist in the state that the show was filming in. And so that became, you know, a scandal, a tabloid thing or whatever. And they both had to address that. So there's been multiple times where Oprah has kind of like violated our trust, or there's been a lapse in trust after she spent so many years building it up with us sitting in front of the TV watching the Oprah show. And so it's not just a generational thing of people no longer
definitely a generational thing. Because it's definitely generational because when I think it was you, I don't know, talked about when, you know, you're younger and now you're adults. There were people that were adults then and that are adults now, right? Or teenagers then and adults now. Like how you view a thing does matter, right? The thing about it is I'm literally hearing crabs in a bucket. Because I don't hear anybody saying anything about anything from The Price is Right. They got cars, trips, TVs, sofas, washing machines, and everything. I ain't heard not one black person say anything about any of the taxes or the money that they were. They have to pay taxes on that. And nobody said
you got 30 days. You got 30 days to pay the taxes. I know that.
Not to pay but you have to. I mean, I wouldn't say pay the taxes in 30 days, but understand that you're going to have to pay the taxes, and you have to let them know that. Like you have to sign an agreement, right?
And then when you go to the Oprah show and you just in the audience and they give away free, that's not the same. I'm sorry.
You can't. Yeah, you can't be in California. Oh, I'm sorry. But just in case you don't know, if you're in California,
wait, I already interrupted that. You don't get to interrupt too.
It's okay.
No, I was just adding on what you say. You gotta pay the $1,800 on taxes right there before you leave the car with California.
I'm about to give up in 2 seconds. Right? I'm about to just give up. But that was just my point. I'm just saying.
But we weren't talking about The Price is Right. And Bob Barker's legacy is in the trash because they have spoken about the numerous scandals and sexual harassment charges and drug charges that he's had against him. Unfortunately, he's dead, so he can't really hold him accountable. But people have been making a lot of noise about Barker and The Price is Right and what was happening behind the scenes.
You just be on.
The show's been on 15 years with Drew. You literally made my point because your only response is we aren't talking about The Price is Right. My point is that we only talk about things from people that look like us. We put them under a microscope. We apply a lot of scrutiny when others do way more to us than we do to ourselves. And yet your response is we aren't talking about that. That you literally made my point.
No, I really didn't.
And the problem lies, if you don't understand, that's fine. But what I don't quite also understand is how we don't get that we're looking through things from today's lens, right? Looking at things that happened then. Like we don't know, and I don't know why that is, why we don't understand. And when we are analyzing things from the past, right? Understanding that viewpoint back then is different than today. And so, you can, apply your judgment or whatever, but not to even understand where we were then to now, to me, I think it's haphazard.
I think we're the generation that Google the gripes. All right, we're going to make...
No, we're not all in the same generation.
No, and I agree. But I'm saying that we are the people at this generation. I guess I'll say, not all, but some, who going to find the gripe by going to Google and say, why didn't people like you? Oh, okay, this is why. All right, that's my new argument. I'm going to take, because this is the reason why people don't like you and why I'm not going to stand with you. Because I found out 9 months ago that you did this 17 years ago. So now you just going to have to deal with me not liking you for some shit I just found out 9 months ago about 17 years ago in your life. We that generation, and that's what I'm hearing.
Who is we?
All right.
Because my thing is, it is generational. Like I don't think we should apply a blanket definition and say that this is us. No, this ain't us.
Okay, I agree.
There are specific generations. There's a generation that did not grow up with internet. There's a generation that didn't grow up with internet. There's a generation that remembers what it was like before and after internet. There's a generation that only knows internet. I'm 44.
Oh, yeah. I know life before internet.
Now I'm old as shit.
So you're right. I definitely know internet days without internet.
I hear what I'm old as hell. I'm older than dirt, girl. My niece is 72. So there's that. Because I was in the military. But I'm just saying, like, I'm also on the cusp between. I'm a millennial. I'm the oldest millennial, but I'm also a zennial, right?
Did you say your niece is 72? How's your niece 72?
My niece is.
Your niece. I'm sorry, she will learn.
That's all right. Yeah, I jumped out of the plane in the military, but yeah, no. Generationally, we're viewing things differently, right? Like I see things differently than my mom sees it, right? Or than my niece sees it. Even my sister. So I get that when we look at things today today's eyes, like that happened yesterday, right? But I don't know. I just don't know if it's fair to do that to that person that we're doing that to. Because I don't think it's fair to Oprah that we're doing that. Because with the limited amount of resources compared to today, like, to me, that was tremendous. She was doing things that no one else had done. So, that's all I'm saying.
And real quick, I'm going to just say that I watched more Oprah than my mama because my mom didn't get home until 7 p.m. And if I didn't put tape on the VHS and record that shit, my mama was not about to see it. And another thing, the reason why I say she violated our trust is because we done seen Oprah go from big to small to medium size to small to big over and over and over and over again. And then she got on Weight Watchers. And then we all were so invested in her weight loss journey. She was going to drop the weight for real. Oprah's looking great. Oprah's looking amazing. And then it comes out that the bitch was on Ozempic. No, let me not call her a bitch. That the lady was on Ozempic, lying to us for years. But I still love her.
I just told y'all women don't like.
That's what I can't play with is that man. It's always been laid and it will stay laid.
Only a woman.
That's like saying
for losing weight and gaining it back. Only a woman.
That's like saying that's like a dude being mad at a girl for having a real good weave. Be like, man, I thought that shit was real.
But it's because it was relatable. Women could relate to struggling with weight loss. So we looked at Oprah and saw ourselves.
Why wasn't she also struggling with weight loss? Why do you also think she wasn't struggling with weight loss?
She did, but she's also an aging woman.
No, I'm saying she's all over that woman for losing weight, gaining weight, and then she just said that women be having weight loss issues. So how did you just shit on that woman for having weight loss?
I can't wait for these people
lying, not having the weight loss.
That's not a lie.
Oh my!
How do you lose weight and gain weight? Now you lying about it.
It was Jenny Craig and Weight Watchers, right? That's what she was telling us.
Maybe it worked. Maybe she didn't have the focus to stay on it.
I got a question for Kiki.
She came out and said, I gave the image that it was only Weight Watchers when in fact I have been using the Ozempic pen or whatever it's called. He came out and said it. So when you own a company or have major investment in a company that is to promote healthy weight loss, but then you take what's called the shortcut, it is bad marketing and it is disingenuous. And that was what she was accused of.
That's hurtful. That's hurtful because women have bought into telling us women have bought into the fact that, hey, we need to just take the easy route because Oprah said so. And she's selling something. When the easy route is dieting and eating and working out. So I get it that you may feel like some women were deceived, but the deception comes in when it comes on your commercial channel after your favorite television show. That's where the deception starts. It don't start with Oprah. It starts with the company actually spending the money to say, hey, whoever we put on this camera, tell the women that they don't have to do nothing but take this food diet that we're going to give them, and they just have to stay on the subscription long enough to lose the weight. That's where the first hustle is. It ain't in Oprah. is y'all bought into the fact that you thought that the TV was going to tell you the best option when the best option has probably been taught to you since middle school.
Well, I think
getting the gym work out and make sure the pyramid is right.
Well, I think there's an issue where she was pushing people like Dr. Oz that was spreading a lot of
pyramid is
misinformation. Exactly.
I do agree, but I just only represent the middle school.
So I think that is a problem. Like, if you are going to put someone on television and vouch for them as being a medical professional and they're running around spreading false information, I think that's a problem. And she did that, since the conversation is on Oprah, I just wanted to stick to that. So yeah, she did, present a lot of issues when it came to the medical community. She was very dishonest about how she was doing certain things. Like, she didn't have to tell people how she lost weight. It's not something that we needed to know. I mean, if it bothered Kiana, but she didn't have to tell anyone. She didn't have to be dishonest. She didn't even have to mention it. But that's what she chose to do. So.
And she made money off of it. She exploited our trust. I'm reaching because I didn't pay for Weight Watchers, but she exploited our trust.
She was being a spokesperson. That's a contract.
So how much is going to be to take y'all to law?
That's a great
You guys should actually better.
That's a great question. This happened to the people who was advertising the digital currency platform. People started suing the people who were paid endorsements for the products. And my spouse is an attorney, and I'm like, "What you think about that?" And she was like, "I see how you could push it and how it could be a reach, and you just trying to get the person to settle. But at the same time, just because you endorse a product does not make you legally liable for it." Because I was always taught, don't believe shit you see on TV.
We grew up outside. We grew up with outside too, I'm sure.
No, it was my grandpa. He was that's just how he was. But like, I don't get it. Like, that shit does not offend me. With her weight loss struggles and shit like that, it's easy. If you want to lose weight, eat less, work out. If she wasn't doing it like that and she said she was using Weight Watchers, because I've had to change my diet to lose weight before. And it's like, okay, that's a part of it, but I don't think that's a distrust. I think out of all the stuff I'll name, some of the stuff I can give you, like, yeah, I see that. But then some of the stuff I'm like, nah, I ain't fucking with that one, G.
Well, we don't have to argue the point, because Sloan already said that Oprah made a statement and apologized for misleading the people. So we can move on from the Weight Watchers versus Ozempic.
Okay.
But I'll say this.
If you meet me outside, bro, and I recently dyed my hair black, and me and you start talking, and I'm just using this as an example, and then you see some grays pop up all of a sudden, you'll be like, "Nigga, you lied. Get the fuck out of my house."
Well, women will probably do that to you. Men, but yet, holding this woman to a standard when none of us have any type of deals, none of us definitely don't have the leverage to be able to market a product on the level that she can, and yet we want to tell her and judge her how she was marketing a thing. Right, like I don't know. This is weird.
But Chad, let me build with you for a second. So if I were actually buying stock in Weight Watchers, based solely on how well it produced, how well it delivers what it promises. If I just bought stock solely on that, and then it turns out, oh no, it isn't as effective. It's only effective because of Ozempic. Isn't that deception? And I think that's what the discussion is.
You didn't do enough research.
No, because first of all, individual results may vary. So even if it was purely on Weight Watchers or Jenny Craig or whatever, you still will not have the same results that she does. You also don't have access to chefs like she does. You don't have access to nutritionists like she does. So like those other things that you don't have access to or I don't have access to, those are contributing factors to weight loss. Also, personal trainers. Neither one of us have access to personal trainers like she has, right? An in-home gym. All of those factors also contribute to weight loss. And so why am I bringing this? Because individual results may vary. So no, that's why she wasn't. So you want me to answer or no?
Yeah, I'm saying I agree with that. I can say that, right?
So that's why she isn't liable for your results.
So my question to you was about investment in stock, not about the result specifically on per person, but if all the knowledge an investor has, like it does actually open her up to action against her if she's not completely forthcoming about what.
An investor
advertisement. They use disclaimers in advertisements. I used to buy.
They do all the time, so that they will not be liable. That's why I said liable. But that's why I said liable.
The screen
and individual results
extra fast. Those are disclaimers by law. They have to.
Yeah, individual, right, and that's to remove liability, right? And like, okay, never mind.
I'm sorry. So, just real quick, because I feel like we're now arguing whether or not she should be liable, and because I'm the one that raised the topic, I just want to remind everybody that my original argument was about her losing her credibility and that being why people don't really fuck with her like that anymore. That's all I'm saying. I don't think she should be liable for telling people she was on Weight Watchers and she was really on Ozempic. I'm clearly just stating that she had people's trust and viewership, and we value what she said and we put weight in what she said. Not me personally, but the viewers. And that when it came out that she was on Ozempic, it just changed how people looked at her. That's all I'm saying.
When did that actual change happen?
Agree. It happened on March 11th, 2019. I don't know.
Okay, what did she? No, I had a question. I had a follow up. What did she have to sell you or us or the American people when that happened? When she came out?
What's that question for? I'm sorry.
What product did she have to sell in 2019 that people away from her on?
She's still selling Weight Watchers, and she's still promoting a lot of stuff.
That's not her product. That's not her product.
But she's an influencer.
At the end of the day, that means her check was already paid. What product does she selling?
I think you're missing Kiana's point. She was using her celebrity to manipulate a situation. That's all Kiana's saying.
And that check was already cut.
She's not talking about the check though. She's talking about the celebrity presence.
No, I hear her. But she said that people turned away from her. Okay, cool. Her money's still the same. She ain't selling nothing else. What difference does it make?
She's not talking about that though. She's talking about celebrity influence and perception. She's not talking about a check.
What difference does it make?
Okay.
What was you gonna say, Chad? Men or women, I guess it doesn't matter. I mean, I guess in my life, for me, I didn't depend on no Weight Watchers, no none of that or whatever. I mean, I'm sure a lot of women, they looked up to that or whatever. My folks looked at me and said, you ain't watching that, you're not doing that, and off you go. So I didn't look up to that kind of stuff. I watched, the Oprah show for whatever was on there or whatever, but I was not looking up to that to lose weight. If I wanted to go lose weight, I have access to an Olympic-sized pool, so I don't have to wait on any of that, and I do have trainers and nutritionists. I do have that, and I take advantage of that. And so I think people should also be responsible for what they read and intake in their own bodies. Yes, Oprah talked about this Weight Watcher program, but again, with all that kind of stuff, results can vary depending on the work and the output and what you're willing to put in. If you want to lose weight, sometimes, I don't know, it can be access, and yes, you can achieve certain things if you have money, but
you can also achieve things with common sense and by eating right. And I think a lot of times you don't necessarily have to be rich to achieve a magnificent looking body. You just have to be willing to put in the old school work, whether that is military exercises or whatever it is that is best for you, right? Do exercise that work for you, and you will achieve what you're looking for. Sometimes the television or TV or whatever you want to call it, that may not be what you're trying to look up to in a consumer society that says, if I sell so many of these programs or whatever it is, Oprah made money from that, and so that stuff sells, but I think that, again, people have to be responsible for themselves, losing weight and eating right and changing your own life. I used to have a blood pressure issue, and someone looked at me and said, you're going to change that by doing what? Making sure that I continue to move for the rest of my life, and my blood pressure went from whatever it was, and I've never had that issue again. You know what I mean? Because
that's not a lot of people's story, and this whole like bootstraps. But you just said you have access to an Olympic size pool. Most people don't have that, so that's not the norm, or
I mean, other things that they may not have that. You're right. So we'll set that to the side. They may have access to other things. I have access to running. You know what I mean? You can run 10 miles out here. There's nothing out here. There's no cars or something going to run you over. So you have access to the land. That costs you nothing. There's 110 acres back here.
Yeah, but people don't have access to time. There are other things that people are limited on, and we have to remember that. So it's not a one size fits all, especially when it comes to losing weight, and people have things that can hinder them, like thyroid and other things that could keep them from they may have to put in extra work. So we can't really do that.
Can't paint a blanket on everybody, and I'm gonna say that with fervor that everybody, is applicable to some people having medical issues or those kinds of things. I absolutely, get that, because somebody in my family, they can't obviously do what I do because they have serious medical issues. In fact, they lost one of their limbs, so I absolutely get that kind of stuff. So, I just feel that, I don't know, maybe it was the way I was raised. My folks said it doesn't cost you anything to get in shape. You go outside and you stop eating that. That's just how I grew up. And so it was either you do this with precision and you're going to be healthy, or you're going to be overweight. And I didn't want to die, because I knew people that in my life that died from things like diabetes, and it scared me to death because I didn't want to die at the age of 25. And so I made sure for the rest of my life that I can do whatever I can with my money to have the best access to medical care at Medical City or whatever that hospital can turn out for me. And they turn out.
Ashton, we know you're rich as fuck. But let's get back to the state
about no money.
and the Oprah haters. I don't know why y'all hate Oprah. She is a wonderful person. She is not perfect. And according to most of you, there was only one perfect person that walked this earth. His name was Jesus Henry Christ of Nazareth. Thank you.
What was this middle name?
Hector. Because he really ain't Mexican, but we don't talk about that.
Y'all need Jesus.
I mean, I think that we I don't want to villainize her, because that's what happened. I do think we people, and they're human at the end of the day.
Most of all of them.
Who is we, and what are we doing?
A community of niggas, us. Like, look at your arm, us. Don't us, but we don't be letting that, like, I get what y'all saying about her, like, I really do, and I wholeheartedly agree, but I also think in the big picture, I got it, like,
that's what they saying. I just pulled in a little bit ago, like, what they saying negative about her.
Well, the negative things that she's done, just Oprah has a lot of things. The thing, well, we started with the shit she did to Monique.
I'm not familiar. I'm not playing. I really don't know.
Oh, well, just like, with Precious, her not, the Taraji situation. Yeah, just a lot of the stuff that she's been, involved in or whatever. Somebody mentioned her Epstein affiliations.
Because she was friends with Epstein, Diddy, and she was cool with Trump at one point.
And Weinstein.
Yeah, people was
saying she was real cool with Epstein. You mean because she was rich and got rich friends?
I mean, that part is not the part I have a problem with.
If somebody kick this Israel dead person out the chat.
Whose name? I don't see anyone named Israel dead.
His name is Daniel, but he saying some wild shit in here.
Nigga trying to get us indicted. Get the fuck out of here, boy.
Let them spin in the chat. Like, where we going with it, though? I'm listening to y'all.
But so yeah, they were, and I mean, I don't like. They'll just have to go over some of the things that we were saying. I can't remember everything, but those are just a couple of things. And then we were talking about some of the good things she's done, like I'm sure you're familiar with the good things that she's done, but she has a lot of. I mean, it's just mixed reviews on her, much like Tyler Perry, Jay-Z, Beyonce, anybody that's uber rich in our community or on their way to being uber rich. And so we were just basically discussing that. And so I would say I'm split down the middle as I am with a lot of people in the industry, because I would like to try to be realistic. So I know that she's rich, and I know that she probably don't have the same mindset that she has. And like Chad said, I don't think of things in my modern mind. I understand that things, something in the 80s, I can't think of something in the 80s with a 2025 brain, because it won't work, so that's it, because I don't understand what that was.
So hey, Judge, you also realized you had to be there in the 80s to actually get a concept of what the 80s was like, enough to be like, I came to the 80s like that, because it was like that.
Right, and I think of the same thing when we talk about like Jim Crow slavery things. Like people be talking about, well, I would have did this, and if this was me, like, bitch, you don't know what the fuck you would have did. You're like, we don't even know we don't even have a reference for that.
We don't know what the landscape looked like prior to them buildings being put up there. You don't know what
Oprah was building a school in Africa, saying, why didn't she do one in the United States? I remember them saying that.
Well, I mean, somebody mentioned that, but they were saying something else about that. They would have to go over that.
Hey, I can't tell you why that woman pet project wasn't American.
I will say this, though, like, in her defense, like she needs me to defend her, she don't. But she's been one of the most generous people that has donated, like, hundreds of millions of dollars. Like, it wasn't just for, like, education and women, children, all kinds of shit, right? People in poverty. And it wasn't just on her show. Like, it wasn't just like, you reach under your seat. Like, she was really doing shit outside, bro. Right? And she launched her own network. Like, she's done all kinds of shit. She's employed a lot of minorities, right? She gave a lot of minorities platforms, right? Like, you really got to look at the overall takeaway, because, like Just said, a lot of people sit on the couch eating some potato chips, fat as fuck, talking about, I would have made this play, and I don't know how he missed that touchdown. They fat ass can't do shit but talk. Right? Until you outside in the game, how you gonna judge somebody that's really out of schools and making that happen? Like, it's real easy to say what you would do when you ain't doing.
But that wasn't the conversation either. The conversation was a criticism about how she moved and how she platformed certain people, specifically Monique, when she had her brother who had molested her on her show. Post-interview. So these are controversial takes that we were discussing. We were talking about, she has $1 million, fuck her, blah, 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 blah. It was more or less like, you are doing things that are actually quite damaging, and you're quite influential. And that's where the criticism came from.
Gotcha, I hear you. And yeah, so that's where I feel like everybody has their person, especially if you're a black person. We're all like, it's, representation and all that stuff. You probably attack, but usually you're gonna like somebody. And so if a young woman or even an older woman said, I love Oprah, I get it. Like, Oprah is to be loved, like, for face value. Maybe that person don't care about all that stuff. Maybe that person is a journalist and, wants to do that. Yeah, I can understand that. But I can also understand somebody being like, I don't fuck with Oprah because of this, that, and the third. And I would have to be like, you right about that too. You know what I'm saying? So that's more of my stance. Some people just don't fuck with her. Some people love her. But I think that could be said about, like, this conversation could be replicated about several celebrities, or, well, not about anybody, because some people don't have this cachet. But once you get to a certain level, I think that, you have, especially when you're talking about women, you have controversial figures because they have to make moves that, misogyny just doesn't look. They don't really want them making anyway, so it gets dicey with them. So for me, I just would say, like, I acknowledge both sides. That's it. Because the way people feel about Oprah, I probably feel that way about Jay-Z.
Yeah, see, Hov got maybe one glitch that I can point to other than that, but, like, I just feel like I said earlier, we just tend to bring us down or want to. And I just don't get it. I be like, it don't bother me that much. I'll be like, yeah, I'm proud of you. I don't know you, but I'm proud of you. Keep believing. But I'm not sit up and just hate somebody and be like, oh shit, 45-year career, she fucked up 10 times.
I was not hating on her, but I just want to say disclaimer, it was not.
But I mean, I know Jay-Z has done some questionable things. You know what I'm saying? So I just think it's about being realistic. But what about that?
No, continue.
Yeah, because that's not a conversation you want to have with. But yeah, I just think it's about being realistic. You gotta just, if you like a motherfucker, you like them, and that's it. But you have to be, I feel like you gotta be honest about what it is.
I will say my favorite Oprah moment was when Whitney got out of rehab and came on the Oprah show and sang after people was dragging her and saying that she couldn't sing no more. That was my favorite Oprah moment. I was crying, and I definitely recorded that one for my mom.
What's the one where she's holding the person's hands behind her and she got that series and they always make like a meme out of it?
Remember when Oprah came out with that country song, and Whitney said, Whitney, what's your favorite song? She said, the song that you came out, sometimes you gotta walk home. Remember? Whitney Houston was singing that song that Oprah came out with, a country song. Y'all remember that country song that Oprah came out with?
Well, that's a reason to hate her if she ever made country music.
Stop it, man. I don't remember that one.
And that's the same way I feel about motherfucking Beyonce's country. She toured.
Right, I'm talking your ass right now. Shut the fuck up.
Not too much. Not too much.
I love
you, but not too much.
I love Sister Beyonce, but
that's it. Go on mute. I love Sister Beyonce. Go on mute.
Oh wow. Not hating on Beyonce.
Ray hates country music all around.
Right.
It could be same.
It was more blues. It was more the foundational country. So did you listen to it?
It was a dissertation on country music.
The moment I hear this ain't Texas.
All right. Oh, here we go.
Did you listen to the album? Not the same.
I really did.
See, so shut up. You can't say nothing then.
Okay, have you watched every episode of Oprah? Have you watched every Oprah episode? And until you say yes, you can't judge my mom.
Now stop it. But I definitely watched a lot of them. I watched it every day from the time that I was in 4th grade to when it got canceled. From 2004 until when it got canceled, I watched it.
Jesus. Well, I'm about 10 years older than you, so I've been watching it since '89.
That's fine. I was watching, Arthur and shit too, and so, but I was watching Oprah religiously from 2004.
Oh, Jesus.
Well, while you was watching Arthur, I was on the block making money.
I was watching Arthur, Dragon Tales. What's the one where he was doing that? Find the answer.
How about that?
I didn't have cable then. I'm talking about
PBS.
I'm talking about PBS Kids, right? It was PBS Kids and Oprah.
The puzzle plays. The puzzle play.
Yep, and then after Oprah, I would switch over to UPN or whatever and watch the Steve Harvey Show. And by that time, my mama got home from work. I had a whole routine. Oprah used to babysit me. I fucked with her.
Damn.
Nah, wow. It's fucked up.
Jeez.
I think this dude is in Oprah's house, her hallway, because that echo is fucking enormous.
Oh my God, hold on. Motherfucking earbuds. Ain't that about a bitch? Hold on. Okay, how's that? Is that better?
I'm about to get high. You know what you want.
Hey, Oprah. Why? Stanley. Let me mute my mic. Hold on. Fucking headphone.
I just want to say real quick, I love how when the Black Magas are here, we can have real conversations about Black culture. I really enjoyed this one tonight, y'all.
Black Maggots Matter. I told that was supposed to be the name of the room. It's supposed to be Black Maggots Matter.
Not a maggot.
And they don't. We didn't need them.
We wouldn't have flies without maggots. Like, come on.
Jeez.
Yeah, I had a great night of hating on a beautiful black woman. Do you guys feel better?
That's what y'all do. You know what? When we talk about these black celebrities, though, you gotta not like. I think the number one thing I learned with celebrities, and I've encountered a lot of them, is just don't have any high expectations other than this is a person that got all kind of flaws and some benefits too. Because when you start breaking down any celebrity, there's gonna be shit like I met Will Smith, and that's my favorite celebrity I ever met in person. Like he's disappointing in person. Matter of fact, he was cool as fucking person to be 100 with you. Beta was a bitch. She a fucking goofy ass bitch.
That's too much on a beautiful black woman.
Fuck that bitch. But Will was definitely cool as fuck. And then I seen how shitty he is of a parent. Now you can't tell my kids nothing bad about him because they met him too, and he introduced him to his son at the time. Walked him to the car, introduced him to the car, took pictures, so they got that picture forever with him and them. So like for them, that's a lifelong hero because he was just so cool. But then when you see his parenting or lack of it and shit like that, it's like fuck. But you gotta realize it's a real person behind there. You know what I mean? Like they're gonna make mistakes, they're gonna do some shit great. That's just what it is. We can't really we gotta celebrate what they do more than criticize what they don't.
Yeah, you can't just smack people on national TV and think it's cool. But
I was gonna say that. I was gonna say, Gemini, I hope you run into Will again and tell him that Jada was a bitch and see what happens.
Fuck that bitch.
He ain't gonna do shit to Gemini. It's like the bully who knows who to pick on.
That's crazy because I wasn't on his side. A lot of people was. I was not. I didn't think that was cool.
On which part? What you mean, Justin?
Did he smack that man on TV? I didn't look at that at all.
Oh, that was so embarrassing.
I thought it was I fully thought it was part of the act, and when I found out that it wasn't, then I was like, oh, that's.
Why were you embarrassed? Like, what? Were you embarrassed?
Yeah, as the black person, I was embarrassed.
Yeah, like, bro, let me make this clear. Like, this is Clubhouse. We can say whatever we want to each other and talk crazy to each other because ain't nobody gonna beat your ass. But in real life, I beat motherfuckers' ass. Like, I'm not a nice person. I will go in your mouth so quick.
I'm going to prison.
With that being said, if I'm with my wife and you talking shit, nigga, I'm going in your mouth at the funeral, at the wedding, at the awards event, at wherever the fuck we are, my nigga. Like, I'm fucking you up. Like, what the fuck?
Over here.
It wasn't. I just didn't think it was. It was just like unnecessary to me. Like it wasn't. You never gave that before. So why are you doing that now? Now you want to smack me in front of a whole bunch of white people, man. Get your ass out.
And not only that, he ruined his legacy. He won an award, and people only remember that day award. He won an Oscar that day, and like all people can remember is a slap. So basically,
and
Chris Rock won. And people keep talking about Chris Rock. They didn't talk about Will Smith and his award. So I mean, I get it. You don't want it to protect your wife, but I think the after party, he could have beaten the shit out of him at the after party, but just not on stage because that's your money right there.
I get the decorum and the decor, but I'm really I don't know how to tell y'all. I swear to God on my daughter, I will beat your ass in front of your mama, my dad,
Yeah, but that's not a war show, though.
The pastor, nigga.
I mean, but I get that, but I just didn't think it really was called. If it was calling for that, then, but to me, it just wasn't. This is where you gonna flex, boy. I knew you for 20 years, and you gonna smack me. You gonna walk up.
You ain't never gave me that energy until we on this big of a stage.
I gave a joke. I've been a stand-up comedian for 20 years. I've been doing jokes.
I follow you.
And we're friends. And they're
you tried to flex up, boy. You could have just been like, oh nah, that was lame as hell or whatever. You smack now. If we was at face to face at the after party, then, but to me, it's not the physical, the violence or decorum. It's the fact that you didn't slap nobody else when they were saying all that shit about Jada. People was trashing her for months up until then, and he made a lightweight joke about a haircut, and that you my wife. Man, get your ass out of here.
Yeah, because I didn't think the joke was that serious. Didn't she last night too?
That was the part for me. It ain't like the vibe. Alright, if he would have called for that, but you are acting like you said something that was.
You said what he said wasn't worthy of that reaction, not that.
Yeah, you can't. You saucing this up for.
So if he did say something that was crazy, then would you?
Yeah, if it was like that, if it called for that, yeah. Okay. Or even if that's how, if Will Smith was known, don't say nothing about Jada, he don't play that, and that's what type of time he had been on there. Okay, you already knew how he give it up about his wife. You never been like that. You actually been kind of a sucker duck about the whole situation. That's been the whole thing. And now you want to do a 180 on my time? The black niggas? Boy, go on, man. You could have did that on Howard Stern, Whitney Williams. It's so many people that were saying mad worse shit. You know me. That's how I just would have been like,
but also, I think people, when they look back at the situation, they don't realize that was the first time that an all-black production team was able to produce it. Will Packer's team did it, and he's friends with all of them, and for them to finally get their time to shine amidst all of this DEI talk and everything, and then Will Smith does that, I was mad because of that. My reaction was because I know those people and how hard they worked to get there, and for him to do that, it was
he should have did it somewhere else.
It took away from that.
You should have did it somewhere else.
But you didn't, because it didn't mean you were trying to do it for a show. That's what I'm saying. It's not the act of oh my God, you slapped Chris Rock, I'm so appalled. No, it's not that at all. I could give a fuck. It's the fact that you did it to me to show off for some white people.
Yeah, I would have. And it was on the tail of them just doing their Oscar so white thing, and then they finally, got the recognition from the Academy.
And then it was so cool, and I was like, just don't talk about my wife, bitch. You ain't never said no. Why you ain't do that to August?
It was given that he had no self-control in that moment, and because it was
you would have had a meeting with that nigga, and they lift their finger. Bro, get out my face.
Right after the August Alsina thing, it was all of these Kevin Samuels black men talking about how he got to prove himself to get his woman back after she done been with August. It was all of this stuff. Dragging Will, talking about how he was being performative just to gain Jada's affection, and how she never really liked him. She really liked Tupac, and that's why he's trying to be a hood nigga after all. It was embarrassing on multiple levels.
Well, let's not get on August Alsina because he's a bitch in real life. Like, some shit personally that he did was some cornball shit. But Will shouldn't have did it there. I can understand him defending his wife. He should have did it somewhere else.
But if you're not like that, you just not like that. It's okay. Like some people, it's just not like that.
Yeah, like, but it's crazy to Mike Tyson. You're not gonna do that to Mike Tyson.
Ain't nobody doing shit to Mike Tyson. Period. Let me tell y'all about August Alsina story though. You remember the I Love It, the one hit song he made? So the dude who produced that song went to college with me, right? So he went behind Buddy back and told his this is now wife that he cheated on her and provided receipts and everything. And I hit the producer up. I was like, hey man, you gotta put hands on him. He was like, nigga, it ain't even worth it.
I mean, didn't he cheat?
Yeah, he cheated.
Anyways,
you had to have known that wasn't gonna go over well. Like,
you know what else? I think, and even Denzel, he went to him after that. He was like, "This is your highest moment. What are you doing?" And you know, Sidney Poitier had just passed away, and so you're the next black man to get an Oscar. What the fuck were you thinking? Like, you don't get to that level and then just lose your shit. You don't let people bring you low like that. You fucking stay high because that's your moment and you represent your damn family. You represent your mama. You represent all your grandmama and them and all of those people. I was so disappointed in him. And then he even said something in his speech about I'm acting like Richard Williams, which then the sisters had to come out and say something about, no, that's not how my dad would have handled that. You know, it was, he
Can
just.
I ask y'all a question?
Do you know what I'm referring to when I said that the sisters, Venus and Serena, they had to come up with a statement about him saying, even bringing up Richard. That was irritating too.
Can I ask y'all a question? When is it okay to stand on business?
Not if you're black, you're not.
Not on national TV. Not on national TV.
I think it's perfectly fine to stand on. Keep that same energy. Don't give me a whole different. Don't get charged up around me, bitch. And you didn't say shit, and they was going in on you and your wife. You sat up there with you and your wife, the cheater, and had a meeting. But you gonna slap me? I didn't even say anything pertaining to that. I said your wife looks like G.I. Jane, a fine ass army woman. It wasn't really that cold of a joke. You didn't have to stand on business. It wasn't understand on business.
I didn't see G.I. I didn't think the G.I. Jane thing was messed up because, like you said, Demi Moore took a lot of pride in that film, and she was beautiful in that film. So, like, I didn't really see what he was so mad about, and like how
she has alopecia.
I don't know that. That causes her to cut her hair.
She does not have alopecia.
How the fuck does he don't know that?
What if he don't know that?
He knew it. He said he knew.
Okay, I got another question.
When I interviewed Will, this is the one thing I do know. Will said that he was real pissed because he knew of her condition and decided to ridicule it and make it a part of his jokes regardless of knowing that she was already suffering.
Nigga, I'm a comedian.
So if you have alopecia, honestly, she wouldn't have eyebrows.
My wife's name.
She wouldn't have eyebrows.
You done decided to be Jalen out of where I would have started.
Can I ask one more question?
Still have eyelashes and eyebrows. Not that I think she's talking about.
It's too out of it.
The one that she described, she wouldn't have had all that. Like, she was saying that it was an autoimmune disorder and she was losing all her hair. That's what she was saying.
All right, can I ask one more question? Because obviously me and answer that one.
Eyelashes and have an autoimmune disease with alopecia. They're in degrees of it. Okay. No, she was saying that the alopecia was the autoimmune disorder. You can, but not with the one she was describing.
Okay. Since the men answered that question, when is it okay to stand on business? I guess it's the women. When is it okay for your man to defend your honor when you're not happy about something that's happening in real time? Should a man wait to make sure that you feel okay about the shit that's being said directly to you in front of him, in front of you? I would like the preference. I get it that it was on TV and it was obviously the Oscars, but when is it when is the best time for him to defend your honor when you obviously, in your face, look disrespected?
I think for me, I'd rather he fucking calculate.
Now, I'm asking, what is the best time for that? I mean, I get it. We all gonna have our own take on what should happen.
I'm giving you the answer right now. It's not short like you may want it, but just
No, not at all.
Yeah, all I'm saying is I'd rather he calculate in that moment what is the higher price to handle it now or to handle it later. I think it will or to handle it in
I
that
truly
moment.
think this is, to the fact, this is another revision.
Let her finish. Let her finish. Let her
That's
finish.
all right. No,
I wanted to.
you
I
can't
wanted to.
handle it. It's
No,
okay.
it's
Go
okay.
ahead.
It's okay. Hey, listen. It's cool, brother. It's cool, brother. It's cool, brother. It's okay for you to have a conversation back and forth. I'm not trying to cut
Right
you
now,
off.
she's giving her submission.
Excuse me, brother. I'm talking to the lady, so she don't.
Now you shutting the fuck up. How about that? The fuck?
Oh no, y'all didn't put my boy Chris.
Why y'all be so coochie tight? I'm talking to the lady, so I'm talking to.
I'm asking. Let the woman talk, and then you can.
But you gotta let me at least finish the thought out. How can you respond to me properly without hearing the whole thought?
Okay, respectfully, ma'am, I'm not trying to respond to you. I'm trying to have a conversation. It was just me and you talking. I wasn't trying to be rude. That's what I was trying to express to you before. I guess the security guard sent me back outside. So I want to hear you speak, but I also want to have a conversation with you about it. I'm enough of a man to be able to do that without cutting you off or being disrespectful.
Chris, respectfully, Chris, just let her complete her thought.
Hey, my man, she can go ahead now. She could talk now. You stop.
Right? Okay, she will. If you have
she
a
don't need you to back her up,
doesn't get a chance to complete her thought.
All right, here we go.
And you don't even know what you're
doing. I'm going to mute. Go ahead. When let her.
Okay, so yeah, that's it. I'd rather he calculated in that moment. Do the damn math fast. Is it going to cost us more for you to, and I mean literally financially, is it going to cost us more for you to handle this right now and whatever that cost may be, whether it's our reputation, whether it's our money, or is it going to make more sense to handle this later? Maybe you make him give me a public apology. I don't know. But to me, it wasn't worth the price that he paid. He ended up going into counseling. People were cutting his movie deals. Like, it went really shitty for him for a while. And so, I just want him to calculate quick.
So you think he should be able to calculate that while you're sitting there with an upset and angry face and you're literally looking at him like, what you gonna do?
Yep.
She didn't look upset.
She didn't look upset. No, she didn't. She laughed at the joke.
No, she looked upset when she looked at
it. It was an uncomfortable laugh.
And she looked upset when she looked at her husband. And he got it because she looked at him.
So him screaming in the audience and then saying what he has to say and then walking on stage and slapping him across the face was the right way to do it.
It was the right way to handle it, but he should not have handled it right then.
That's what we're saying.
I don't know how that works.
That's what we've been saying. We're saying that he shouldn't have done it right then and there. Like the after party, if that's how you wanted to handle it.
That's even crazy.
But no, actually, it makes more sense. But my thing is culturally is right. Where was that energy for August Alsina? They've been dragging Jada.
We don't know their relationship.
He went
to her house.
He just wiping her down.
Yeah,
we don't know if Will's cool with that.
He was on the red table talked about.
Yeah, I thought they all went on there.
He understood what was going on. He understood
what was going on. But my thing is, this is revisionist history because right after the shit happened, black men were dragging Jada again and blaming her for Will's actions. And now all of a sudden he was standing on business. He was being a man. But when it happened, y'all was like, man, that bitch Jada told Will to go slap him.
Who was y'all?
And I said black men. I said
I'm a part of that. That ain't what we said. I'm a part of that.
Okay. But the majority of black, especially on this app, on Clubhouse, it was so many rooms talking about Jada made Will do X, Y, Z. And so again, it's coming to this infantilizing black men and saying that, or Will specifically, and saying that he can't control his own actions and that he doesn't know how to reason, and that she had to put a battery in his back to go slap Chris Rock on.
But so the part about it that I don't really get is like, all right, so you are Will Smith. You're not necessarily a comedian, but you could probably be a comedic actor, or you've done a lot of comedic acting, right? You've done acting most famously with Martin, who is a very, line-pushing comedian. So you understand the art form. That joke in, in the big picture of comedy, especially black comedy, was mild as weak, I might say. So to me, I feel like it's like if we play sports and I made a mistake and run into your wife like by mistake or whatever because she was standing on the sideline or something, and you flip the fuck out, and it's like, bro, what are you doing? Like, you know what I'm saying? This is a part. You know that this is something that happens in our field of work. So you doing this is way extra. Well, you could have just been like, he could have said verbally, nah, that wasn't cool. Like, if he felt that way, you gonna slap me, bitch, in front of all these crackers? Why would you do that, bro? Like, I thought that was just, it's not the violence. It's just that, why would you do that? We like you said, we may not know him in art, but we him in Chris. We know they had a relationship. We know they was cool. So you could have been cool enough to come and either slap me, face, in person or whatever, or been like, why the fuck would you do that? You know what I'm saying? I didn't think that joke was funny. I just think all of it, that was extra. That was a put on. And if I was Chris Rock, he would never. I would have picked that mic back up and said, oh, now I'm really finna cook your motherfucking Charles Barkley looking ass wife. See, I was being cool, man. He would have had to attack on me, because why would you slap me? Now I'm really gonna embarrass you in front of these white people.
Y'all think y'all really think
I would have been prepared and whooped your motherfucker.
Yeah,
y'all really think it's cool for somebody to be able to disrespect you in your eyes to your wife? Like,
because he disrespected his wife. Because he disrespected his own wife. He was all over Hollywood disrespecting her, and it was a clear projection because of what he was doing.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but that man was on stage.
Now we don't know. We all speculation, but now we don't know.
Comedy. So
I agree. No, I do agree with the comedy aspect. I do agree that jokes should have some freedom and leeway. But the man looked at that man and told him, hey, don't do that shit about my wife. He told him, and then he kept going. So he got his ass up out that chair and showed him why you don't disrespect the man's wife.
I rewatched the video. He didn't even have time to say the joke came.
And that's cool, because you can't dictate how a man reacts about his wife.
Every answer. If I take somebody on a date to a comedy show, right? Let's just say I take Ray on a date to the comedy show, right? Hey. And Ray my date. And they start cooking Ray. You know what I'm saying? Am I to start going at the comedian to defend my date's honor? Like, nah.
Ray being your husband is two different things.
You better take out my pasta first, nigga.
Ray being your date and Will having that being his actual wife. It's two different things.
No.
Okay, well, what? Let's say y'all
had a good date.
I just want to say.
But let's say Kiana's my wife. Kiana, so I say
you got a good comparison.
So let me change this. I take Kiana, who is my wife, to go to same situation.
Put the cameras in the room too.
To the comedy show, and
not just take me.
Let's say I take her to go see D.L. Hughley, and we all know that D.L. Hughley likes to we all know that D.L. Hughley like to roast the audience, right? So we in there, and she got on hot pink, and he like, yo, she look like a hot pink pig. And it's live. They recording that night. Am I to be like, nah, fuck that, my nigga? Like, what? I'm supposed to play Superman?
One caveat, just. Do you know D.L. Hughley before the show?
Nah, but I know what he do. I know he roast niggas in the audience.
And that is the difference. If you know me and my wife, and you go on this stage and get disrespected, and my wife feels disrespected, I might have to get up and make an irrational decision because I'm not gonna let you play with my wife or me. Because now I feel like y'all playing both of us. I feel like it's a respect thing that we missing on both sides.
I know
I'm saying Will should be respectful of the joke, but Christian didn't have to be respectful for being disrespectful.
But the reason why it's the same is because I don't have to know D.L. Hughley personally. I know what he does. I know that's a possibility. I know full well when I'm saying, hey, Kiana, let's get ready to go. Kiana might get roasted. I might get roasted. Like, that's a possibility because that's what he do. And we've seen that happen. So they knew that too. Just like everybody else knew Chris Rock is hosting. He does this. This is where not only does he does this, he's hired to be funny on this night. We're sitting in the front row. We might get cooked.
That might have been the setup as the front row seat. I do give you that, but I still feel like yes.
Listen, I think what you're really saying is that it's your. Just hear me out. I think what you're really saying is that it's your pride about your wife that you feel you have to defend, because let's be clear, Jada's no shrinking violet. She's not like Beyonce, real soft and sweet. She's tough.
No. My wife ain't listen. My wife, let me say this. My wife ain't.
I just want to make the point. And so I think I want to fight it and handle it. And I'm no judgment, but I think you're saying you want to fight it and handle it because you feel disrespected. But you can't say it's for the wife, because I think it's the pride of you that needs to feel like you got to handle it in that way.
And that's where we wrong. Because my wife does not need to be hard or tough, Jada, when I'm in the room. She need to be as soft as possible when we're together. That's why I'm here to protect my wife when she feels disrespected or she feels in danger. My wife always feel on her softest sides when she's with me. She won't ever have to feel like, nah, I got it.
But
I got it.
The point
don't worry about this. No. And that's what I'm telling you.
But what kind of wife do you have that's going to allow you to do that on your day? Like, so for my husband, I would never.
Do you think you get to allow your husband to do anything?
Yeah. Then
your husband wants not to go to That's crazy. That's crazy. You can tell your husband will not react.
In a relationship.
That's not. That's control.
No, it's the whole point in being in a relationship.
It's not to be able to control somebody else's moves. That's not why we're in a relationship.
It's saying, hey, baby, chill.
Yep.
So Chris, your wife ain't. Hold up, wait.
Hey Chris, let me ask you this.
I'm a married man. Hold on, Gemini. Hold on, let me get to it. I'm a
married man that's not in bed with your wife, right?
You don't know where I'm at. You don't
know
where I'm going to.
That's a good answer. Keep going, brother. Don't let that deter you. Keep going.
So, what I wanted to say, like, your wife, like how she said, like, your wife ain't ever told you, like, yo, chill. There's been multiple times in life, in these 15 years, Kiana, that I've been married, that my wife has had to tell me to chill, and vice versa. There's been times when my daughters and my son have had to tell me to chill, like, because they know I'm more liable to snap, right? So I don't think what she was saying is.
Are you asking me? You want me to answer that?
And it ain't like about a control thing, but it's like you just know, or your partner may know that, yo, I need to step in right now because I don't want to bail him out. I don't want to have to bail him out, type thing.
Okay, please now
it's just like me. I get real froggy when it comes to my friends and my family. But if they tell me to chill, I'm going to chill because I have respect for them. That's the respect that
that's all I have for these people. Give me 1 second. I want to
just regurgitate the question because
Chris, I just want to ask you a question.
Answered the question. She answered her question.
So
let me ask you something directly.
Your wife ain't never just told you to chill. Your wife ain't never told you to just chill. And
give me 1 second,
I
bro.
don't think she has, Ray.
I don't know what the question is because I can't get a question out. So they're gonna ask me the question because he keep cutting me in, and then she gonna say, she don't think so.
Let me ask you. I'm gonna take the mic real quick. I'm gonna hand it right to you. I just want to ask you.
I'm only asking the first question first, so you wanna
go ahead.
Okay, so
have the man ask the question first, so I can answer him respectfully, and I'll answer yours.
I sound garbly right now?
Yeah.
Ask the first man's question again.
You sound
okay. Ask the first man's question again.
All right, this is the
Let
question
him
I'm
answer that question. I would like to answer his question.
He answered the question already.
Yes. Everybody else answered the question before I.
Ray, just answer the question.
Jesus Christ, relax.
Your wife or somebody told you just chill out. This might not be the way or the time or the place to handle it right now. Has she ever done that? And do you still, in that scenario, feel like it's control?
Okay. You gave me a chance to make up a scenario that have never happened. Because when I'm with my wife, I am at the most controlled I can possibly be. Because again, I am in control of the situation that not only happens to me, but happens to her. So I don't be out in the places letting the liquor get to me and now I'm about to spaz, or having family issues and now me and my brother about to tussle. No, when my wife is with me, I'm damn near Cardi B security guard. My wife is with me. I make sure that she good. I ain't never gonna get out of body with my wife unless it's time for me to get out of body because my wife is disrespected. I don't do all that, oh man, I've got to be tough because my wife was here. No, as long as my wife good, you can say whatever you want, do whatever you want over there. But the moment she tell me she not safe no more, now we have a problem that we must address. So no, I don't be out in body and my wife has to calm me down because I normally walk around with my wife calm because that's my wife. Brother, you can ask the question now, Jim, and I guess that was you. All right, I guess not.
Interesting the way, I'll say this, it's interesting the way men think, and that's fine. Like I told the dude, maybe I'm different. Ain't nobody doing no fighting over here. No, man, I want you to make it home. So we do a little bit different, and he understands that. So he was in the military, so you're going to grab that thing right there to go bang, that way we can make it home. I'm serious. I told somebody something happening out here and people acting stupid at a club. I'll be honest with you. I don't deal with places, on clubs and all that stuff because, that's just really not places for me. I'm not trying to get in arguments with people. I ain't trying to fight nobody because something may, I ain't trying to do that. So we just kind of, but I'll look out for my man. I think that both women and men need to look out for each other. I honestly don't think that it should, solely be on a man to look out for you. My grandmother once told me you're responsible for you in the mirror, and she would look in the mirror and say you're responsible for yourself, regardless if you're in a relationship. Yes, you want a man to be secure and all that stuff, but shoot, my man, he was like, I'm in the Navy, and we want to make it home, and he has always said, I'm going to make sure with all of my power that you make it home, and I'm glad. Seriously, I'm glad to live with a man because hell or high water, they're gonna figure out how to get us out of here, how to whatever it is. It may not be beautiful, it may not be cute, but it's gonna work, and that's generally for me why. I'd say I don't get along with women, but generally is why I get along with men because they teach you. Not only that, a lot of men teach you how to be safe, how to defend yourself and other things. Not to say that women don't, but a lot of the stuff I will say I learned from men, especially how to tackle and how to defend myself from harm, from danger. You know what I'm saying? And I'm thankful for men in my life who taught me to use all 6'3", 200 pounds of me to stomp the hell out of somebody if a man put their hands on me. I'm sorry. That's what my grandma told me. She said, sister, sit down. I said, okay. She said, look here. Look how God made you. Somebody put their hands on you. Use what God made you to be. And she wasn't playing. My grandma wasn't playing. She said, you let somebody hit you, you understand that you're different. And she taught me that. She said, you're going to be different, but you're going to look out for the man, woman, and the person next to you. So my man understands that I have his back. I'm saying? Seriously, in a situation, we literally are taught to put our backs up against one another to defend ourselves. We're taught that, and he taught me that. So in a literal situation, you would want to do something like that to defend yourself. So I'm grateful for men and women, who taught me on the streets and stuff. I was homeless. I had nothing. So I'm grateful that I learned how to defend myself. I'm not out here to be cute or whatever. I'm out here to survive and live, and I'm able to do that because of what men have taught me, and I'm grateful for that because I don't have to walk in fear or whimper in a corner or no. And then you learn on top of that how to shoot a weapon, change stranger forever, amen, because you don't have to no longer walk in fear of somebody trying to harm you. That's one thing I was taught at the age of 12, how to defend myself with that thing that go by.
Real quick, before
Amen.
I love the hypotheticals, but in reality, Will Smith has said that event, he had pent up anger and he regrets it and he has a lot of shame around it. And then Jada said that she has contemplated leaving him multiple times and it took her a slap to realize that she will never leave Will. And that was problematic and people dragged Jada for that. And so while we're having this hypothetical conversation about protecting each other, I love that. I love the back-to-back. Ashton, I took Taekwondo. I watched The Walking Dead.
You're so evil.
But in reality, that was shameful, and it perpetuated that Will Smith doesn't have self-control. And then Jada, she said, I was thinking about leaving you, and until you slapped that man, now I know that I'm never going to leave you. That's problematic and toxic as hell. We're not about to act like it was a valiant thing that...
Yeah, and you know what else I say? We've all been in a high profile, well, not like a party high profile, but like a high end. And like your emotions, your move, your... Hello?
Is it me or is she how's your internet phone?
My internet may be messing up too. Can you hear me now? Okay. And so you've been in a high profile environment, like a formal environment. And if you're sitting at a table with white cloth and white napkins and all that, and you're really close, any little movement you make, or you're in a formal dress or you're in a tux, all those little movements in formal, stiff environments, they're noticed. They're noticed if you flinch, they notice it. And so in that night, I remember when he laughed, and then she giggled and then rolled her eyes. And I remember thinking, on a night like tonight, that he is likely to win an Oscar, I wouldn't even roll my eyes that hard, because even small things like that are picked up. And when she rolled her eyes, and I think it was intentional after she giggled, when she rolled her eyes that hard and that long, knowing they're at the front of this place, people are watching them, eyes are on them to win that Oscar, for her to allow herself to roll her eyes for 4 seconds long like that. I thought, this girl does not care about him. This is his night, because in a formal environment, you don't even do small things like that, like roll your eyes. Everything is perfect and tight if you've ever had to do those kinds of events. And so I didn't trust it once I saw her roll her eyes. I was like, that is her dog whistle for him to get his ass up and go do something about it. Because she would have just held her hands together and said, I'm going to take this, but I'm going to fuck him up later. Because it was his night. I really hated that she did that.
So what I'm getting is everybody's blaming something. There's no right way.
No, it's both of their faults.
Nobody's winning in this situation.
Right. Yeah.
I'ma just say this: Will picked the wrong flipping woman to marry. And that is one of the most important things in life, is to make sure you partner up with the right fucking person. He was the square who fell in love with the chick who liked thugs, and you ain't a thug, and she with you, but y'all ain't right for each other. That's the moral of the story.
Now we get to the Clubhouse talking points that I said y'all was on, not you specifically, right? But that I said people was on right when it happened. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And with that being said, I'm going to go lay next to my wife for 15 years since you want to roast. I was gonna give her a break tonight, but you fucked up.
You a break every night. You be on here with us.
I'll be having problems sleeping. I'll be on this motherfucker like on my laptop working, thinking of shit.
Oh my God, me too.
Yeah, because Lisa said I was poor earlier. Don't think I forgot that.
I'm doing my homework.
Oh, what are you?
Child, I'm doubling down on art. I'm getting my bachelor's in studio arts and graphic design.
Stripping.
Stripping is crazy. I am not Drake's baby mama.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
I just had to take one more shot at you, Kiki.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Okay, I'm out too. Yeah, I'm definitely going to sleep. I got a final tomorrow. I'm going to bed.
A final? What are you studying?
Law.
Oh, okay, period. You're getting a real degree. Shout out to you.
I'm not even trying to be an attorney. I just wanted to go to law school. Good night.
Good night.
everybody we sleep or what happened? What happened to everybody? Ramona, everybody go to sleep. But out there, what is going on? Ramona, Joe.